The Reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message
without
from
comment.
the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1255 by Representatives Lindsted and Dixon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning preemption of local regulations limiting the number of building permits issued for development.
House Bill 1255 will be assigned to the Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government. A call, oh, no, I need someone. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. A show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. And members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Schiebel, please call the names of those who are absent. We'll give it a minute.
Here on the wall.
Here.
Okay. Should I start rattling off some names? Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Bottoms, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, English, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Holtorf, Joseph, Leader, Luck, Lynch, McCormick, Puglisi, Sirota, Soper, Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow,
I think I do miss.
Do we have a quorum? Oh, we can't. How many do we have? 24.
Wait, but some people just push no to be funny. Well, that's true. So there is 30. It's 33.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon. You can hear the chimes going.
There you go. There's Hamrick
Hamrick and McCormick are here. I just heard them. Bockenfeld, Basenecker. Did Valdez do it? Yeah. Bottoms, Bradfield, Representative Bradley. Catlin. Doherty. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Evans. Frizzell. Garcia. Hartsook. Herod. Holtorf. Joseph.
Alex.
Luck. Lynch. Puglisi. Sirota. Soper. Taggart. Weinberg. His is, it's lit up. Wilson. Winter.
Got it. Oh my God, why did it go down to 31? Mine's, yeah.
Rep. Armagast. Bockenfeld. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Catlin. Weinberg.
We just had 33. What?
Well, red counts too.
I know. Oh. I have a master's degree. Right? Oh, good.
Here, I'll make Soper green.
Pretty spectacular.
See if he does it. For Evans?
That is for you. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
The motion to call the House has been raised. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Awesome. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order to third reading of bill's final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed to third reading, final passage of our bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1206.
House Bill 1206 by Representative Marshall, concerning individuals employed by government in the field of law enforcement and in connection therewith, prohibiting certain political activities by county sheriff's office employees.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1206 on third reading, final passage.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1206 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me.
Yes, my apologies.
No apology needed, ma'am. I know that you are the kindest and most courteous of all, and your leadership is exceptional. So thank you.
Buttering me up won't work. Please proceed, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, ma'am. This particular bill does not fit in rural Colorado. Now, I feel it's important that I explain why to my good colleague from Douglas County. I have had my colleague from Las Animas County here in an attempt to explain why this hand does not fit the rural glove. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's different in rural Colorado. You see, in my frontier counties, there are very few law enforcement officers. There may be a sheriff, there may be a handful, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 deputies, and they aren't all on duty at the same time. Now, if you look at your House District maps, and anybody has looked at House District 63, 7 counties in northeast Colorado, or House District 64, my previous district, 9 counties in eastern and southeastern Colorado, you see a vast geographical area. You see a county that could be 100 miles long, 50 miles long, 80 miles wide. Now, what typically happens in rural Colorado is there are 2 or 3 officers on duty. Usually the sheriff is on duty during the day, and the deputies are on duty during the day, and then the swing shift, and then the graveyard shift, and we know how shift work works. But if you look at the amount of real estate that they have to cover to do their law enforcement duties, it is vast. Now, I can remember many times having, and there's a lot of activities out there. We have our county fairs, we have our 4th of July, we have our harvest parties for different commodities, sugar beet days, corn days, corn growers festival, a lot of different things happen. Many times, law enforcement is on duty, but also, particularly during campaign seasons, a sheriff could be running for re-election. There could be multiple sheriff's candidates running for re-election, but the sheriff could be running for re-election as well. But then something could happen, and that sheriff is on duty. Now, if you know anything about rural Colorado, you know that oftentimes we get younger deputies, we get deputies from our community, or deputies that have married into members of our community. We get older deputies that maybe have been in those hard jobs in this urban corridor and decided they wanted to retire and slow down a little bit, but they still want to be law enforcement professionals. But when something happens in rural Colorado, now, I will admit, things are slower where I'm from. the hands of all this excitement and activity slow down. But when something happens, something happens. We have had in my community people that have been assaulted and beaten in the most rural places by criminals with intent to kill them. They may have one chance to make a 911 call. And let's say it's the 4th of July parade, and tell me that if the sheriff is there performing his duty, or he may be even campaigning, but be in uniform because there's nobody else to do the duty because there's 2 or 3 people on duty to cover a county of hundreds of square miles, and he doesn't want to accept that risk of not having the most important person in law enforcement in our rural communities on duty. If something happens, he has to go. He has to switch gears and say, now I'm not doing this thing, I'm doing the primary job of public safety. With this type of legislation, even though it comes from a well-meaning place, and there's a lot of arguments that say, you know, this is just didn't quite right. Maybe in the urban setting, we need to follow the military example or follow the Hatch Act, which had to do with fraud and corruption. In this case, in rural Colorado, we don't have these kind of fraud and corruption problems that I know of. Now, in my district, we got other problems, but not that type of a problem, not the thing that this bill addresses. Maybe in urban centers it's different, but not in my frontier counties and not in many of my rural counties. Now, I don't know if I've painted the picture quite right, but they really need to understand that this can cause a problem in public safety in rural Colorado. Because now, if this person is doing this activity that the bill sponsor is so worried about, can he or she switch gears and go and perform their public service duty? Or are we one man or one woman short? There might have only been
Holtorf.
2 people. I believe I have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Members, we are on third readings. I will ask everyone to take their seats and remain quiet. Thank you, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you,
Please
Madam
proceed.
Speaker, for your high level of professionalism and your high level of decorum in this esteemed chamber. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. Please
Yes, ma'am.
proceed.
So I want to point out, with respect to my colleague from Trinidad in Las Animas County, we understand the communities we serve. We understand that when a 911 call is made, it might be 20, 30, 40 minutes, or even an hour before someone can actually respond to that particular event. And we don't need more things that could interfere or cause problems that would disrupt rural county law enforcement. This bill, ladies and gentlemen, could be disruptive and could cause issues with public safety in the communities that I serve. I think as we move forward and we do all these things we want to do to help in those myopic crises that we see in our districts, these acute problems that we see right in front of us, that we have to solve because we have been recently elected or we have been elected, and we've got to take care of this problem right here, right now, and by gosh, we're going to do it. Let's get in there and start scratching on Colorado Revised Statute. We fail to think about the larger picture. Now, in this particular bill, I know there have been amendments. I know there have been some concessions. But I will tell you, it is my obligation and duty to stand before all of you and echo the sentiments that I'm hearing from members of my district. We didn't have a problem, a big problem in this area. Now, maybe Douglas County does. I don't know. I go to Douglas County I pass through Douglas County 5 times in a year if I'm unlucky. Because I like eastern Colorado. I like where the antelope roam, the cattle graze, the coyotes howl at night.
Representative Holtorf,
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
45 seconds.
45 seconds. Thank you, ma'am. Anyway, I could tell you a lot about what I like about my rural Colorado, but I can't because I'm running out of time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know there's been some amendments made on this bill, and I appreciate some movement on this, but in the political climate that we're in today, there's just a couple things in this bill I just can't get behind. I've explained to you more than once where I could see where people could be politically targeted for some of the language in this bill from just trying to do their job. And I'll reiterate one more time, in a lot of the counties that I'm in, they don't have money for a lot of police vehicles. They don't have money for things like that. So a lot of times the sheriff will run to an emergency in his own vehicle. And just to think that, well, they're in uniform, they're worried about getting home to their kids, they're worried about protecting their communities, and then to have to think that, if I hop in a vehicle and I run down the road in it, and somebody really wants to come after me politically, and I may be misunderstanding this, but the way I read it is it says displays any political advertising or paraphernalia on the employee's body or automobile while on duty or in uniform. And to think that's one more thing that they have to think about when they walk out the door is, I'm on the way to this call to either my family or yours. I'm on the way to have to maybe tell somebody that they've lost a family member, and then to have to think one more step. Well, do I go in uniform? Do I put a hoodie on over my uniform because I'm on, in my own personal truck? Because when an emergency happens, I don't really think people think that way or should have to think that way. So I just want you all to know, I have an issue with this. We're not all the same in Colorado. We live in different areas with different amenities and different capabilities by law enforcement and what they have based upon money. And I just see where this could be a real issue, and I think some really good people that work hard to protect their communities could be caught up in it by their political counterparts. So I just ask you think of that when you vote for this. I know sometimes we really try to pass law to try to do good things, but there's always, you all know this, unintended consequences. And I would just hate to see a really good person that really looks out for their community and takes that serious, get in trouble off of something so trivial. So with that being said, I'd urge a no vote, and thank you for listening to me.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to reiterate my concerns with this bill. I understand the Hatch Act, having served and worked for the federal government, and the Hatch Act is governing folks who are unelected. And because of that, I think the Hatch Act is a good thing. We have to have some sort of control measures in place for unelected individuals. But here we're talking about an elected sheriff. And I think that it's important to remember that an elected sheriff is directly accountable to their electors, and that's the accountability mechanism there. And so with that as the basis and the understanding, my concern with this bill, it starts on page 3 where it defines who an employee of the county sheriff's office is. It talks about the sheriff while the sheriff is in uniform. And so then you drop a little further down the page where it talks about things that are prohibited. And one of the things is for an employee, so that includes your elected sheriff who's directly accountable to his citizens. If an employee, the elected sheriff, uses their official position to reflect the employee's personal political feelings as those of the county sheriff's department. That's literally the job of an elected sheriff. They tell the citizens what their priorities are, and then the citizens elect their sheriff on the basis of whatever that sheriff's campaign message was. And so then if that sheriff can't do their job as an elected sheriff and actually set policies and have conversations that touch on politics, and it's important to note here that the bill doesn't say partisan politics. Other places in the bill it talks about partisan politics. Here it doesn't say that, it just says political feelings. I think that subjects elected sheriffs to an incredible amount of liability. And then that liability, I think, comes from the amendment that was added. It's now on page 4 of the bill, which talks about any person can file an affidavit with the district attorney stating the name of the person that they think violated this, and the facts that constitute the violation. And then it says, upon the filing of such an affidavit, the district attorney shall promptly investigate. And so the scenario that I see unfolding is one that was actually briefed to us in committee by an elected sheriff who talked to us about the fact that unfortunately today, almost everything takes on a political aspect. You can't have a conversation without it having some nexus to politics, especially in the realm of law enforcement, whose job it is to enforce the laws that are passed by governing bodies, to include this body here. And so to have this definition here that says that if someone, to include the elected sheriff, uses their official position to reflect political feelings, their personal political feelings, I think that's creating a situation where anyone who is disgruntled with that sheriff can try to claim there is a nexus to political speech and then file an affidavit with either the district attorney or the attorney general that shall be investigated. That does subject that sheriff to an investigation. And I think that that is harmful to the sheriff's office, to the ability of the sheriff to actually do what they were elected by their citizens to do, because it's going to lead to a tremendous amount of concern about what is and what could potentially be construed as political. We heard testimony from an elected sheriff who went through the riots of a few years ago, who received a lot of pushback from his own department, from his own employees, when he told them, look, we are not going to have any sort of symbolism in on our persons, in our cars, in our offices. You can't have a Blue Lives Matter. It was one of the examples he gave. We're not going to have a Blue Lives Matter t-shirt. We're not going to have a Blue Lives Matter plaque up in our wall. We're not going to fly the Gadsden flag. A lot of these different symbols that the sheriff said, in order to be unbiased, I am giving an order as the elected sheriff that we're not going to do those things. He said, I got a lot of pushback from my own department over that. And his concern and my concern was that under this bill, that sheriff would then be subject to an investigation by the district attorney if any disgruntled employees or citizens said, hey, we think that that directive, that order, that policy that the sheriff gave might have been political in nature because it touched on politics. And so with that in mind, I urge a no vote on this bill. Again, because I think it's so broadly written, particularly page 3 here, where it doesn't include that partisan qualifier. It just says political feelings. I think that opens elected sheriffs up to a tremendous amount of liability. And for those reasons, I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to urge a no vote on this, and I would like to explain why. And I want to start with the summary of this, because the summary actually speaks to it in a very strong sense and what I believe is actually happening here. It says, the first paragraph, the bill requires a county sheriff in a county with a population of 25,000 or more to possess a bachelor's degree or higher in criminal justice or related field. So one of the things that we could do to see why this bill is here, why it's being developed, is let's look across the counties and let's see who does not fit this requirement. And see if there is a possibility that that would be pointed toward that individual. Because as we look through this bill, I realized that it could be, this bill could actually have been developed to target an individual or maybe a specific DA or a specific sheriff, so that that particular DA or sheriff, now reading through this bill, it's pretty easy to see, once they get elected into those offices, all somebody needs to do is come up with a bill like this to make sure that those people that are in the elected office already will have their hands tied in so many different ways to actually run for that office again. Now, not assuming that everybody that gets elected into the position, into whatever sheriff or DA, wants to run again, but if they do want to run again, this makes it very, very difficult for them to run again, but it makes somebody from the outside be able to target the sheriff or the DA in a campaign season and be able to isolate the person that they're running against, because that person's now, with this bill, will have their hands tied greatly. Even just getting in their truck and driving down to the hardware store could be easily targeted. If they have a uniform on, they can be targeted by anybody that you've now broke the rules of this new bill. So now that gives their opponent all kinds of ability and ammunition to run for that position, which I did address the other day on seconds. They now have the ability to target them specifically. An individual can target the sheriff. If they want to run for sheriff, they can now target the sheriff that's in the office, because the sheriff that's in the office can no longer run for that office effectively under almost any circumstance. They are going to be very easily targeted, and they can have almost anything that they do according to this bill. And this is what our previous representatives have been discussing, is this makes it very difficult to just live a life as a sheriff and then also anticipate campaigning for that next position. So it would seem like it could be even just from somebody in El Paso County, that if the sheriff doesn't fit the requirements that an individual thinks, they can build a bill like this that will make it easy for them to be targeted. And then somebody else can run for their office much, much easier with all the abilities that normally anybody would have in running for a campaign, whether they be state employees, federal employees, county employees, whatever the case is. They're going to make it very difficult for the person in the office to rerun for their office. But somebody from the outside will have ability to target them and get into this office. So whoever wants to run against somebody, once the bill becomes reality, anybody that wants to run against any of our sheriffs or DAs. Now, I was looking at this and realizing there's actually a part of this that I like, because I would love to see a Republican DA in Denver. And this bill could make this possible pretty simply. As long as nobody knows they're a Democrat or Republican, this makes this very easy. Even though I like that and I would love to see a Republican DA in Denver, I still think it's dishonest. I don't think it's honest to try to hide all of this stuff and say, well, we don't want to know, because it doesn't matter whether a Democrat's going into a Republican district or a Republican is going into a Democrat district. Why are we afraid to tell them we're a Democrat or Republican? I don't try to hide that. I'm proud to be a Republican. Mostly, I'm actually more proud to be a conservative, but I'm proud to be a Republican. Why would we want a bill that would hide that? Unless there's some reason why we would want people to be, incognito going into a specific district and trying to take that election away from a really responsible individual in that district. And so this is where the next one, it says, the bill requires candidates for the offices of county of sheriff and district attorney to petition onto the ballot. So now we're not even utilizing the way our state is set up. We're trying to circumvent that. And it prevents those candidates from being nominated as a candidate for a primary process election. This also goes around our natural way that we have established this within our state. Relatedly, the bill also prevents a ballot from listing the political affiliation of candidates. Why? Why would we want to do that? Why would we want to hide this? This seems highly dishonest. Why would we want to hide this? Let me read it again. Relatedly, the bill also prevents a ballot from listing the political affiliation of candidates for the offices of county sheriff and district attorney. Now again, I would love to see a Republican district attorney in Denver. And this could make that happen. In fact, it actually would make it much easier for this to happen. But I just don't think that's the right way to do it. I think that's dishonest. Tell them who you are, tell them what you believe, and then stand on that. Don't be afraid that somebody would actually know what your intent is, even in the designing of the bill. Don't be afraid of that. It says listing the political affiliation of candidates for the offices of county sheriff and district attorney, and excludes county sheriffs and district attorneys from party committees. Lastly, the bill prohibits county sheriff's offices employees from participating in specific political activities. Now, I'll just give you a little behind the scenes that happened with this. After we discussed this other day, the representative, the sponsor of the bill, actually got up in my face and confronted me in a very inappropriate manner. No, it actually happened.
I'm not disputing the facts. I'm telling you that we're here to talk about the bill. If you'd like to have a conversation offline with the sponsor, you're welcome to do that. Please stick to the bill.
Yeah. So, something along the lines in the process of this was, are you going to look me in the eyes? So here's what I would suggest in voting on this. I would say to the sponsor of the bill, if everything that I'm saying here is not true, then look the people in the eyes and say that.
Representative Bottoms. Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I follow decorum and would never impugn anyone's motives, but I do believe the rules say nothing about competence. There was nothing in the bill anymore with regards to nonpartisan elections. There is nothing in the bill anymore with regards to education. So I think you need to take that into account when you're considering some of these attacks on it in terms of who actually reads the bills, understands what's in them, and makes an effort to do what's right for their constituents. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I'm also going to ask for a no on this bill. This bill is setting up the opportunity to play political warfare. We've all heard that you can indict a ham sandwich, and it is true, and this furthers that idea. It starts just with the first definitions as even the appearance of partisan activities in the conduct of law enforcement underlines the trust and confidence in law enforcement. So if I'm jogging down the street in my Hillary Speedos and I give a thumbs up to the sheriff as I pass him by, or the sheriff gives me a thumbs up as I pass him by, I can interpret that as the appearance of a partisan activity. His thumbs up probably means he supports me in my Speedos with Hillary on them. This bill also says that this is while the sheriff is in uniform or using government property. And we've heard from my colleagues in rural Colorado about having to use government property or personal property while on duty. In fact, we even asked for just the word automobile to be removed because in rural Colorado, many of these people use their personal automobiles, or a lot of times in a community neighboring mine, in this case it's the chief, but it could be a sheriff in smaller communities. His vehicle is the patrol vehicle. He is always in his patrol vehicle. Whether he's swinging by the store to pick up diapers, whether he's, running to an emergency, the patrol vehicle is his method of transportation. To continue on, as I mentioned earlier, in section 1.6, any person may file an affidavit with the district attorney stating the name of any person who has violated this section and stating the facts that constitute the alleged offense. That's kind of contradictory because it says stating stating the name of any person who has violated this section, and then it goes on to say that constitute the alleged offense. So we're saying that somebody actually did this, but we're not sure. The district attorney shall prosecute. So there is no choice. There is no balance. It is just anybody in your community that does not like your politics can file a complaint, and we don't care. And you know what's going to happen is this is going to, the next step, I assume, as soon as next year, this will apply to other elected officials.
Let's stick to this bill, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, or Speaker Pro Tem. This bill is very partisan in nature. It does not bring up specific partisan politics, but it is very partisan in nature, and that is the idea, is to be able to attack elected officials in your community so that you can have them removed. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Luck? Representative Armagast?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to speak in opposition to this bill as well. And having worked for a sheriff's office for 10 years and seeing an election inside of a sheriff's office as a county position, and it is a partisan position. And you commonly will find individuals from within the department that will run against each other and from different political parties or sometimes even the same. And they will have employees at their campaign events that would stand behind their sheriff candidate, not in uniform, but still on duty because as a post-certified peace officer, you were on duty 24/7, 365. So this bill would be dangerous to those people that are supporting their sheriff's candidate that are looking to better their agency in this way or that, and those people can speak on their behalf as representatives of them to show their support for their values and things that they look for and would hope for in a sheriff, as well as just a good leader. Because in those agencies, it's nice to have somebody that can represent both of the policies of the office, but also be a good law enforcement officer and a good model for law enforcement, as well as the overall rule of a county. So having that partisanship is necessary, as well as it is having supporters from within your own agency, because that is something that shows credibility when you're going around campaigning to run for office. If the people that are going to serve underneath the sheriff don't like the sheriff or don't like the person running for that office, they're probably not going to stand behind them unified to get them help get them elected or see that they get elected. So with this, you need that. Not just the partisanship, that's what the people in the county are voting for. The majority are going to vote for the majority candidate, the majority favored candidate. So with that, we need to have those people that can stand behind somebody that is their ideal law enforcement officer and their ideal leader for their county inside of an agency need to be able to stand behind them as well. And again, that is not something that any agency will allow their employees to do in uniform. However, it is something that is up to the agency to come up with a punitive action. That's not for the state to decide what each county is going to be doing as far as their employees' policies. So not allowing an employee to stand behind a candidate that is running for a very, very important position in their county is pretty detrimental to that county. Not only for the leader that's potentially getting elected, but for the agency and the employees that work for that leader. So I would strongly urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I, too, am rising in opposition to this bill. And I'd like to tell you why. I think I've shared my experience with you all enough to know that I have some experience in county government. I have some previous experience as a county elected official. And a couple of things strike me with what is left of this bill, and that is that it really concentrates on the county sheriff. The first part of this bill, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires, employee of the county sheriff's office means any employee of the county sheriff's office, including the county sheriff and deputy sheriffs. Well, what about the rest of the elected officials? What about the rest of the county employees? What about municipal employees? What about, heck, the county coroner, the county assessor? I feel like this bill just singles out one specific office and applies specific limitations that already exist in every one of our 64 counties' policy manuals and with state election campaign finance laws. This is unnecessary statute. I mean, heck, you know, I look at the volumes and volumes and volumes of statute books that line every office of ours, that line the walls here. God knows how many trees we kill publishing these books year after year after year. And filling one more of those books with statute that is candidly unnecessary is not a good use. It's not what we're here for. So I would like to urge you all to vote no. Save the trees, please. And vote no on this particular bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have family members, friends, and neighbors who are subject to the Federal Hatch Act, and a number of them refuse to engage in any political activity, not because they can't, but because they're so concerned about running afoul of the rules that they don't. And for many of us in the rural communities, political activity is really one of the primary ways of engaging in community. Political activity, church attendance, those are probably the dominant activities outside of your 4-H and agricultural cattlemen's associations for regular engagement with your neighbors. My concern about this bill is what it will do to impact community building between law enforcement and the general public. Because if law enforcement is concerned about running afoul of any specific provision, they've heard through the grapevine, they've gone through, an hour training once a year, and it gets muddled in their mind as the year progresses as to what can I do and what can't I do, and can I attend this, can I not attend this, that they will just disengage. And then the opportunity for those individuals to build relationship and rapport outside of a law enforcement context with the people that they would otherwise desire to protect and serve would be hindered. I don't think that advances our goal or our desire to see communities strong and united. I can appreciate the bill sponsor's desire, what I assume. So if the desire, let's say it this way, if the desire of the bill sponsor was to ensure that there was no undue influence placed on the public because of the position of authority that a law enforcement officer has, and the putting the thumb on the scale because people might feel intimidated, I can appreciate where that is headed. But we have gone over 100 years in this state, almost 150 in this state, without having a need for this particular bill. And I didn't hear anything here, and perhaps maybe in committee it was heard, but I didn't hear anything here that suggests that there is some sort of egregious action that's being responded to in placing this, that we can point to situation after situation after situation wherein our local sheriff's office are actually tipping those scales. But I can point to you activities where my local sheriff's department comes in uniform and out of uniform, where political booths are present, community activities are engaging in conversations around social issues and political issues, whether they are state, federal, but more often locally focused. And they build rapport. I just find that that would be very unfortunate that we would in any way hinder that opportunity. The other thing that I would want to say is that grace is important. A prior representative from Colorado Springs read the bill summary of the engrossed version, which is the current version which we are voting on. I can't speak to his motivation or knowledge, but perhaps the fact that we look at right now have over 511 pieces of business on our docket, that some grace can be applied that he read just the summary and not the fullness of the pages in making his remarks. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being in judiciary, hearing this bill, I was deeply concerned with a few things. For about 5 years of my life being the chairman of the party, I noticed that a lot of people are voting party lines typically because of their principles and their values behind the letter on a ballot. My concern with this is that we're going to alienate and cause voter suppression, very simply put, because some people that are too busy with their regular lives, what they're going to end up doing is not see what person that they're going to be able to vote for, and it's going to create muddy waters. I would understand this if we were going to standardize this across the county, and if we had to make the treasurer, the county assessor, everybody accountable to the same rule, I would be in support. But I rise in opposition today for logical voter suppression reasons, and I hope you would join me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, I want to talk to you about what my concerns are that I'm reading into this bill at this point. When I go out to the rural part of the county or the state, where some of my counties exhibit, you talk about uniform. I interact with law enforcement out there, and their uniform is blue jeans, a plaid shirt, and a badge, and usually a gun on their hip. And, it's a very delicate situation when you're in a rural community, and that's the way you function as the local law enforcement. And so could they be in a position where they forgot to take their badge off, or do you want them continually putting their badge on and off? Or by the mere fact they got their gun and that's what represents that they're the sheriff in town, and they forget to take off their equipment? And then when we talk about dismissal, a civil fine of $1,000, and it could lead to dismissal for a violation that simply could be inadvertently. You could make a mistake. Do you know what happens to a law enforcement officer when you dismiss them? You destroyed their career. Now, do we really, really need to have this kind of approach from the state government down to the local sheriff's department who sets policy, who manages their own employees? We got to tell them how to do it. And then I read through this bill, and actually, I'm going to be honest with you, the bill is insulting. It implies that our law enforcement officers are out there, the old joke in the old days when, you got a speeding ticket and they pulled you over, and, if you bought a ticket to the policeman's ball, you got let loose. That's how this bill reads. Now, I have a degree in criminal justice. I spent the early part of my career in law enforcement, or interacting with law enforcement from all levels, from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department all the way down to Adams County, Illinois, a pretty rural sheriff's department. I've never, ever seen this practice. This is something that you see on TV in Mayberry, USA. This isn't something that our professional law enforcement officers should have hung around their neck. this embarrassing bill, making it look like they're out there twisting people's arms for political purposes. I'm not buying it. And I'm not willing for somebody to inadvertently make a mistake and lose their career over something as foolish as this. Now, this bill was pretty broad when it got started, and now it's boiled down to this? I asked for a no vote on this bill. Show some respect to your local law enforcement. They'll be there when you need them.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciate your professionalism in overseeing these debates.
Thank you.
Weinberg. Unlike my colleague, I don't really care about the paper part. I think it's a great way to sequester carbon, and I'm told that we have to do that at an incredible rate, and this would be a 1-to-1. So go ahead. I used to recycle, but now I'm done with that. There are some value statements that were made. Reads, understands, and do what is right. That would imply that voting against this bill is not doing what is right. That would be impugning, I think, because those are value statements. I'm going to be against this bill. I am against this bill, and I think it's for the right reasons. We have very different philosophies on the left and the right side of this building, of this room. We have the idea between what is specifically allowed, what is not specifically allowed is forbidden, and what is not allowed is, what is not forbidden is allowed, and those are very different. What this bill goes towards is what is not specifically allowed is forbidden. And that is a micromanaging way to legislate that usurps the individual sovereignty of the people. Let's see, I'll start with the first part of this. This talks about partisan, and partisan is a shorthand for value. The values on the left and the values on the right. And we're continually. But this body is supposed to represent all of Colorado, so technically everybody, once they're elected, should be nonpartisan. In this room, everyone should be nonpartisan because you represent all of Colorado. This body is supposed to be nonpartisan, yet a trip through the parking lot, which is an officially sanctioned
Representative DeGraff, to the bill, please.
Well, I am, ma'am. I'm speaking to the partisan nature, and the partisan nature of this what should be a nonpartisan body. There's bumper stickers, there's full-up decorated vans with partisan values. This room operates on partisan values, just like everybody knows on this side not to pay attention to me right now because it doesn't matter because I am identified by an R.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that the body is quiet and respectful in this moment. Please,
okay.
Please speak accordingly in addressing all members.
Thank you, ma'am. Here's my concern. Some of my concerns. If it can be weaponized, it will be weaponized. This bill can be weaponized. This bill will be weaponized. I'm a big fan of the caucus and assembly process here in this state because it puts the individual as sovereign and puts government in a supporting role. The petition process is a great pressure relief valve for the caucus and assembly process if that becomes corrupt, but it too has its gatekeepers, and it limits the avenue for that, and it lends to a process that is driven by money. That limits who can access. If you can only access the petition, if you can only access the ballot by either paying to get on or going door to door, that limits the access. So I don't want to see that limited on a sheriff candidate. Another thing, we're calling this the mini Colorado version of the Hatch Act. Well, the Hatch Act is for federal unelected employees. So we're going to apply a federal unelected employees provisions to a position that is elected. So we have these two different things. It's specifically for unelected employees, and we're going to apply it to elected employees. And like my colleague said earlier, well, you have a coroner who runs on a Republican or Democrat or independent unaffiliated ticket, and you have city council. You have all of these positions. Why are we limiting it to this? I don't think we should. Now, law enforcement should be nonpartisan, but so should lawmaking. This goes to even the appearance of partisan activity. Even the appearance of partisan activity in the conduct of law enforcement. Can anybody define what even the appearance means? And I challenge you, and I'd say no. Nobody can define what even the appearance means, but we are going to put this into law and codify it, and we're going to set it loose on our law enforcement that are already beleaguered, and anybody that has an axe to grind with them will have the means to do so with this bill. This requires an employee of the sheriff's office. This means the county sheriff, while the sheriff is in uniform or using government property, and we've already talked about that, or any employee of the county sheriff's employee, including other deputies. So it's not just the sheriff's deputies, it's any employee. It's any employee that is now tied into this. So what's the limitation of even the appearance of any employee? So it is not just the sheriff, it's any employee of the sheriff. So it's very specific on the sheriff's office. Now, coming from a small town, Colorado Springs isn't such a small town, but it's not too unlike that, but the sheriff is a title. I think you turn in your Mr., Miss, Mrs., whatever your title is, and then you become sheriff, and that's how you're identified. And if somebody endorses somebody else, if somebody says something, it's Sheriff so-and-so says this, Sheriff so-and-so says that, and you're taking that away. Use the official's official position. Now, is that title, which they gained by being elected, which doesn't apply through the Hatch Act, now their title, doctor, honorable, all of those things, now that becomes a partisan activity. Cannot use the employee's official position to reflect an employee's personal or political feelings. So if a sheriff identifies himself as Sheriff so-and-so, and they feel a certain way about criminals, that maybe they should remain locked up, that could be construed as a political activity. Display any political advertising or paraphernalia on the employee's body or automobile. So let's go back. So on the employee's body or the employee's automobile. This is under E, A, B, C, D, E, 3E, an employee of the county, an employee, so let's read this one specifically, an employee of the county sheriff's office shall not display any political advertising or paraphernalia on the employee's body or the employee's automobile while on duty or in uniform. So they could be, and when is the sheriff on duty? Well, the sheriff is pretty much on duty all the time. They're either on duty or on reserve, unless you want to call them up and they don't come. What about the patrol vehicle sitting in the driveway? What about the patrol vehicle sitting in the driveway next to a campaign sign? Is that a problem? Now you have the patrol vehicle, but that patrol vehicle is in the driveway of somebody, of a sheriff, exercising their freedom of speech, their First Amendment. It's sitting within feet of in their front yard of a campaign sign that is legitimately there based on the First Amendment, but now, let's see, we could go back here and we could say even the appearance of partisan activity in the conduct of law enforcement. Any person may file an affidavit. So let's say I was in a nonpartisan position and somebody had a red sticker on their lapel.
Representative DeGraff?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Thank you. It drives an investigation. It causes an investigation to happen. It doesn't matter how frivolous it is, it causes an investigation to happen. And the DA shall promptly investigate. So the DA has to promptly investigate and then determine if there are reasonable grounds. The DA can't just say, I don't think there's reasonable grounds to do this. The DA has to do a full investigation to see if there's reasonable violation. For finding a violation appear, then the district attorney shall prosecute the violator. So now, not only do you have the axe to grind with the sheriff, the beleaguered law enforcement that we say we support and then undercut, now we're going to put an investigation on them continually by anybody that has an axe to grind with the sheriff. And because
Representative
if it can
DeGraff,
be
your time
weaponized-
has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If it can be weaponized, it will be weaponized. This bill will be weaponized.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor and a pleasure to serve with you this afternoon. I like your smile.
It is an honor and pleasure to serve with you. Thank you.
Hey, we're all going strong here today. We had committees this morning, and I was looking at this bill. And if you'll indulge me for a minute, I've got the engrossed version here, dated on March 23rd. And just first paragraph in the summary, it says, this bill requires a county sheriff in a county with a population of 25,000 or more to possess a bachelor's degree or higher in criminal justice or related field. I'm a retired Army officer, spent 26 years in the Army. I did a lot of federal work, investigations, law enforcement. Upon my retirement, I had several opportunities to work with a variety of federal agencies. What is interesting is my undergraduate degree is in biology with a minor in chemistry, and my master's is in administration. Nothing about criminal justice, nothing about law, nothing about anything in those related fields at all. Yet, I served in the military as a federal agent, and I had the opportunity upon retirement to continue working as a federal agent with a variety of federal agencies. That's a lot of federal. So here at a county level, it's an elected position. One would assume that it's a little stiffer requirements to get into a federal agency than it is to run for office. There's 65 of us, give or take, in this room, that all ran for office. We all have very, very different backgrounds, and we have different political philosophies. Was there a requirement when you filled out your application with the Secretary of State that said you had to have a certain degree or a certain education to run as a candidate? Yeah, rhetorical question, I know, but that simple answer is no. And yet we ran and we won. We got elected because the people wanted us to represent them from our districts. Let me ask you, is a county sheriff any different? Is a county official any different? I don't think so. Do they need to have specific educational requirements? We sure didn't. We ran. We convinced people to elect us. I mean, maybe we're pretty good at sales. We could always do that when we get done, but there was no specific requirements. So why in this bill are we specifying that you must have at least a bachelor's in criminal justice or a related field? Does it help? Sure, it might help. Would it help all of us if we had a degree in political science? Maybe. Then again, maybe not. I don't know. Might confuse our mind and make things even worse. So I see a few like I do. I don't. But yet we all got elected here, so some of us do and some of us don't. That's the beauty of our system. It's the elections, it's the campaign, it's the partisan politics. It gets to be a lot of fun. We get to have discussions, debates. Sometimes we get upset, sometimes we laugh. That's the whole purpose of partisan politics. It is to convince the people that we are striving to represent that we can do a better job than someone else. Now, if you're going to be a surgeon like my wife, you want to have a medical degree. Nobody would want me operating on them. I can do some emergency trauma, stop the blood, but yeah, not so much in surgery. So yeah, you want to have a specific degree in that, but not in law enforcement, not to be an elected official, and not to be anybody else in that body. I don't see why we would want to do that. Then we flip it over to the second page that says, the bill requires candidates for the offices of the county sheriff and district attorney to petition onto the ballot and prevents those candidates from being nominated as a candidate for a primary process election. Why? There's two viable systems in the state of Colorado that allows us to get on: the assembly and the petition process. It exists. Why are we changing that? It's for a sheriff. Why for a sheriff and district attorney? What's wrong with the system we have now? Do you all want to change how we got elected? Do you want to change with what we do? Then why are we going to impose that on someone else? Is this not supposed to be the election of the people, by the people, and for the people? Then we should have the right to campaign whoever and whatever we are, with whatever background we have, to convince the people to elect us. It might be helpful to have a sales pitch, but that's the beauty of politics, not criminal justice. And I promise you, my degree in biology and chemistry does absolutely nothing. It helps a little bit on healthcare and insurance, but not so much. I don't think we should put limitations like this on people. Certainly not ones that are running for elected office in Colorado or the United States of America. That's the fun part of the process. Let the people decide. Let the best candidate get out there and win. They can have a degree in criminal justice. They can have a PhD in history. I don't care. I want to see them on the debate. I want to see their ideas and hear from them. For all of that and the beauty of what we do in this chamber, I urge you to vote no on this bill and let anyone run for a sheriff that so chooses. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's one more point I'd like to bring to you in representing my district. I mean, we've seen a decline in individuals entering law enforcement. With some of the recent events, we've also seen a decline in people entering law enforcement by some laws that have been passed. And we know that there's staffing issues in the urban centers. We're seeing that with law enforcement, not being able to fill positions. And you know how hard it is to recruit people to rural Colorado. It's really tough to get people out there. And I truly think that with having a hard time of getting people out to rural Colorado to fill these positions, this bill would exacerbate that. Getting people in the field in the first place is tough. Getting them to stay in the field is tough. They're leaving the field. And then for rural Colorado, if you all are having a problem here in the urban center, it's going to be even tougher for us to get people to either run for sheriff or try to take these jobs. So I would just ask you to consider that as well on behalf of my district and rural Colorado. So thank you again. I urge a no vote.
Representative Bockenfeld. You have 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me read a few sentences here to you, if I can. Protect the rights of the individual. Protect the free enterprise system. Reduce government to the lowest practical level. Practice fiscal responsibility. I know for many in the room, those words don't mean a whole lot. But let me tell you what they do mean. Those are the basic tenets of the Republican Party platform.
Representative Bockenfeld,
Yes,
please. Please proceed.
Thank you. I will connect the dots here, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to.
Thank you.
Now, why is that concerning? If I'm a law enforcement officer in a sheriff's department and I take those 4 sentences together or individually. Can someone complain that I'm being political? You have a section in this bill under D, and I'll read it to you. Use the employee's official position to reflect the employee's personal political feelings as those of the county sheriff's department. Or use the employee's official position to exert any pressure on anyone to influence that person's political views. If I am a sheriff's deputy and I choose the wrong words on the street, can someone file a complaint against me for being political? Influencing my political views on them? If I talk about protecting the rights of the individual, protecting the free enterprise system, reducing government to the lowest practical level, and practicing fiscal responsibility, can they claim that I'm being political because those are the tenets of the Republican Party platform? If so, it could cost me $1,000. And believe me, a number of these low-level deputies can't afford $1,000. And worse yet, it could cost them their job. The way this bill's written, they can be dismissed. This bill is not ready for prime time. You've heard me say that before. Please respect your law enforcement officers and vote no on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I want to hurry and get to the vote, and thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
In the legal field, we have something called head note lawyers, people who only read the summaries at the beginning and don't read the entire bill. For those of you who have read the entire bill and understand what's going on, I think you can take that in context to many of the comments we've heard today and vote appropriately yes for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld, you have had 2 times at the well. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker?
You have had 2 times at the well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1206 on 3rd reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative English, that'll be a $7 fine. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 31 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1206 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the third reading calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the third reading calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 93 until Monday, March 27th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 93 will be laid over until Monday, March 27th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders at 2:07 p.m. Senate Bill 168, Senate Bill 170, 170, and Senate Bill 169.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 2:07 p.m. Sorry. Representative Froelich. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Froelich will take the chair.
Yep.
And then, but skip all the parts where you talk about what the bill doesn't do.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading the bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 168.
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Jaquez Lewis and Colker, also Representatives Mabry and Parenti, concerning gun violence victims' access to the judicial system.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 168 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Yeah. Members, we made 2 amendments in committee. One was to clarify that judges have discretion in how they are awarding damages in this bill. And then another one was to clarify that there is a 2-part hurdle that plaintiffs must clear before there would be a presumption of proximate cause. And that's all of the amendments.
So we ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am pleased to stand here with my co-prime sponsor in presenting Senate Bill 168. This bill is about basic fairness. A basic feature of American law is that victims can seek redress in court from wrongdoers. However, in the year 2000, the Colorado legislature effectively shut the courtroom doors on victims of gun violence and passed a law granting broad immunity from liability to gun manufacturers and gun dealers. That's not fair. Colorado is one of only 3 states, including Arkansas and Indiana, that have these sort of extreme anti-victim laws in place. These laws punish victims and their families if they take bad actors in the gun industry to civil court. And we're trying to fix that. What the 2000 law means is that many valid cases against the gun industry are dismissed before evidence of wrongdoing is even considered. In the wake of the Aurora shooting, there was a family whose daughter was killed. The parents sued the companies that sold the shooter thousands of rounds of ammunition, as well as a 100-round ammunition magazine that he used to kill 11 people. This lawsuit against an online retailer named Lucky Gunner claimed that the internet businesses' practices did not provide reasonable safeguards to prevent potentially dangerous individuals from obtaining weapons. This family did not seek monetary damages. They simply wanted an injunction or a settlement under which Lucky Gunner would be required to implement reasonable controls. Their case was dismissed, and under the Colorado law that we're seeking to repeal today, they were ordered to pay attorney's fees. They were ordered to pay the company more than $200,000 in legal fees. They lost their home. And again, they were not seeking monetary compensation in their initial litigation. Civil litigation is an important tool to incentivize industry actors to act responsibly, to take steps to prevent negligent and criminal use of their products, and to improve product safety. There's a federal law that also bans most civil lawsuits, and the law that we're bringing before you today actually fits within the scope of what is allowable under that federal law. But before that federal law was passed, Many civil lawsuits were brought against the gun industry to successfully secure the adoption of new safety measures and other best practices. In the year 2000, Smith & Wesson agreed to adopt additional safety practices like selling safety devices with each handgun and establishing a code of conduct for authorized dealers. The company did this as part of a settlement that ended several lawsuits. This was before the federal law that mirrors the Colorado law was passed. So we're trying to open the door to allow causes of action like that again. This federal law and Colorado's expanded version afford the gun industry with much broader immunity than other consumer product industries. Civil litigation in other industries has resulted in safety improvements for potentially dangerous products. We all know that lawsuits against the tobacco industry resulted in sweeping changes in the way these products were marketed. Lawsuits against car manufacturers have been a crucial element of ongoing efforts to enhance the safety of motor vehicles. Now, I want to focus on this part for a minute because we heard in committee, and I anticipate today we're going to hear a lot about the car manufacturers. We're going to hear a lot about car dealers. Members might come to the well. People may come to the well and say, okay, well, if we're going to bring this sort of legislation against gun manufacturers, then why would we not hold car dealers responsible for drunk driving? Our laws already do. Our laws already hold car dealers responsible for things like drunk driving. If you went to purchase a car and you were drunk, and that would create a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur, you could be held liable. You could already be held liable. So this is mirroring existing negligent laws. This is applying existing tort laws to the gun industry. This bill does not restrict anybody's ability to access firearms. This is focused on corporate accountability for those who deal uniquely dangerous products. I want to be clear here. Guns are different than other products. They are different than other products, and the law recognizes that when you're operating and you're marketing and you're selling uniquely dangerous products, there's that elevated standard of care. This is one of the things you learn in the first year of law school. There is an elevated standard of care when you are dealing with products that are uniquely dangerous. And what we're doing is we're taking away the immunity that prevents Coloradans from accessing this well-established path to seek redress. Again, this is about access to justice for Coloradans who have substantial justification to bring lawsuits. This legislation will not open the floodgates to frivolous lawsuits. Colorado already has incredibly strong laws to penalize and deter people who bring lawsuits that lack substantial justification. Those laws will still be in effect after we pass this law. If a plaintiff does not have a substantial justification to bring their case, they're subject to paying attorney's fees, they're subject to getting their cases dismissed. We also have very strong joint and several liability laws in Colorado that mandate that damages can only be granted according to the portion of fault that can be attributable to the person that is being sued. It is highly, highly, highly unlikely that any Colorado court is going to say that anybody operating in this space is fully at fault. Again, this is in accordance with existing tort law. The burden is going to be on plaintiffs to show that the actors in the gun space knowingly violated the provisions of this law, and that as a result of their knowing violation of this law, that harm was foreseeable, and then that harm occurred. Okay, so this bill specifically outlines a code of conduct that members of the gun industry are supposed to follow. And we heard a lot about this in committee. We heard a lot about the code of conduct, gun dealers, small gun dealers came into testify, and they had mentioned that, hey, I do background checks. I have a hotline that I can call to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. Then they're complying with this law. They're complying with this law. This creates a reasonableness standard. Reasonableness standards are interpreted by courts to be reflective of the common behavior that is happening by other industry member actors, right? So if you're already doing the background checks, if you're already doing everything in your power to prevent reasonably foreseeable mishaps like guns getting in the hands of criminals, I would argue that making a background check is that reasonable control, then you have nothing to worry about. And the gun manufacturers and the gun dealers who came to testify indeed outlined that they're already following a reasonable standard of conduct. So this law wouldn't apply to them. I also want to note that this sort of law exists in several other states. Notably, California has passed a more sweeping version of this legislation, and after that legislation had passed, the stock prices of major gun manufacturers did not go down. It did not plummet. Stock prices have been going up. The gun industry is still quite profitable. California represents 10% of this country's consumers, and they have a far more sweeping bill, far more sweeping bill than this one. So again, this bill is about empowering Coloradans who do have substantial justification to bring cases. Our laws already deter and penalize people who lack substantial justification. This law changes current law that limits civil actions against manufacturers and dealers of firearms and establishes a clear code of reasonable conduct for businesses engaged in firearm industry commerce. Now, I touched on this code of conduct. I want to get a little bit more in detail. This code of conduct requires firearm industry members to implement reasonable controls designed to prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm or firearm-related product to a straw purchaser, to a firearm trafficker, to a person prohibited from possession of a firearm under state or federal law. You know what would be reasonable controls to meet those standards? Background checks. Background checks. You're already required to do background checks under the law. If you're doing background checks, you're fine. A reasonable person in the firearm industry, you're supposed to take reasonable steps to prevent a person who you have reasonable cause to believe is at substantial risk of using a firearm-related product to harm themselves or unlawfully harm another. Now, I actually believe that this provision of the law is analogous to some of the conversations that we have had in this chamber. Our colleague from Boulder mentions the experience of her son who was having a mental health crisis. And while I don't remember the full details, I do remember that our colleague from Boulder had a conversation with a firearms dealer in which they had found out that her son was going to purchase a firearm. If she had communicated to the firearm dealer to not sell the gun to this individual, to her son, because there was fear that harm would occur, now that's the sort of thing. That is the sort of thing that would open liability. That is where there's a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur. The plaintiffs have to prove all of that. The plaintiffs have to prove all of that. The burden of proof here is on the plaintiffs. New York has a law quite like the one that we're passing here today. Again, it's more expansive. There have only been 5 cases brought under that law since it was passed. And again, this code of conduct only comes into play if harm occurs and if it was reasonably foreseeable that the harm would occur under the circumstances, the facts as the gun dealer or gun manufacturer had them. This is an incredibly high bar for plaintiffs to reach, but this approach opens the courtroom doors so that victims can seek fair justice and compensation in court if they were proved that they were harmed, in part, as a result of the gun industry's knowing violation of the reasonable conduct standard. So other states that have passed this legislation, again, have not seen a large wave of lawsuits. Gun corporations in those states and across the country have continued to operate as successfully as before. Colorado's firearm immunity laws were enacted to close the courtroom doors, to scare our neighbors away from a system that exists to deliver accountability. This legislation creates a new mechanism of enforcement for other gun violence prevention measures. It will disincentivize the most egregiously irresponsible industry business practices and ensure that the gun industry is incentivized to seek proactive solutions that will promote life and safety in Colorado. Now, members, before I pass it to my co-prime sponsor here, I also want to address some of the hypotheticals that were brought up in committee. So on page 4 of this legislation, between lines 19 and 25, this legislation, there are the definitions, and it says, you are a covered firearm industry member if you are involved in the sale, distribution, manufacture, marketing of a firearm industry product. Firearm industry products include devices that are marketed and sold to the public that are designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction of the firearm. If that device is reasonably designed or intended to increase a firearm's rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or destructive capacity. So in committee, there was a lot of attention paid to this. People brought up a flashlight being taped to the gun, or I heard a holster, a flashlight, 2 sticks taped together. All of these things could be covered under this. Now, I just want to flag 2 things. They would not be covered under this if you could prove that they were not designed or intended to increase a firearm's rate of fire. A flashlight was not designed or intended to increase a firearm's rate of fire. It was designed to help people see. So that would not be covered. 2 sticks taped together. That's not something that is covered. So that's the first point I want to make about this. The second point that I want to make about this is so we have concealment here, right? So we can say that a holster, I will fully acknowledge a holster was reasonably designed to lead to the concealment of a weapon. Or our colleague from Delta County had mentioned a scope. Those who are involved in the manufacture, marketing, sale of a holster or a scope are not going to be held liable under this law unless a plaintiff can prove that their practices were directly linked with a harm that occurred, that it was reasonably foreseeable that the specific person they sold a holster to was going to use that specific holster in a way that would harm somebody. That is an incredibly difficult thing to prove. And I don't know if folks are looking at me, but I see some confused faces in the audience. That's how judges are going to be reacting if somebody tries to bring this sort of a case. And then the plaintiffs are going to be subject to Colorado's anti-frivolous lawsuit claims. And so these hypotheticals that we're going to go down, are not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We have strong anti-tort provisions in Colorado. You're going to be kicked out of court quick. You're not going to be able to find an attorney who's going to be willing to take on one of these cases if you're trying to take on a case about 2 sticks tied together or a flashlight. And so with that, I would like to pass it to my co-prime sponsor for now.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I want to reiterate what some of the things that my co-prime sponsor has said. I see this bill first and foremost as a consumer protection bill. It's deeply entrenched in the idea that we are all responsible for our behavior and may be held accountable when our actions cause harm to others. I would like to think that this is not a radical notion for any of us. We all want to ensure that individuals, businesses, and other entities who live and reside and operate in our state are doing so responsibly and with the best interests of the public in mind. So in that spirit, I want to address some of the misconceptions that we are hearing about this bill. This bill will not assign automatic liability to the firearms industry for an act of gun violence. Rather, it only lifts the current immunity that they uniquely enjoy among all other industries that operate in our state. Let's think about that. They uniquely enjoy an immunity from liability among all other industries that operate in our state. This bill will not open the door for a multitude of frivolous lawsuits to be filed in our state against the firearms industry. As my co-prime sponsor already explained, Colorado has some of the most stringent tort law standards in the country. It is very difficult to make a legal claim for damages in Colorado, and none of those existing standards are impacted by this bill. This bill will not put a different set of standards on the firearm industry as compared to other industries. A common analogy we hear is we don't sue brewers or car manufacturers for drunk driving incidents, but the fact remains that we could, if there was evidence to suggest that they were marketing or selling their product in a way that encouraged drunk driving. And the fact that they have not been sued, despite the prevalence of drunk driving in our state, is compelling evidence that our existing standards against frivolous lawsuits are working. In the converse, I would offer another analogy. We do hold bartenders responsible when they overserve a customer who is then immediately involved in a drunk driving accident. I would offer that a similar standard should be in place for firearms dealers in our state. That if they sell a weapon to a person in an obvious state of mental distress or whom they know intends to do harm, which again is a fact that would have to be proven in court, that they should be held to a similar standard of responsible sale for their product. Other criticisms we have heard are that some of the language is too vague, that terms like reasonable are too open to interpretation, but the reasonableness standard is well entrenched in Colorado law. I did a simple search of our Colorado revised statutes online and saw that we apply the reasonable test to over 4,000 separate pieces of statute. It appears throughout the Uniform Commercial Code and other operating guidelines for businesses in our state. We regularly write into law concepts like reasonable utility rates, reasonable response times, reasonable fees, reasonable accommodation, and so on and so on and so on. We've also heard some rather apocalyptic claims that this bill is going to destroy the firearms industry by making any manufacturer of any product that gets used in a gun crime liable for damages. This is not true. First, the product must have been designed or intended to be used in conjunction with a firearm or to manufacture or produce a firearm. Second, there must be a knowing violation of the standards set out in this bill. Third, harm must have occurred as a result of that violation. And then there has to be a reasonably foreseeable risk that that violation would result in harm. Colleagues, that is an exceptionally high standard to have to prove before the court. Because remember, it's not the firearms industry that would have to prove that they didn't, it's the plaintiff that would have to prove that they did. Should we keep going? So let's go into those questions a little bit more. How does Colorado's gun industry immunity law compare to the federal gun industry immunity law? Colorado's law is uniquely extreme and a giveaway to companies that are already immune from many meritorious victim lawsuits under federal law. The Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, which is the piece of federal law that we are writing this bill in companion to, provides for broad immunity for the firearms industry from civil liability. But Colorado's industry immunity law is far more extreme and absolute than even the federal immunity. First, Colorado's law shuts the courtroom doors on many victim lawsuits that federal law would otherwise allow. In fact, we have 2 people who have been victim of the Colorado law in the House chamber with us today. The federal industry immunity law still provides multiple exceptions that allow victim lawsuits to proceed to trial if, for instance, victims can show they were directly harmed by a gun industry member's knowing violation of laws applicable to the sale or marketing of firearms, or cases involving wrongful negligent entrustment of a weapon to someone the industry reasonably should have known would use the weapon illegally. Again, all concepts that must be proven by the plaintiff. But Colorado's law shuts down many of these lawsuits, even though the federal law would otherwise allow them to proceed. But Colorado's law doesn't stop there. It requires courts not only to dismiss these victims' cases, but includes other provisions that require courts to punish victims who try to have their harm redressed in court by making them pay for the industry's inflated legal bills. Only 2 other states have these punitive measures written into law. In other words, victims of gun violence have far more rights under federal law and in nearly every other state of our union than in Colorado. One of the other questions, will this law result in small businesses being shut down or going bankrupt? Colorado's current anti-victim law is very strong and protects industry from frivolous lawsuits. Businesses selling nearly any other type of product operate successfully and more responsibly without the exemptions that Colorado law provides to the weapons industry. There's a reason that Colorado law doesn't provide these same exemptions from accountability to other industries. They're unfair, they're unsafe, because they incentivize or at least fail to discourage dangerous and irresponsible corporate behavior. Will this law result in excessive lawsuits? I think we've discussed this at length. But who will the legislation apply to? This legislation would establish a firearm industry standard of responsible conduct for businesses engaged in firearm industry commerce, like manufacturers, retailers, and importers. This standard of conduct would ensure that these industry members are not exempt from Colorado's general consumer safety, false advertising, and fair business practice laws. It would also require industry members engaged in firearm industry commerce in Colorado to take modest, reasonable precautions to prevent gun trafficking and other preventable harms. Finally, this legislation would ensure that victims harmed by an industry member's violation of that standard of conduct can have their day in court and seek to prove, like victims of any other industry, that the gun industry member's misconduct caused them harm. This would apply to misconduct that occurs after this legislation would go into effect.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was a tough day today with thousands of students and parents and teachers here, speaking to the need for gun violence prevention. I spoke to scores of students, some as young as 8, through high school. I spoke to a mother who had lost her dear child to a shooting, and a sister. So I'd like to read some of their concerns for the House.
Representative Hamrick, make sure this is to the bill.
Right, yes, to the bill, yes. So I live in in elementary school. The student lived in a sketchy neighborhood where I attended preschool and elementary school. I spent the majority of my time there hiding under tables with my classmates rather than learning. There's been deaths and bodies found at my elementary school. I was exposed to that at a young age. So much police activity in the area. In middle school, 8th grade, I remember feeling waves of anxiety as it was reported that a girl was going to different schools trying to shoot them up. They canceled school the very next day. So many kids reported various threats that students would make about shooting the school. School was just scary that day. Students have expressed to me that they are scared for their friends' safety, many being involved in situations that will lead them to being shot, bringing said issues to the school. Earlier this year, a guy right across from our small campus had shot someone, I believe it was his landlord, then hours later shot himself. This was a few feet from us, as we did nothing for our safety. I remember looking out the window during my math class, seeing the SWAT team on our courtyard. Not once did I hear about having a lockdown. Students have been caught bringing weapons to school. Thankfully, my experience with gun violence is nothing like the nightmare students at East face. Yet something important to mention is how desensitized we have all become. Hiding under tables and in closets from preschool to our senior years just numbs us to the reality. We hear about other school shootings and we grow more and more used to it. This isn't right. We shouldn't be fighting for our lives in a place we are required to be. We should be learning. We should be working towards our future and lives, not expecting it to end in a classroom because of a gun. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 23-168. At the heart of this issue, essentially, is just leveling the playing field in manufacturing. If we remove the concept of, while I'm sticking to the bill, if we remove the concept of guns, what this does is just puts all of all the things that we put on the market that we sell at the same and under the same scrutiny. If there is a product that is put into our communities and damage is caused by that product, the manufacturer should be held liable. It shouldn't matter if it's a gun or a curling iron. The manufacturer should be held liable. If there is a product that is marketed that will increase misuse, the manufacturer should be held liable. If there is a product that is used in a crime, a manufacturer can be held liable. This bill is about leveling the playing field. This bill is about making sure that there aren't favorites in our capitalist society, but in fact, that all capitalism is regulated the same. I would like to read an excerpt from a study on why it's important that we pass this bill. There have been scholars that have named gun violence as a public health issue, and therefore there has to be the ability for those who experience gun violence to have legal recourse. epidemiological interest in identifying the disease agent of gun violence draws attention to firearms, which in turn claims design, manufacturing, and access. A desire to isolate environmental factors that fosters gun violence led researchers to examine the marketing and distribution of firearms, giving rise to the need for greater restrictions on gun sales, increasing interest in litigation, and ensuring that victims have legal recourse. Marketing restrictions have been named as a key element of supporting public health in many different factors, including cigarettes, alcohol, most recently vaping, and should be done so with guns. This is a study that is called An Overview of Lawsuits Against the Gun Industry by Timothy Litton from NYU, School of Public Health. This bill does in no way restrict anyone's ability in accessing a gun. This bill in no way limits manufacturers from selling their products. This bill ensures that what the gun industry is doing is protecting our communities by making sure that they are not marketing in ways that can spur violence in our communities, that they are above board on their designs and ensuring safety mechanisms on all their weapons. And this is a good bill. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
A super honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've known each other for a long time. Folks, there's a little bit of irony, and I'm even going to go to the extent to say there's a little bit of amusement in the initial presentation of this bill. And let me tell you what that is. We keep hearing, will not open the gates to frivolous lawsuit. And what do the bill sponsors come out with? First story they come out with to tug at your heartstrings is a frivolous lawsuit. The sponsor laid out a beautiful case as to why gun manufacturers have immunity. And then they start laying out the case as to, about someone who went after a manufacturer and how it wasn't fair. Let me tell you what wasn't fair. Was the attorney who took up a case of a vulnerable family with a frivolous lawsuit. And how do I know that? Because then they took the step to say the people who were the victims ended up in bankruptcy and lost their house. Well, there's only two ways they can do that. The attorney who ran up the frivolous lawsuit went after their assets, or the courts found that it was a frivolous lawsuit, and the attorney should have known better, but they took advantage of the vulnerable people. That's the first story. That's the first story you get on this bill. But there won't be any frivolous lawsuits, but we're going to set the foundation of a frivolous lawsuit. Let me tell you what's fair. What's fair is a small business owner who's worked their whole life to build a business and to build employees, and then gets hit with a frivolous lawsuit. And they have to run up legal expenses to defend themselves, and the employees lose their jobs. That's what's not fair. What's not fair was the attorney who apparently took advantage of these folks in this initial story that we heard about. That's not fair. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Brown. Mabry. Brown. Brown Mabry.
Mabry Brown. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. You know, I want to agree with my honorable colleague from Denver in what he said earlier. This bill is about fairness. With nearly every other industry in the United States, civil liability is an important check on irresponsible or harmful industry behaviors. Anyone who is a parent knows that they don't want lead in their kids' toys, but if an industry is doing dangerous things like this, we can hold them accountable. Not true of gun manufacturers. All companies should be held accountable for misconduct where death or violence or other harms are the result. The gun industry is an incredibly profitable entity, a group of entities even. More than 103 million guns were manufactured from 2006 to 2019. Two publicly traded companies account for $1 billion in profit, and special protections for gun manufacturers do nothing but enhance these profits over public health and safety. Colorado's laws are excessively punitive. We are one of only 3 states that handles claims from victims in the way that we do, punishing people for even trying. People should not be forced into bankruptcy because they want some accountability for the large corporations that are profiting off of death and destruction. Federal law shields gun manufacturers from some liability, but it provides an important exemption. It exempts manufacturers or sellers who knowingly violate state law. If gun manufacturers or gun sellers are knowingly violating our state law, every victim, every family deserves the opportunity to hold that industry accountable. But our existing laws don't do that. They don't allow people the recourse and the justice that they seek. That's what this bill is about. It's about fairness for victims and their families. It's about holding an industry that is irresponsible accountable. I ask you to vote for this bill. Thank you.
We'll go bill sponsor and then Rep. Soper. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that the first case that we brought up was not a frivolous lawsuit. It wasn't seeking monetary damages. It was seeking a change in Lucky Gunner's practices. They didn't do any background checks. They didn't do any sort of screening of who their buyers were. And then the person that committed the horrible massacre at the Aurora Theater was able to buy their tools to do so without being looked into at all. That case was not dismissed under Colorado's frivolous lawsuit provisions. Colorado's frivolous lawsuit provisions is outlined in Colorado Revised Statute 1317-102. They already prevent people from coming into court. They already prevent people from coming into court if their lawsuits are frivolous. This case that we have been talking about was dismissed under the Colorado law that we are seeking to repeal today, that provides broad immunity to gun manufacturers and gun dealers. It was not dismissed under the frivolous lawsuits. They didn't even get a day in court to discuss whether their claim had substantial merit because Colorado law prevented them from having their day in court. but the frivolous lawsuit protections did not apply. I also want to note, I expect we're going to hear a lot of talk about millions and millions of dollars and bankruptcy. But in addition to the joint and several liability protections that we have in Colorado, again, we have separate strong laws to fairly allocate responsibility in civil cause of actions so that individuals and corporations are held accountable only to the extent that their own actions or failures contribute to harm. Colorado law is clear. In civil liability cases based on death or injury to a person or property, no defendant shall be liable for an amount greater than that represented by the degree or percentage of negligence or fault attributable to such defendant that produced the claim, injury, death, damage, loss. Okay? So combine that rather substantial limitation on potential damages with Colorado's existing caps for damages. Colorado's revised statute 1312-1025, subsection 3A, caps non-economic damages at $642,000. And again, that is the cap, that is the maximum amount that somebody can accrue. Combine that with joint and several liability, right? Colorado's wrongful death. Wrongful death, the amount that you can collect for under the wrongful death statute, Colorado revised statute 1312-2031, cap is $598,350. Again, combine that with our laws that already prevent frivolous lawsuits, that already provide for joint and several liability. Members, we believe quite simply that the firearm industry has a responsibility like any other to take reasonable precautions to protect human life and prevent unnecessary harm and suffering. We do not believe that the firearm industry should be held liable for every act of gun violence. Far from it. But we do also not believe that they should have special interest corporate immunities. Really, impunities that exempt them from the ordinary mechanisms of accountability every other industry faces for their own actions or failures. And that shouldn't be a radical statement. Colorado's laws, as written, are anti-victim, and they're pro-corporate impunity. They're more pro-corporate impunity than almost any other state in the country. We shouldn't bar victims from suing the firearm industry. We should not bar people from suing the firearm industry. We don't protect automobile dealers. We don't protect tobacco companies. We do not protect the railroad companies that are taking dangerous products through our communities. The company that was involved in the derailment that led to a leak of toxic chemicals in Ohio, they are going to probably face some sort of corporate accountability because they did not take reasonable measures to ensure that a disaster would not happen when they were dealing with unreasonably dangerous products. So to be clear, this bill is not a strict liability bill or anything near. It merely authorizes plaintiffs to make it into court on a more equal footing, to give them the chance to prove that they suffered harm as a result of a firearm industry member's own conduct in knowing violation of the law. The previous case that we've talked about at length was not a frivolous lawsuit, though it was dismissed under Colorado's existing broad immunity for those involved in the gun space. This law authorizes courts to award just and appropriate relief in cases where plaintiffs meet the incredibly difficult burden, and that relief will be, again, limited not only by our tort law caps, but also by our joint and several liability. specific gun industry misconduct and violations of responsibilities enshrined in law to prevent people who have a foreseeable risk of committing harm from accessing firearms. They should be held accountable. But there will be a requirement that the specific misconduct by a specific industry member caused any foreseeable harm. That's how our legal system is supposed to work. Again, if you entrusted your car to somebody who you knew was drunk, and then there was a drunk driving accident, you could be held liable. This is not different than how the law works in every other space. We're simply trying to go after the broad immunity that Colorado law has provided to the gun manufacturers, and I urge members to vote yes.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
So members, just to really kick off the debate that we're going to have here this evening or this afternoon, I just want to emphasize that it's going to be a principled debate. It's going to be a legal debate. But it's one where we need to go through the background of how this bill got to us, but also what the bill says and what it actually does. So to start with the background, I just want to present a rebuttal to the story that was presented here. We talked about the Phillips against Lucky Gunner case from 2015. And in committee, I asked, did the Brady campaign represent the plaintiffs in that case? And the answer was yes. However, what we do know is that the Brady campaign didn't stay on the case to be the ones responsible for covering their own attorney's fees at the end, which is the unfortunate, sad side of this case. And I greatly feel for this family because of that. But I think a lot needs to be lumped on that side. But what we do know from the case is the judge in that case said, and I quote from the case itself, "It is apparent that this case was filed to pursue the political purposes of the Brady Center, and given the failure to present any cognizable legal claim, bringing these defendants, Lucky Gunner, into the Colorado court appears to be more of an opportunity to propagandize the public and stymies the defendants than to obtain a court order." We also asked in committee of the plaintiffs, why did you choose not to sue under federal law? Why did you choose to sue under state law? And they had a really good answer, which was it was on advice of their attorneys. Their attorneys here gave, I would say, poor legal advice because they had a legal remedy under federal law, under PLACA. And they should have sued under PLACA because PLACA had 6 different remedies to be able to sue under. So it was a test case. It was a case to be able to set up the background of this bill to say, we need a remedy under Colorado law. And test cases are fine. But that's how we got here. I do want to talk about a couple of concerning areas within the bill itself. So we're incorporating negligence law into statute here, which is not necessarily a new thing. But as we read through the bill, so you have to market or sell to the public a device that is intended or inserted on, affixed to, or used in connection with a firearm. And then it talks about if it's reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase the firearm's rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or destructive capacity. Let's look at reasonably designed. If a product to be attached to a firearm is reasonably designed, like a scope, that was addressed by the sponsor. He was intending to rebut this argument preemptively, so let's get right to it. You attach a scope to a firearm. It is reasonably designed to increase accuracy. It's reasonably designed to increase certainly handling and stability, but it's also increases your destructibility. Because if you can hit your target, that definitely guarantees you increase your destructibility. So that's how a scope would be brought in here. 2 sticks crossed together, or a bipod. Those are also reasonably designed to increase stability. It's also designed to be able to increase accuracy, designed to, certainly it's designed to help you hit your target, which also increases your destructibility as well. So these products are not regulated products. They do not have to be sold in a gun store. They're not necessarily considered part of the firearms pipeline, but yet they're brought in here because of the words that we have on paper. Now, as we go through the analysis of a lawsuit that is likely to occur, and I know the bill sponsor and I had a great time being able to kick back and forth a few fact patterns. And you first need to have a duty, then you have to have a breach of that duty, then you have to have a factual causation, and then a legal causation. And one thing the bill does is it cuts off the legal causation, which is the proximate cause. So if you turn to page 5 of the bill, it talks about the reasonable controls. So we know there's 3 things that are listed. If a gun store or a firearm manufacturer in the marketing or sale to the public sells to a straw purchaser or firearm trafficker, that would fall below your duty. If the manufacturer or the store sells to a person who is prohibited by state or federal law from possessing a firearm, they would fall below their duty. And falling below your duty is what gets you past the first hurdle and into the courthouse, or at least on your way into the courthouse. And then the third one is that the gun store or the manufacturer marketed or sold to the public when they had a reasonable belief that there was a substantial risk that the firearm would be used to harm the person who was buying the gun or another person, or that they were going to be unlawfully possessing the firearm. The fact pattern that was brought up was, let's say an individual who's suicidal walks into a gun store. But moments before that individual walked into the gun store, the phone rang, and it was a parent who said to the owner of the gun store, "Don't sell to my son." Well, now, son walks in, the gun store owner does the background check. The individual passes the background check. They're of legal age. They have no felonies prohibiting it. Let's say no red flag. Nothing has shown up in a reasonable search to prohibit, but there is this phone call hanging out there. So under the bill, the store owner would say, well, under 3, I now would have a reasonable belief that this person could harm themselves because of the phone tip. But let's say they go ahead and sell the firearm to this individual. So now they have breached their duty of care here. So now we're moving on to factual causation of the analysis. And remember, it's a 4-part analysis: duty, breach of duty, factual causation, and legal approximate causation. So before the individual can complete killing themselves, their car is broken into, and that firearm is stolen and is used in another crime. Well, what we know from the bill is that if we turn to page 9 and we look at lines 4 to 8, it talks about intervening acts by a third party, and then it talks about what they're not limited to. So normally, in the tort analysis of liability, a novus actus interveniens, which is an act of a third party, cuts off legal causation. But under the bill, it does not. So that now means that this third party that stole the firearm who committed a crime, the victims of that crime could sell or could sue the gun store who had sold to the victim of the crime who really shouldn't have purchased the firearm because the gun store really should have not sold it because they had a reasonable belief that that individual might harm themselves because of the phone call that warned them. And this makes it really remote. And that this completely undoes decades, centuries of negligence liability. It certainly undoes Paul's graph against Long Island Railway. That this is quite remote here, that you, or Paul's graph, thank you, that you wouldn't be able to anticipate or see. It's not within the zone of danger. And yet, this bill brings all that back in to say, well, for the purposes of this particular analysis, you can't consider that. We look at lines 9 through 14 on page 9. Of course, that was amended in the committee report. But it still keeps in line the fact that we've softened proximate cause greatly. I'm arguing that we're actually fully taking it out here. But this is not how we do the analysis. And that we need to bring back novus actus interveniens into the bill. And we need to have a much stronger proximate cause or a legal causation in the bill. And I'm not saying I would agree with the bill at that point, but I would say at least you now have your complete negligence theory baked into statute, and the parties can go at it. Both sides would be able to have the well-settled legal principles out there to be able to have a reasonable defense and make a reasonable case as well. And because of that, I move Amendment L050 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, what this amendment does is it removes the section on page 9 that talks about a third party still being able to be considered for the liability provision. It cuts off the fact pattern that I just described to you. The person who cannot be foreseeable as having acquired that firearm and then used it in a crime, the gun store and the manufacturer should never, ever be liable in that fact pattern at all because it was cut off there. Now, you could say the individual who may not have locked their car, that might be a different story, but we have a law for that. What we're looking at here is, was it reasonably foreseeable? And no, it's not. The fact that we clearly say that a third party can still go ahead and sue the gun store, that's just not fair. And that's not how we do things. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Weissman? Mabry. Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to our colleague from Delta County, I think, well, these mics are soft today, as I stare at how this would fit into the bill, and we did just kind of modify the provision below it in the committee report. Still deciding if I think the grammar makes sense, but apart from the grammar, and maybe when we get back to the main question, we can get into the common law of tort a little bit more, but to the amendment, I believe that you're actually potentially going farther than the common law would, and really what we're talking about here is just getting, I won't repeat everything that our colleague from Denver said, but we have hundreds of years of evaluating the question of when are you responsible for a breach of the duty that was owed. And the reason that we have the bill is we have had law come in and entirely cut off that usual common law balance, basically sounding in negligence. So here we are, just trying to get back to that place. I don't think trying to do more than that. But if we are trying to just get back to that place, which I think is the intent of the bill and which I support, obviously, I don't think we want to be continuing to give special treatment. And I think in a standard tort analysis, if we were to say as a statutory matter, any intervening act in a blanket way is always going to absolve the original actor or defendant in the action of liability. I think that goes farther, at least, than I would prefer this policy go. And I think it departs a little bit from common law tort principles. So there was a lot else that I was going to say, but to keep the discussion to the question, I will sort of let that stand as basis for my opposition to this amendment and ask for a no vote on L50 that is on the screen right now.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that I appreciate, though I disagree with the analysis from my good colleague from Delta in discussing this bill. I'm having a lot of flashbacks to law school, and I also appreciate the reference to the Palsgraf case. The Palsgraf case is about how liability, it can be liability in fault, and if somebody can be determined or an action by somebody can be determined to have caused some level of harm. We've engaged in this hypothetical conversation in committee a little bit, and I just want to note that and push back on the idea that the bill changes how the law works. It's already the case. It's already the case that a judge is going to have to decide if the act of the defendant was the proximate cause, right? Our standard in here creates two barriers before you get here. First, you have to show that there's a knowing violation of the law. Second, there has to be a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur, and then harm occurred. In the hypothetical outlined by our colleague from Delta, there would be, at first instance, arguably you cross that first hurdle that potentially there's a foreseeable risk. There was a foreseeable risk that harm would occur. Then you're crossing into the second hurdle. Well, does that mean a different sort of harm? The fact of the matter is you violated the standard in this law. You violated the standard in this law if we get to this point. If you negligently get the gun in the hand of somebody that's going to commit or that you have reason to believe that will commit harm, and then a different harm occurs, a judge is likely going to think that doesn't matter. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll dig into it and decide that, well, that specific harm wasn't foreseeable, but this is how tort law works. The reason why I came up here initially to contest this amendment, when I said this reminds me of my law school days, is all of this sounds like a hypothetical from your first year tort law class. The reason why all of this sounds like a hypothetical for your first year tort law class is because this is already how the law works. This is already how the law works, and so we urge a no vote on this amendment.
To the amendment, Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
So as we deliberate this amendment, I did not go to law school, and some of you may not have gone to law school either. And so there's a little bit of background information that you need to know while you think about whether or not this is a good addition to the bill. Gun manufacturers were granted broad immunity from lawsuits over gun crimes by a 2005 act of Congress. But 3 recent legal developments may allow plaintiffs in some states to successfully sue gun makers, like plaintiffs in the Sandy Hook case who won a $73 million settlement, says South Texas College of Law Houston professor Drew Stevenson. He details these developments referencing a recent Brooklyn lawsuit. A victim of the recent Brooklyn subway mass shooting has sued Glock, the gun manufacturer, in federal court. A few years ago, a court would probably have quickly dismissed the case due to a federal law designed to block such lawsuits. Nevertheless, a few recent legal developments might result in a different outcome in this case. The 2005 Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, or what you've heard people referring to as PLACA, provided gun companies with immunity to lawsuits over gun crimes and preempted liability under state negligence law. This statute included a few narrow exceptions, but it was effective in ending lawsuits against gun manufacturers for violence committed with their weapons for over 15 years. 3 important changes have occurred in the last 3 years, and this is from 2022. Exceptions to PLACA immunity. First, a lawsuit against Remington Bushmaster by the families of the children killed in the Sandy Hook shooting successfully threaded the needle, one of our favorite sayings here, of one of the PLACA's narrow exceptions for violation of state law by showing that the gun company's marketing violated a state advertising and consumer protection law. This required a series of wins along the way. The Connecticut Supreme Court agreed with the plaintiffs about the violation of state law and that this violation fell under the PLACA's narrow exception. Then the U.S. Supreme Court refused to take the case, letting the Connecticut Supreme Court's decision stand. Finally, in February, Remington settled with the families for $73 million, a figure partly determined by available insurance coverage rather than proceeded to a jury trial. Second, other courts in recent years have signaled an openness to reading the PLACA exceptions more broadly to allow some claims to go forward. Days after the Sandy Hook verdict, the Texas Supreme Court rejected a mandamus appeal, an order without a written opinion, which I did ask Rep. Weissman how to pronounce, from an online ammunition seller. Lucky Gunner, who was being sued for the selling of the ammunition to an underage buyer that was then used in a mass shooting in a school in Santa Fe, Texas. This decision allowed the case to move forward under the premise that the case fell under the PLACA exception. Similar decisions have occurred in Indiana, Missouri, and Nevada, though courts are still dismissing other cases under PLACA. The third important change, which set the stage for the Brooklyn subway shooting lawsuit, and this is very important to this amendment, is a new statute enacted in New York in 2021, specifically allowing lawsuits against gun manufacturers for public nuisance claims and marketing-related claims, precisely those being alleged in the subway victims' lawsuit. The statute was the first in the nation drafted to take advantage of the same PLACA exception that Sandy Hook plaintiffs had used. The Brooklyn subway victim brought her claim against Glock under this New York statute. Importantly, on May 25th, a federal district court in New York dismissed a lawsuit by the gun industry challenging the statute. The court held that the New York statute was not preempted by the PLACA. Of course, the gun companies are likely to appeal that decision. In the meantime, that ruling significantly strengthened the subway victims' case. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit could be the next step for the gun companies to appeal their challenge of the statute itself, and the Second Circuit is likely to side with the district court in this case, which means the plaintiff's lawsuit can continue until the gun industry's appeal goes to the U.S. Supreme Court. And it is unclear what the Supreme Court would do. Their decision in the Connecticut case suggests that they might refuse to take it, but the makeup of the court has changed in the meantime. Texas, where a horrific school massacre occurred in May, does not have a law similar to the New York law. So a similar case brought by victims of the Uvalde shooting would be more likely to be preempted by PLCAA, regardless of the gun manufacturer's controversial marketing practices. It is worth noting that none of this means the Brooklyn subway shooting victim will automatically win her lawsuit. Even if the New York statute stands, the plaintiff will have to put on evidence to prove that Glock's behavior, its sales and marketing practices, constitutes a violation of this statute. Litigation usually involves some uncertainty about the outcome, but there is a reasonable chance of success in the case, especially now that the federal court has cleared the way for the statute to fall under a PLCAA exception. With that information, members, I hope you will consider voting no on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment 50? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure and an honor to serve with you. Would you give me a couple of minutes to get to the amendment, because I have to tell a story to get there?
Is it a story about me?
No.
Oh. Okay, anyway.
Okay.
Yes.
Whew. I am definitely not an attorney, but I am the former CEO of a major manufacturing company that participated in the building of cutlery. What a lot of people don't know about Swiss Army is we were the largest commercial cutlerer in the entire world. Our blades are used in almost every meat processing plant in the world. I also took over this company as the CEO in 1994, right after a very famous case, or in the process of a very famous case called O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson was on my board of directors. Think of that for a moment. He was on our board of directors, and he resigned within 2 or 3 days of that terrible murder. We were about to get drug into a major court case because everybody knew that Swiss Army was a public company and that O.J. Simpson was on our board of directors. And I was summoned by attorneys and summoned by ABC in 1995 by a man by the name of Stone Phillips, if you ever remember that particular broadcaster. My attorney, who sat kitty corner to me for 15 years, I said, Herb, I do not want to go to this interview in New York City. And his response was, Rick, if you do not, we're going to be drug into court on this, and you might just as well get it out right now. Stone Phillips, when I went to that particular interview, opened up a Swiss Army knife, opened up a wood saw, and said, and asked me the question, Rick, was this the element that killed O.J. Simpson's former wife? And my response was, and he showed me the terrible pictures, and my response was very quickly, that could not have done this. A wood saw shows a totally different approach when it comes to cutting something, and it would take hours with a wood saw to cut a human being.
Okie dokie, we're a little ways away from the amendment, and we're a little ways away from gun violence.
Why is this important in this particular amendment? The problem for us as manufacturers is the fact that we do not have control of the end use of product. We can give all the instructions all day long, and we do not. Our colleague says, well, we can be dismissed. How would you like to be a leader in one of these companies when somebody says that to you, because I have to go to a court of law, I have to have my own general counsel and several other hired counsels to go into that court of law for the purpose of saying, we don't have anything to do with this. That cost us a fortune to do that. You multiply it towards what this potential bill can do, and we will be in court all the time. So I'm not going to use frivolous. I'm just going to say, is that realistic to drag us into court every single time? And this amendment touches on that to say, this is not something we as manufacturers have control of, and we should not be drug into that situation. I didn't want to be drug into the situation, I can assure you, in OJ's case, but I was. And it cost our company several $100,000 to get out of it before the judges said, you guys didn't have anything to do with this. All my colleague is trying to do is help manufacturers be removed from something that is not their responsibility whatsoever.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I'm not a lawyer either, but this whole third-party thing gets me thinking that if Home Depot sells me a lawnmower, and we know that lawnmower manuals, for those of us who still mow our own lawn, is full of things that basically say, don't be an idiot and use this tool in the inappropriate manner. To include, don't trim your hedges with it. But that's generally. But let's say I sell that lawnmower online after I'm done with it because I'm going to move, because I want to protect my assets from rent control. But I sell it to somebody online, and then he uses it for...
Let's be loving.
I love this analogy. Madam Speaker, it's just a fact that if you make something idiot-proof, the world will bring you a better idiot. But if I sell that online and somebody uses it for trimming their hedges by lifting it up and then doing that, and it either falls on them or chops off their fingers, is Home Depot liable for that, the loss of fingers? And in this case, I'm not sure how it's not, because you're talking about third party. You're talking about somebody that's down. So, and let's not forget that in this bill, we are talking about something that is, we're talking about introducing liability for it because damage or death caused by the discharge of a firearm or ammunition is not based on the inherent potential of a firearm to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged. So this bill is commensurate on stating that a firearm is not inherently dangerous. So we're making a whole thing of liability around the danger of a firearm, but it's predicated on that firearm not being inherently dangerous. Again, the firearm or ammunition is not based on the inherent potential, so there is not an inherent potential. So really, this law goes to much broader product liability, like our colleague said earlier. It could even apply to a curling iron. So third-party liability is just, it's not only unfair, it doesn't even make sense. And then you'd be introducing a product liability precedent into the market for anything that doesn't have an inherent potential of harm. And there's a lot of products that don't have an inherent potential of harm that can be used for harm. Toothbrushes, hairbrushes, baseball bats, everything. So there's a lot to this that beyond the attack on the gun industry and gun owners makes this a litigator's dream. And I think we should vote for the amendment just to limit some of the badness of this bill, and then we should vote the bill out. So I recommend a yes on this amendment and a no on the bill.
Representative Mabry?
Members, after discussing this amendment at length with our good colleague from Delta, we do agree that it does add language to prevent us from unnecessarily capturing people who we don't want to capture, and we're going to urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 50 to Senate Bill 168. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we're back to the bill, I just wanted to respond to some comments that were made previously, before we got into the posture of discussing L50. There has been reference to a particular case. Honestly, I don't know a lot about the details of that. I don't think any of us do. It did come up in a passing way in committee, but to the question, state claim versus federal claim, my understanding of how PLCAA fits together with any state law such as this one is that PLCAA is unusual this way. It doesn't set forth a claim that you can raise. Rather, it gets to the question of, can you even raise a claim at all? In states, there are 3 states where one of them, I believe that Indiana and Arkansas are the other 2. In states other than these 3 states, you have a little bit more ability to proceed to court in a way that's analogous to a lot of other industries. In our case, for the reasons that have been discussed, we can't. But then the question, what actually happens when you get there? You are not raising a federal claim. In fact, PLCAA itself, I'll spare everyone the site, specifically disavows that. There's a subsection of PLCAA that says this does not create a cause of action. So PLCAA itself is about whether you can get into court, and thus you have to have a state claim. So I wanted to get that out there because it's not that there's some alternative. It's that this is what the federal law makes you do, is proceed with a state law claim, if any. And answering the question, what's the content or value of if any is what we're talking about here. Now, to some of the other comments that were flashlighty in nature, really, really important, in particular in this bill, to read different definitions and different operative parts of the proposed statute together. We've had some talk about the definition of firearm industry product. That's on page 4 of the bill. That needs to, or firearm industry member, which relates to that because a member is somebody who deals in a firearm industry product. Okay, now we need to move over to reasonable controls on page 5, which talks about sale or distribution of firearm industry products, to inappropriate folks like straw purchasers or traffickers. We believe the responsible actors are doing this anyway. The law is just about making sure. But it's not enough to stop at the definition that is set forth of reasonable controls, because now we need to hop over to pages 6 and 7, where we set forth what are firearm industry standards of responsible conduct. And again, we talk about firearm industry members, we talk about reasonable controls. This is where the rubber starts to hit the road, integrating those important definitions that we just spoke to. Standards of responsible conduct means, among other things, I won't read the whole page, establishing and implementing reasonable controls regarding manufacture, distribution, importation, and so forth. And then the bill goes on to talk about things that might foreseeably promote conversion of a legal firearm into an illegal firearm, or things that are targeted at minors or individuals who are legally prohibited, and so on. So you are not exposed to liability just because you make a certain product. I'm not convinced that in any reasonable interpretation of the definitions that flashlights are even included, but you have to make a firearm industry product. You have to be a firearm industry member dealing in that. That's then taken up into reasonable controls. And then under responsible standards of conduct, you have to run afoul of those reasonable controls. So there's a whole lot more going on here. And to the actual question, can you proceed with a claim, than just looking at that one definition. This particular bill is a little bit more intricate than usual. Even I will concede that. I was going to speak to questions of proximate cause, but I think we actually just did sort of resolve that with the amendment just now. But with reference to some of what was shared a few minutes ago by our colleague from Delta County, I did want to make those few things clear because I think they're key to how the bill operates. And again, as I said before, because this is really just about getting the balance here vis-a-vis this industry back to where it really is for most of the rest of what we deal with in society, I do urge a yes vote on 168.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make some clarification on things that I saw from committee that were also concerning with the language from another non-attorney like myself. I think the biggest things to point out are the language, and even from somebody with a law enforcement background, not a otherwise legal background, to have a bill that, in its own words, clearly puts firearms business owners in a bad situation. If you're looking at page 4, line 17, a device marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted, keyword adapted, to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with a firearm if the device is reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase a firearm's rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or a key phrase here, destructive capacity, or reasonably designed or intended to increase the firearm's stability, another key phrase here, stability and handling when the firearm is repeatedly fired, and any machine or device that is marketed or sold to the public or reasonably designed or intended to be used to manufacture or produce a firearm or any other firearm industry product as described in this subsection. So not only is it the firearms industries, but anything that can be affixed to. And with the terms and kind of the language and tone toward the idea of taping two sticks together, for anyone that's ever done any long-range shooting from a standing position or otherwise knows what shooter sticks or shooting sticks are. And they are sticks that you can carry on your person to bring with you and hold together with your hands to have a makeshift tripod or bipod, rather than having to lug around a tripod or bipod when you're hunting. Those are intended for hunting. They are intended for stability of a firearm, and thus would effectively increase its destructive capacity. Any kind of grip or angle, any kind of thumb device to be able to get a more solid grip on your handguard of your firearm could also fall into the same mindset. But even a flashlight, which seems like it's a source of mockery, but putting a flashlight or affixing a flashlight to a firearm, anyone that has a firearm that has any kind of a rail where you can attach devices, it's referred to as Picatinny, the patent on that, you can get pretty much anything that will attach to a Picatinny rail on a long rifle with those rails. Even a pistol that has those rails under the slide on the frame of the gun. So that would be including a flashlight holder, which you can even put a simple AA Maglite in there and it would fit perfectly, which would put Maglite into some form of liability based on the verbiage in this. But more specifically, the people that make those mounts, to simply put a flashlight on your firearm, to simply put any kind of device that can attach to those rails on your firearm. And it can easily be assumed, or at least based on perception, you can be persuaded to believe that somebody would have to only put that on their firearm for use to harm somebody else. So the fact that this has to be something that doesn't apply because it's something that would have to be proven, the burden of proof. The burden of proof is a matter of having an attorney that can prove that burden. Prove in their mind or perception and convince a jury of such that that device or whatever piece of equipment that was intended or not to be put on a firearm to increase its destructive capabilities, destructive capacity, the verbiage of the bill, concealability, rate of fire, anything like that. A flashlight is just that. Using a flashlight in the darkness, if you aren't using a flashlight in darkness when you're shooting a firearm, you're not going to be able to see what you're shooting at. So obviously a flashlight would increase the destructive capacity of a firearm. The words reasonably in this, the way they're used can easily, and this is coming from a non-attorney, I want to remind everyone, can easily be used on a matter of perception and perspective. So for somebody that uses firearms, I want my firearm to be used in any environment, any capacity where I know I can rely on my firearm to be effective if I ever need it. The fact that I'm not covered by the verbiage of this bill from any kind of liability scares me. And that for me, knowing a close friend of mine in Berthoud, where I live, who is a firearms manufacturer and is an expert machinist, best machinist I've ever met, and any machinist that I have ever met reinforces the fact that he's the best machinist that they've ever met. He makes firearm parts, accessories, complete firearms, and otherwise would completely fall into this. Everything about this holds him specifically liable because everything that he makes in the firearm industry, he makes parts for medical, he makes parts for aerospace, but everything that he makes for firearms, he would be stuck with that fact of, if I'm selling this to somebody, what if they were to use it for horrific reasons? And then possibly be held liable for that. I think it's very dangerous. This is something that will push liability on people doing the right things for the right reasons to live their American dream and raise their families. This is going to push businesses out of Colorado or put Colorado firearm businesses out of business. And those business owners that have spent their life becoming good at what they do in a trade to redesign their life to find a new career. This is going to put them in really bad spots, but mostly being liable of potentially multi-million-dollar lawsuits because of the actions of somebody that's mentally ill. So I would obviously encourage a no vote on this bill, but for the reasons of the language in the bill, leaving so much open to destroying the Colorado firearms industry. And I can't speak to whether that's the intent of this bill, but unintended or not, that's what this is going to do for the firearms manufacturers and dealers throughout the state of Colorado. We saw that with the magazine ban pushing Magpul, PMAG, out of the state of Colorado. This is a much larger scale thing that we're talking about in the Colorado firearms industry and the business owners that have spent their life building the American dream here in Colorado, either putting them out of business or chasing them out of Colorado. And I hope everyone can read into this and see you don't have to be an attorney, liability attorney, tort attorney. You don't have to be an attorney anything. You can be a common Joe person to see how you can get around verbiage in this bill that can get you a lawsuit or get you sued by somebody based on your involvement in the firearm industry. So again, I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Members, let's simmer down a little bit, take our conversations to the side, and Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I just want to reply to some of the comments that we just heard. First of all, as our colleague from Arapahoe County explained earlier, it is not possible to bring multi-million-dollar lawsuits in the state of Colorado. We have caps on the damages that can be applied, and so these concerns are not going to be changed by this bill. Second of all, while I would agree in general with the broad interpretation of the definitions that our previous speaker alluded to, when we think about the types of products that may be under consideration with this bill. I have to take exception to his interpretation of how bills or how lawsuits could be brought forward if we pass this legislation. So I'll just go back to my previous remarks and remind you that first, the product must have been designed or intended to be used in conjunction with a firearm, right? A standard flashlight is not designed or intended to be used in conjunction with a firearm. And a standard flashlight is already subject to Colorado's civil liability laws, just like every other industry in this state is subject to, except the firearms industry. Second, there has to be a knowing violation of the standards, these reasonable conduct standards that we have set out in this law. The simple sale of any product, whether it's a flashlight or ammunition or even a firearm, under this bill is not in and of itself evidence of a violation or inappropriate conduct. Third, harm must have occurred as a result of the violation, and there had to have been a reasonably foreseeable risk that that violation would cause that harm. So again, the claims that we're hearing that this is going to open up lawsuits to all sorts of industry in the state for all manner of action are simply not true. That's not what the bill does, and we would urge you to support the bill. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment Al-02 to Senate Bill 168 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Winter.
So I'd like to speak to the bill sponsors a little bit about this. We always talk about unintended consequences in bills. And in my county and in rural counties, we have something called 4-H and shooting sports. Well, in 4-H and shooting sports, they market firearms for 4-H shooters. They market youth shotguns, youth .22s, and tons of equipment for the 4-H program. I was in the 4-H program as a child. My nephews are in the shooting sports program now, and they have to make youth model firearms for 4-H kids to be able to shoot, and they have to be called youth model. They are marketed as youth model, but it's for a reason. I mean, the 4-H program and the shooting sports program is a very effective gun education program. We talk about having kids that are educated and understand the proper use of firearms, and this is what this program does. And this is a very important part of the culture and heritage in rural Colorado. And I would ask you to take a look at this amendment. This is a good faith amendment. This is an amendment that is directly going to affect good, honest kids that are a part of an education program in rural Colorado. Also, you look at some of the ADA stuff for youth that hunt. They have to have gunsmiths cut guns down and add muzzle brakes. I mean, this has far-reaching implications. I mean, I would ask that I would love for you to come into my county and see how the shooting sports program is. You know, first you show up, they make sure you got your eyes and ears, and that's what they call your glasses and your earplugs. They teach you range etiquette. They teach you which way to point your gun. Then you have hunter safety, which is a big component in this state, what hunting does. Money base for the state of Colorado. You have the youth that they use these programs. And a gun manufacturer is going to have to manufacture a gun that youth can use. You can't take a kid that's 4'3" and put him out there with a trap shotgun that has a 30-inch barrel. It just don't work that way. It would probably be a pretty funny picture to see, but in all practicality, it's not realistic. And we talk about the unintended consequences of legislation, and I'm telling right here, the bill sponsors, if you honestly take a good hard look at this, there will be an unintended consequence, and you've had these 4-H kids in here, and this would really create an issue for the youth of Colorado, for the 4-H program of Colorado, and I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to take kids that are learning proper gun safety, that go out hunting with their parents and telling them, we're going to put you in a dangerous situation now because you have to take an adult's rifle or an adult's shotgun out to hunt, or you have to take an adult rifle or an adult shotgun out onto the shooting range, and I think it could lead to an accident or some bad things happening. I'd sure hate to see that. I'd sure hate to see the youth of rural Colorado suffer for an unintended ill consequence from a piece of legislation. So I'd ask that you take a really good look at how this is drafted. You know, I always get up here and bargain in good faith. And this will have an effect on the kids in my district, and it will have an effect on the 4-H program and the hunting and the shooting sports programs of youth in the state of Colorado. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate our colleague from Trinidad coming up here and bringing this amendment. I fully recognize you do always negotiate in good faith. I just want to point out some of the language in the bill. So you are, what we're hearing about is programs that are currently exist under the law where children, people who are minors, are already lawfully able to possess firearms in these, through these programs. The language of the bill specifically says that the code of conduct is about preventing minors who are legally prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms from obtaining those firearms. And because we're only talking about where there's a legal prohibition, we would urge a no vote. The other thing that I wanted to flag is, again, this is not a strict liability bill. This is not a strict liability bill. We are not going after the 4-H program. The 4-H program exists. They're training kids how to shoot. People participating in that program aren't doing anything that creates a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur. It's common practice. Harm in this area is not common practice. We hear about these sorts of programs all the time. We hear about these programs all the time, and about how there is safety, and about how they do everything they can to make sure that harm doesn't occur. So it would not be reasonably foreseeable that harm would occur in the example of a program like that. And so for those reasons, we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's an interesting conversation, right? Because while those programs may not be specifically targeted by this bill, they will be impacted by the bill because it simply states a firearm industry member shall not manufacture, distribute, import, market, or offer for wholesale or retail sale a firearm industry product that is designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that is targeted at minors or individuals who are legally prohibited from purchasing or possessing a firearm. Well, in Colorado, an 8-year-old cannot purchase legally a firearm. And yet there are firearms on the market that are designed, that are smaller in size, that are designed for the purpose of their use, right? And so now firearms manufacturers are not going to design firearms that would be usable, not owned, right? Not fully possessed, but used in the supervision of their parents or their 4-H instructor or whoever for the purpose of these programs, for the purpose of learning different shooting sports. And so they are going to be wrapped up in this. These manufacturers, these marketers, they're not going to produce these products anymore for fear of running afoul of these provisions. And so I rise in support of this. I do not understand why we would capture these guys in there who are learning good gun safety.
Representative DeGraff. We are, just a reminder, we're on Amendment 52.
Are you implying that I may ever be distracted, Madam Chair?
You know, the numbers get up there, and then it's Amendment 51, Amendment 52, 55. We're on 52.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for keeping me on track. I am in favor of this amendment. and still against the bill. But putting in the gun, the reasonable expectations, all these different things that, you know, that our lawyerly colleague is putting forward, but putting a gun in the hands of an 8-year-old, there is automatically a reasonable expectation that harm will occur. And that is why such great efforts go into running a safe range. So you can't just say, well, it's a standard program, because if somebody's safety standards, somebody's safety protocols break down, then it would go back to, well, you had a reasonable expectation that harm would occur, and then the liability would go back. So now a manufacturer or anybody would have to weigh not only the creation of a firearm that would be more safely used by a child, whether that's a .22 caliber or your Daisy Red Ryder BB gun, which would probably fall under this. There is a reasonable expectation that harm would occur, and that's why the safety standards are so stringent when running a range to mitigate that. But you can't expect a manufacturer to take on that risk of liability and then just blithely say that this won't apply to them, so they'll continue that, so it won't hurt their business. We've already talked, our colleague from Swiss Army spoke of the litigation that's involved, where you would never even dream of it occurring. Yet it cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we expect to throw this type of vague language on top of something for product liability, and then expect it not to have and then pretend it's not going to have a cooling effect on the industry. And just remember that the whole issue of the product liability is a separate category, because we're talking about the Second Amendment. We're talking about the Second Amendment that shall not be infringed, and we've already talked about Bruin, and we will again, I'm sure that we'll talk about Bruin, and how that language is very clear. So you can't just throw this in there and say, well, it's going to be okay, because it's not. Now, I would agree with a colleague, again, that these are not unintended consequences, but they're concealed consequences. They will occur. There will be a cooling effect. The cooling effect is intentional. So I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. If it is, otherwise we have a good idea another idea of what the true intent of the bill actually is. So if this bill is not intended to go after those type of guns that encourage the proper care and handling and knowledge of and respect for the defensive weapons that are used in the Second Amendment, then I would suggest vote aye on this. And that helps clear up the original intent. Otherwise, we'd have to look and say, well, the original intent is to go after those. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. One of my colleagues, or our colleagues, continue to talk about the fact that these are not frivolous lawsuits, or there will not be frivolous lawsuits. Let me point out the reality of what we face from a manufacturer's standpoint. One of the very first things a plaintiff's attorney says is, make sure you put the companies on this lawsuit that have the deepest pockets. That is the very first thing that is said. And so you're drawn into it when you have very little, if anything, to do with it, only because of one thing. You have the deepest pockets. That is just not right, and this amendment just helps to take that away. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The law already allows plaintiffs to bring in companies outside of the gun space if their actions into court, if their actions create a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur. The reason why we're bringing this bill today is because industries outside of the gun industry, they're subject to liability, but if you're in the gun industry, you have a unique immunity. We're trying to end that unique immunity for the gun industry, and we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's one difference that has not been mentioned. We want to talk about product liability. The thing that has not been mentioned is that with respect to a firearm, there is a person that handles the firearm. That person, in my humble opinion, has a fiduciary responsibility to operate that firearm responsibly. There is individual and personal responsibility. If the firearm is operated responsibly, and I will get to the amendment, ma'am, then there is no liability to the bill sponsors. But in another case, irresponsibly, carelessly, there is. Now let me get to this right here. My colleague from House District 47 has kids in 4-H. There is a program called the Shooting Sports Program, where kids enrolled in 4-H can learn safe handling and responsible handling of firearms of low caliber and class. I started when I was 8 with a .22 short rifle and a .410 shotgun. With respect to the bill and the liability, manufacturer's liability that is being promoted, this particular amendment, as I understand it, protects those folks that are in this space. The youth of America, no, let me back up. The youth of Colorado who want to participate in shooting sports activities, who are enrolled in junior shooting sports associations, who are learning how to handle firearms responsibly. And guess who has to buy the firearms for them to use? Their parents, because kids under 18 can't buy firearms. Now, talking with the sponsors, I understand that some things are marketed for juniors and youth. Youth firearms is a real thing. They're an important part of our culture and our space in the United States of America, in rural Colorado. I have had in my county alone, and I will mention Randy Scheniger's name on the House floor, who is the coach and a great firearms coach. He has taken state championship shooting sports teams to Pueblo to the Colorado State Fair. Now, do you think he wants to worry about this, or he wants parents to have to worry about this, or he wants the manufacturers of the firearms that are being used in the youth sports to have to worry about this bill? Rural Colorado's not asking for this, folks. Now, I know gun advocates, gun control advocates all across the United States are clamoring. They come to Colorado and clamor and scream and shout and beg. So here we are talking about Senate Bill 168. This amendment, brought forth by a good friend of mine and colleague who I've known for many years, who has kids in 4-H. I was a 4-H club leader for over 10 years. I had my kids, some of my kids were enrolled in the shooting sports programs, and fine young individuals. Do I want their ability to learn, to grow, to learn how to operate firearms safely, to compete at a state level, a county, a district, state level, a national level? Do I want their rights infringed? Do I want this liability on the manufacturers who do, in fact, yes, and I will say it again, a .22 short rifle is a youth rifle, a .410 shotgun is a youth shotgun. It's a starter firearm. Now there are, and one of the bill sponsors showed this to me, and I do understand her position, and I appreciate her point greatly. It is undeniable that the AR variant is the most popular firearm right now in this country. I know that's an issue of contention. There are junior models in the .22 caliber format. Is that okay? That's debatable. But what I will tell you, what's not okay, is trying to backdoor and play the liability against, or the risk of liability against manufacturers for these type of firearms that are for youth. This particular amendment, I think, helps to protect the kids, the parents, and the companies that are involved in youth shooting sports and manufacturing, selling, distributing, doing retail sales, wholesale sales, distribution of these low caliber firearms. Now, I could be completely wrong, and I would ask the bill sponsors to correct me if I am wrong, because I want to know, and if I'm wrong, I will admit my errors in thought and judgment. But I will tell you, and I'm going to talk about national security now, I'm going to talk about military service now. There is nothing better, in my humble opinion, I'm going to get this ties to this amendment. There is nothing better than to have youth in America who have grew up learning how to handle, operate, and shoot firearms safely, effectively, and with accuracy. When those folks join the military, you will find they move to the front of the line. They qualify to be snipers. They qualify to be sharpshooters. They qualify to be special weapons operators in many military units. And I will tell you, and this is a fact, those people save lives on the battlefield. They save American lives on the battlefield because of what this country is and what we've offered those youth and what they've learned and what they can do with those skills that start very young. And nobody likes to see an aluminum box wrapped in an American flag. No one likes to see that come home. And I've seen God plenty of them. Now, I don't want to get emotional, ma'am. I don't want my blood pressure to get up. But I will tell you, this is a small amendment. It comes from good faith from my colleague from Trinidad and Las Animas County. And this stuff matters. So please support this amendment. Please consider, bill sponsor, thinking about, and if this isn't the right amendment, and if it's not written right, let's figure out how we can write that so we can continue to do the many things that I just described. And I hope I've accurately portrayed the concern that I have in a manner that makes sense. Thank you.
Representative Bradley. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to echo, and I'm in full support of this amendment, I'm going to echo my previous representatives from rural Colorado that came up here. Everyone in here knows I have 4 boys. My oldest 3, my husband and I all took hunter safety. It was a day-long course. We learned gun ownership. We learned safety and handling guns. We earned the responsibility of safe gun ownership. My boys understand the responsibility of using and owning a gun. We used to go skeet shoot. We used to drive to our cabin in Florissant almost every weekend and spend weekends sighting in our rifles, practice shooting our targets, and skeet shooting. My husband has had to buy their guns because boys cannot use the same gun as my husband or myself. So limiting these manufacturers from showing and selling guns that minors can use is very unsafe. My boys cannot use the same rifle or shotgun that my husband uses. That would be unsafe to their health and anyone around them. My husband is one of 13 children. They all grew up in Maine on 400 acres where they hunted in order to feed their family. They all learned how to operate and own a gun safely. It feels like with this and not accepting this amendment would be punishing all minors as irresponsible gun owners, and that's just not true. A lot of very responsible gun owners are minors that use them safely. My boys hunt every year, and every year they're excited to come home with an elk to put in the freezer to feed our entire family. I don't feel like it's fair to lump minors or gun owners or gun dealers or gun manufacturers that want to sell guns that my boys can use safely into the same category. So I urge a yes on this amendment. Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to walk through this bill with respect to this amendment. So we have defined, or I should say, this bill defines a firearm industry member as a person, any person, right? It doesn't limit it. It's a person. And we know that it's not just the general understanding of person in terms of corporation and that sort of thing. No, this is any individual in this room could be subject to this if they are engaged in particular behavior. Let's just pick manufacture. So a firearm industry member is a person engaged in the manufacture and let's say also marketing, right? Manufacture and marketing of a firearm industry product. And that firearm industry product could be a range of things, including a device marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with a firearm. If that device is reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase a firearm's rate of fire or destructive capability. There's some other things in here. But let's just take for a minute 4-H kids. So I love going to the state fair every year, and they have buildings. And if you all have been to the state fair, you know that there are particular 4-H buildings where they have their science boards, their poster boards, right? They're the 3 panel boards that fold out nicely. And there are probably 2 or 3 rows of these. And at least one of those rows is always designed to look at firearms in some way, shape, or form, right? They do prone shooting, and they'll talk about what that looks like and how to do that. They'll talk about a variety of things. So let's just imagine for a moment that you have a 4-H kid who is a person who decides that they are going to figure out a way to manufacture some sort of support for their rifle that they can affix to the end, which is a firearm component. They can affix to the end of that rifle in order to absorb the shock, which then enables them to have an increased rate of fire, right? Because it doesn't have that same hurt factor that would cause them to go slower in the process. So now they've met some of these factors, and they realize, and so they do this board. right? They do this board and they show people, they market to people how you can make this particular product. And because it's so well received by maybe their 4-H group, they decide, I'm going to be an entrepreneur and I'm going to post a YouTube video that explains how one can make this shock absorber for the end of their rifle. They are now in the business of marketing a product that they themselves have manufactured. They might, and putting it out on YouTube. Presumably under this bill, that child, and they're marketing it to minors because that's why they developed it, right? To be the 12-year-old shock absorber. And now YouTube could be sued under the terms of this bill. Which goes to my deeper concern, which I'll wait until after the amendment at some point to discuss, which is that we really have not closely defined the terms here to narrow these focuses in a way that is reasonable. And really this opens up huge, not similarly situated liability, but super liability for anyone engaged in any way in this area. So with that, I urge an aye vote for this amendment.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we urge a no vote on this amendment. Again, the bill would only apply if the specific act by an industry member in this space would create a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur. So everything that's been described as common practice, that the bill wouldn't even apply to them. So we urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues and I believe, stated a very good argument. I'm sure glad it's on the record. I would just hope that somebody doesn't get tied up in something down the road. It'd be pretty darn unfortunate. So once again, I urge a no vote. Thank you. I mean an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to urge an aye vote on this because we're talking about liability again. And the bill specifically mentions the protection of lawful commerce in arms. So at this point, as we've come back to liability a couple times, and this speaks specifically to the amendment, so I'm just going to start at the beginning of it because I think it's very important to understand where the current law is on this. 7901, findings and purposes. Findings. Congress finds the following. The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution provides the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution protects the rights of individuals, including those who are not members of a militia or engaged in military service or training to keep and bear arms. Lawsuits have been commenced against manufacturers, distributors, dealers, and importers of firearms that operate as designed and intended, which seek monetary damages and other relief for the harm caused by the misuse of firearms from third parties. So it seems, so I am talking specifically to the amendment, but I'm also talking to the bill. But to the amendment. The manufacture, importation, possession, sale, and use of firearms and ammunition in the United States are heavily regulated by federal, state, and local laws. So what is this saying? Does it say that, man, if we just had a couple more laws? No, it's saying that the manufacture, importation, possession, sale, and use of firearms and ammunition in the United States are, as in presently are, heavily regulated by federal, state, and local laws. Such federal laws include Gun Control Act of 1968. That was an excellent year. The National Firearms Act and the Arms Export Control Act, businesses in the United States that are engaged in interstate and foreign commerce through lawful design, manufacture, marketing, distribution, importation, or sale to the public of firearms or ammunition products that have been shipped or transported in interstate or foreign commerce are not and should not be liable, are not and should not be liable for harm caused by those who criminally or unlawfully misuse firearms products or ammunition products that function as designed and intended. So ammunition products that have been shipped, transport in interstate or foreign commerce are not and should not be liable for the harm caused by those who criminally or unlawfully misuse the firearm product or ammunition. Now, when I go to the bill, the one thing that it does reference in here, the protection of lawful commerce in arms, let's see, it says that enact laws prescribing enforcing standards. So I haven't found that part yet because we're going to be looking for that as well. So the possibility of imposing liability on an entire industry for harm that is solely caused by others is an abuse of the legal system. So to me, reading this bill, which is referenced, this chapter, which is referenced in the bill, speaks to the amendment and the possibility of imposing liability on an entire industry for harm that is solely caused by others is an abuse. An abuse. This is not me impugning the motives. This is Congress calling this bill an abuse of the legal system. It erodes public confidence in our nation's laws. It threatens the diminution of the basic constitutional right and civil liberty. So here's why we're having this long discussion. This is a diminution of the basic constitutional right and civil liberty. This invites the disassembly and destabilization of other industries and economic sectors. We have spoken to that, and it's been dismissed. But Congress agrees with us. This invites the disassembly and destabilization of other industries and other economic sectors, lawfully competing in the free market, the free enterprise system of the United States. I'll just wait till it gets a little bit more quiet.
Members, please quiet down. Thank you.
I just thought everybody would like to hear from Congress about how a law like this is I'll just back up a little bit. It's an abuse of the legal system. It erodes public confidence in our nation's laws. It threatens the diminution of a basic constitutional right and civil liberty. So this is not just us saying this. This is Congress, in their deliberations, have determined that this type of bill it threatens the diminution of the basic constitutional right and civil liberty.
Members, please quiet down. Thank you.
This invites the disassembly and destabilization of other industries and economic sectors lawfully competing in the free economic enterprise system of the United States and constitutes an unreasonable burden. Now, this is not just saying this. Our colleague early on at the very outset referenced curling irons, and that is an easy application to see. Constitutes an unreasonable burden on interstate and foreign commerce of the United States. The liability actions commenced or contemplated by the federal government, states, municipalities, and private interest groups. Yeah, you can guarantee private interest groups are in there behind this bill, and others based on theories without foundation in hundreds of years of common law and jurisprudence of the United States and do not represent a bona fide expansion of the common law. The possible sustaining of these actions by a maverick judicial officer or petty judge would expand civil liability in a manner never contemplated by the framers of the Constitution, but certainly by the private interest groups and state municipalities. This possible sustaining, so Congress foresaw this action. When the sponsor says, hey, guess what? A judge isn't going to take up this case. You don't have to worry about frivolous lawsuits. You don't have to worry about targeted malevolent lawsuits. Congress said the possible sustaining of these actions by a maverick judicial officer or a petty judge would expand civil liability in a manner never contemplated by the framers of the Constitution. Never contemplated by the framers of the Constitution, by Congress, or by the legislatures of the several states, because our Constitution backs and says we cannot violate the federal Constitution, and Congress is saying that this would violate the federal Constitution. Such an expansion of liability would constitute a deprivation of the rights, privileges, and immunities guaranteed to a citizen of the United States under the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. So not only are we talking about a violation of the Second Amendment, we're talking about a violation of the 14th Amendment, and that is the right to life, not being deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. So we're kind of throwing out the entire thing with this law. Now, of course, it would be challenged in court and not probably overthrown, but that seems like a waste of time. So this good intention, again, paves the road to hell. That's what they say up here, right here. The possible sustaining of these actions by maverick judicial officers or a petty jury would expand civil liability in a manner never contemplated by the framers of Congress, and then have gross ramifications across all of our free enterprise system. So you want to make a law, you want to protect somebody. This won't do it. This won't protect anybody. The liability actions commenced or contemplated by the federal government, states, municipalities, private interest groups, and others attempt to use the judicial branch to circumvent the legislative branch of government to regulate interstate and foreign commerce.
Representative DeGraff, to the amendment, please.
Ma'am, this is to the amendment because we're speaking about the liability and of the liability laws. They're talking about liability laws that would apply in this instant. So the liability actions commenced or contemplated by the federal government, states or municipalities, and private interest groups and others attempt to use the judicial branch to circumvent the legislative branch of government, to regulate interstate and foreign commerce through judgments and judicial decrees, thereby threatening the separation of powers doctrine and weakening and undermining important principles of federalism, state sovereignty, and comity between the sister states. So this amendment is an attempt to lessen the damage of this bill that is clearly designed to help the judicial branch through judgment and judicial decrees, thereby threaten to separate the separation of powers, weakening and undermining important principles of federalism, state sovereignty, and comity between the sister states. So this bill, I would say, this bill and the need for this amendment is clearly spoken of in the Protection of Lawful Commerce Act, which is mentioned on page 3, line 6. The purpose of this chapters are as follows: to prohibit the causes of action against manufacturers. We're talking about manufacturers. We're talking about distributors. We're talking about dealers. We're talking about importers of firearms or ammunition products. And that's not even getting into the change of definition of a firearm to include dangerous, destructive devices that is proposed in the next bill. and their trade associations. We're talking about all these things in this bill, and we're trying to protect them with this amendment, which is trying to get to this: for the harm solely caused by the criminal or unlawful misuse of firearm products or ammunition products or other when the product functioned as designed and intended. Again, the Second Amendment gives this product a special birth because of the Second Amendment, because it is so important. This amendment protects from the disastrous aspects of this bill manufacturers, distributors, dealers, importers of firearms, ammunition, or products, and their trade associations. To preserve a citizen's, maybe finish that sentence so you're not confused, or unlawful misuse of firearm products or ammunition products by others when the product functioned as designed and intended. To preserve a citizen's access to a supply of firearms and ammunition for lawful purposes, including for all lawful purposes, including hunting, self-defense, collecting, and competing or recreational shooting. Now, I do note that antique firearms have a carved-out specialty in here. I'm not exactly sure why. To guarantee a citizen's rights, privileges, and immunities as applied to the United States under the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution pursuant to Section 5 of that amendment. To prevent the use of such lawsuits to impose unreasonable burdens on interstate and foreign commerce. To protect the right under the First Amendment to the Constitution of manufacturers, distributors, dealers, and importers of firearms or ammunition products or trade associations to
Representative
speak
DeGraff,
freely.
to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
amendment. Currently, you are to the bill. To the amendment, please.
No, this is to the amendment because we're talking about liability, product liability.
No. Please stick to the amendment.
Well, we're talking about, okay, this one is about targeting minors. Sorry, but this is applicable because we're talking about influencing the trade, and we're imposing unreasonably imposing by limiting their manufacture.
Stick to the amendment, please.
Well, we're talking about preventing the use of such lawsuits to impose. I have
It's
the
not
bill
a
right here.
debate, Representative DeGraff.
I'm sorry,
Stick to
ma'am.
the
Say that
amendment.
again. Say that again.
It's not a debate. Stick to the amendment.
Well, we're talking about product, substitute, and sold and designed in a market. So we're talking about the liability of a corporation. We're talking about the liability of a corporation. Right here. So let's look at it here. Thanks. So page 7, line 17. I'm willing to be corrected. Page 7, line 17. We're talking about a firearm industry member shall not manufacture, distribute, import, market, or offer the wholesale, retail firearm industry product that is designed, sold, or marketed in a manner. So we're talking about all of those things. So I'm not sure why this is not to the amendment. We're talking about their liability in the design, sale, or marketing. And this protection of lawful commerce specifically speaks to the design, product, or marketing. And I think it's important to read because based on the reference, it seems like it's important, but it also seems like it hasn't been read. Because this entire set of law, 15 U.S.C., Chapter 105, Protection of Lawful Trade, Lawful Commerce in Arms, again, page 7, ensuring that a firearm industry member shall not manufacture, distribute, import, market, other, or offer for wholesale or retail sale a firearm industry product that is designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that foreseeable promotes a conversion of a legal firearm industry product into illegal. So this is talking about all of those things. The amendment is about what is being designed, sold, or marketed. And this law talks about generally the protection of those practices. And the purpose of this chapter is to protect manufacturers. So we're talking about the liability that's being passed on to manufacturers, distributors, dealers, or importers of firearms. So I'm not sure how this is not applicable. Ammunition products and their trade associations for the harm solely caused by the criminal or unlawful use of the firearm products or ammunition products by others when the product is functioned as designed as intended. To preserve a citizen's access. Why is this important? To preserve a citizen's access to a supply of firearms, ammunition for lawful purposes. Now that does get to the bill because the purpose of this bill is clearly to limit a citizen's access to supply firearms and ammunition for all lawful purposes, including hunting,
Representative
self-defense,
DeGraff,
and
to the
collecting.
amendment, not the bill. Thank you.
Okay, so I see, I got it. Because I referenced that it does go to the bill. To the product liability, that this is, we are talking about limiting why the Second Amendment, anything around the Second Amendment has a very unique product liability. And this is why. To preserve a citizen's access to a supply of firearms, ammunition for all lawful purposes. To guarantee a citizen's rights, privileges, and immunities as applied to the United States under the 14th Amendment and the United States Constitution pursuant to Section 5 of that amendment. To prevent the use of such lawsuits, and we're talking about lawsuits here, to impose unreasonable burdens on interstate and foreign commerce. Not passing this amendment is going to impose unreasonable burdens on interstate and foreign commerce. To protect the right under the First Amendment, Congress linked the First Amendment to the Constitution of manufacturers, distributors, dealers, and importers of firearms or ammunition products and trade associations to speak freely and assemble peaceably. To petition the government for redress of grievances, to preserve and protect the separation of powers and important principles of federalism and the comity between the sister states, to exercise congressional powers under Section 1. And again, the references to this are not small. The Gun Control Act of 1968, the National Firearms Act, referred to in subsection A4, the Arms Control Act, referred to in subsection 4. This chapter, referred to in subsection, was the original this act. The prohibition on bringing qualified civil liability actions to in federal or state court. A qualified civil liability action may not be brought in federal or state court. A qualified civil action that is pending shall be immediately dismissed on or by the court which the action was brought and currently pending. And it's important to know what we're talking about. The engaged in the business has the meaning that in this term, Title 18, as applied to a seller of ammunition, means a person who devotes time, attention, or labor to the sale of ammunition. The manufacturer, the term manufacturer here, means with respect to a qualified product, a person who is engaged in the business of manufacturing. The term person means any individual. Yep. Qualified product. The term qualified product means a firearm, as defined in subparagraph A and B. So this amendment isn't going to solve this bill, but what it does is at least limits the infractions that are broadly cited in the 105, in the 15th USC, Chapter 105, Protection of Commerce. So I'm not sure how this bill will stand up legally. I think if the sponsors had read this, they would probably have not proposed this bill, because this bill is the antithesis of 15 USC Chapter 105. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I urge a no vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L052. Those in favor say aye. Okay. A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L52. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L52, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing or keep your hand up until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L52 is lost. To the bill. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I first read this bill, I got to page 2 here, where it talks about on line 13, the state of Colorado has a compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. And of course, I thought to myself, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with that paragraph. To me, this is the most important paragraph in this entire bill because it lays out why we're here, why we take on this sacred duty to be elected representatives, and it's to do what it says here. We have a compelling interest to protect the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. And so, as I read through this bill, I kept that, as the guiding principle by which I evaluated the policies of this bill because it's laid out in the legislative declaration as the ultimate purpose of this piece of legislation. And so, like I do with every piece of legislation, I asked myself, as I'm reading through this bill, does this policy work? Does it do what it purports to do in its own legislative declaration? Does it, in fact, protect the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents? And so as I read through this bill, those were the things that I looked for. Those were the policies, the policy questions that I asked myself to see if this incredibly important goal is being accomplished. And so I keep reading through the bill here, paragraph B, page 2, line 16, where it talks about unlawful and irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry. And of course, as was stated by the sponsors, there is supposed to be an elevated level of care for uniquely dangerous products. And I don't think that there's anyone in this room who wants to see irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry because of the significant risks to life, health, safety, and the well-being of Colorado residents that would be posed by such irresponsible conduct. And so as I read through the bill, I asked myself, does this bill address and accomplish this also very important statement here? Does this, in fact, reduce and discourage irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry? Now, a key term in there is firearm industry, because that term is actually defined a little bit later on in the bill. And unfortunately, that's one of the concerns that I have that I will address here in a little bit, that term firearm industry. And so I keep reading through the bill, page 3, line 10, where it talks again about the firearm industry and firearm industry members, and the fact that they do have a lawful, and I would also argue, ethical duty and responsibility to take reasonable precautions, again, to fulfill that absolutely important goal of preventing foreseeable risks to life, health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Colorado. But again, like I said, that term firearm industry members jumps out to me because we do have a definition of that a little bit later on. And my concern, a large part of my concerns revolve around that definition. Because as we keep reading through this bill, now we start to see that one of the points of this bill, as it says, paragraph F, lines 14 through 22, is that it's the policy of the state that victims harmed by firearm industry members' wrongful and unlawful conduct, and then it talks about public officials acting on behalf of the people of the state of Colorado, are not barred from pursuing civil actions in court. And so now I ask myself, we have firearm industry, which, by the way, the firearm industry is a legal, lawful industry. What we're not talking about here, I hope, what we're not talking about here is the industry as a whole. We're talking about irresponsible actions by that industry. But as we talk through this bill a little bit further and we get back to that definition of firearm industry members, this is where one of my first concerns starts to emerge, is the fact that when we start talking about civil actions against the firearm industry, are we in fact regulating a lawful industry through litigation and not actually lawful policy as passed by this body? Are we taking a legal and lawful industry and subjecting them to the liability of civil tort actions rather than actually passing clear and precise policy parameters that dictate what behaviors those firearm industry members should or should not be engaged in? And so as I continue to read through these bill, these are some of the things that weigh on my mind. So I flip the page to page 4, line 2, where it talks about civil actions and tort and remedy arising from physical, okay, that makes sense, physical, or emotional injury. And so emotional injury is obviously something that's very important. I've seen emotional injuries in my previous 2 careers in the military and law enforcement. I worked very hard to prevent and to mitigate emotional injuries. But when we take these terms and we juxtapose them with the civil liability that's discussed on page 3, and we juxtapose that with the very broad definition that I'll get to in a minute of the firearm industry member, I start to be concerned that the door is perhaps opened a little bit too wide, and that the very lofty goal that we have here on page 2 in the legislative declaration, that compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents, is perhaps not going to be the ultimate end result of this policy. And so if it's not the ultimate end result of this policy, I think that it's incumbent on us to have discussions about that policy, to have dialogue about, are we accomplishing the incredibly important goal that it lists here of protecting life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents? Or could there be unintended consequences to this policy? Could there be unanticipated actions that accidentally harm members of our community, that harm businesses? And since businesses are a source of employment and income for families, for our community members, by proxy, we accidentally harm our community. We harm our family. We harm working Coloradans who are engaged in the legal and permissible industry of firearm industry products and the associated economic activities in which they engage. So finishing up with the legislative declaration, we now move into the definition parts of the bill on page 4, a little ways down. And this is where that firearm industry member definition really starts to concern me. Because you see, it says a firearm industry member means a person, firm, corporation, or other entity engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale, or retail sale of a firearm industry product. And so the first thing that pops up into my mind as a firearm owner is a well-known phenomenon that occurs every 2 to 4 years in the firearm community that's related to elections. About every 2 to 4 years, based on any actual proposed or assumed policies that a legislative body may or may take, usually firearm owners start flocking to the stores to go purchase firearms. You can see that in the CBI background check data that shows that, hey, pretty much every election year and the build up to the election year, as politics and policies and rhetoric around firearms starts to amp up, people start going to buy firearms and buy ammunition. And so as I look here at the definition on page 4, line 8, when it says firearm industry member is a person, firm, corporation, or any other entity that's engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale retail of a firearm industry product, I ask myself, am I included in that? Is the fact that I am a member of this legislative body that passes rules on firearms, and the fact that firearms are often purchased in higher numbers and quantities whenever legislation is proposed, does that make me a firearm industry member? Does the fact that I'm standing up here talking about this bill, Senate Bill 23-168, and the fact that the millions of folks listening online know that we're engaged in a dialogue about firearms, does that make us a firearm industry member, given that the data shows that people will go out and people will purchase firearms and firearm products in response to proposed legislation? And I don't know the answer to that. And that leads me to another concern that I have. If I don't know the answer to that, there's probably a lot of other folks out there that don't know the answer to that. And if other folks out there don't know the answer to that, well, the way our society is structured, there's one way to get a definitive answer. And that definitive answer is typically by getting an attorney and having some sort of litigation. And so as I read the definition of firearm industry member here, page 4, lines, starting at line 8, I get concerned. Because if I don't know the answer to that, and I could potentially be a person who, by membership in this body, is causing members of our community to purchase firearms, am I subject to that liability? Could somebody include me in this definition and then seek litigation against me or against any of my colleagues in this chamber? And so, with great respect to the sponsors, when I hear the sponsors talk about the fact that this won't bring frivolous lawsuits, I don't know if I'm completely convinced by that. Because already by page 4, just given this broad definition here, I don't know if I am included in that. And while I'm not an attorney, I've spent a little bit of time around the laws. I've spent a little bit of time in courts, as we'll talk in a little bit. I've been in court and testified as an expert witness before. And so my concern is that this definition is just overly broad, and it exposes a lot more folks and a lot more industries to a lot more liability than is intended for actions that may also not be intended to be covered in this bill. And so moving on down, continuing in the definitions here, we've talked about firearm industry member and how I have some concerns about how broad that definition is. We come to page 4, line 12, subparagraph 2, where it talks about a firearm industry product, which means, sub A, a firearm is defined in section 18.1.901. And so that section in the law really just talks about what is a firearm, what is a handgun, what is a rifle, what are the definitions that are used to determine what is a firearm. It continues down, ammunition, sub B, on line 14. It talks about a completed or unfinished frame or receiver. And so I think that part is worth a little bit of discussion. What is a frame? What is a receiver? Well, I think you all know that I teach these classes. I was a law enforcement firearms instructor, and I'm currently employed as a concealed carry firearms instructor, also legal activities within the firearm industry. And this is something that we teach about. We teach folks that come to our classes the nomenclature or the names for the different components of a firearm. So when I look here, page 15, completed or unfinished frame or receiver. Frame typically refers to the way I describe it in my class is the skeleton of the firearm. It's typically the metal components, the main metal component of that firearm that all of the other stuff, the trigger, the sights, are attached to. But that's a finished frame. What's an unfinished frame? Well, there's a definition a little bit later on in this bill, so I'll leave that dialogue to when we turn the page and get to that section. But I'm concerned here that there's a lot of very broad definitions when we talk about a completed or unfinished frame or receiver. So, page 4, line 15, what's a receiver? Well, a receiver typically refers to, again, a structural component of the firearm that's very analogous to the frame. Some firearms have one receiver, some firearms have two, an upper or lower receiver. And as I read this bill here, when the definitions leave me still asking the question of what exactly are we talking about here? When we say a receiver, are we talking the upper receiver? Are we talking the lower receiver? Are we talking a stripped receiver? Are we talking a completed receiver? What's the unfinished receiver? I have questions about those things. And while I know unfinished receiver or frame is defined later on, if the term finished frame or receiver is not defined, to me that leaves open another question. And if I have that question, I can guarantee you folks in Colorado probably also have that question. And if they have that question, we know in our society the way that those questions get answered is through litigation. And so if even the definitions here leave me asking questions, I'm concerned that this leaves the door open for more litigation than is perhaps intended. Moving on, line 16, page 4. A firearm component or magazine. Same thing with firearm components. Now, we're going to talk firearm component here a little bit with subparagraph E. So I'll roll that into a dialogue here about paragraph E. Starts page 4, line 17, where it says that a firearm industry product, so again, going up to page, line 12, firearm industry product means, subparagraph E, a device marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted, and that's a key word right there. I'll talk about why in a second. Or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with, another key word, with a firearm, and then it goes into some additional subparagraphs there. But I want to pause here on this paragraph for a moment and talk. Because when the sponsors talked about this bill, they talked about a device that was marketed or sold to the public designed to be inserted into or affixed or used in conjunction with a firearm. But I didn't hear the word adapted used. And that's incredibly concerning to me, because what adapted means, by its definition in the dictionary, adapted means you're taking something that was designed for an initial purpose and you're adapting it. You're changing the original intended purpose of that item, and you're adapting it to something else. So if a firearm industry member means someone who makes a device that can be adapted or changed into something else, to me that opens a huge door for additional liability. Because now you have a device that might not have even originally been intended to be used with a firearm. But if it is adapted, it now falls under this statute. And so if any product out there can be adapted to be used, inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with that firearm, to me this is opening the door significantly broader than is perhaps intended. And as I mentioned earlier, there's another phrase in here that also concerns me, and it's used in conjunction with a firearm. Well, what does in conjunction with a firearm mean? If I'm wearing shoes at the time that this firearm is used, are my shoes being used in conjunction with that firearm? If I'm a legal concealed carry holder and I have a jacket that is concealing my lawfully purchased, lawfully owned, lawfully carried firearm, is that jacket or that piece of clothing being used in conjunction with the firearm? And so these words here have meaning. I completely respect the original described intention of the bill, but we have to go off of the black and white words that are printed on this page. And so when I read words that say things like adapted, which means to change the original intended use of something, and I read words that say used in conjunction with the firearm, to me that opens a massive door that any good lawyer would be able to make a case in favor of, that a particular object or item had been adapted and then used in conjunction with the firearm. Now, continuing on, we see that there are some qualifiers here. So a device has to be marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with the firearm. Here's your qualifiers. If the device is reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase the firearm's rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or destructive capacity, or reasonably designed or intended to increase the firearm's stability and handling when the firearm is repeatedly fired. So I have some additional concerns with these qualifiers to subparagraph E on page 4, line 17. And the first is reasonably designed. Okay, that makes sense. That comports with lines 17 or 18, where it's talking about an item or a device that is marketed, that is designed. So here it's fairly obvious to me that we're talking about the intention of the original designer, the original manufacturer. But then it says or intended. So when it says or intended, now I'm wondering, is this the intention of the original manufacturer? Or is this the intention of whoever adapted whatever that device is? Because again, we have that word adapted, page 4, line 18. Are we going off of the original intention of whatever this thing was that was manufactured, or the intention of the purpose of the person who adapted it? And again, I'm not clear on that. And if I'm not clear on that, lots of other folks are probably not clear on that. And if other folks aren't clear on that, again, we know how that ends. So we have something here that may or may not be subject to this law if its original purpose is adapted from whatever the original manufacturer intended, and now its design or intended use is based on the person who did the adapting. And if it's used to increase the firearm's rate of fire, concealability, and I'm going to stop at concealability here, because I think there's a lot of things that are used in conjunction with concealability that we need to talk about here. So again, a device marketed or sold to the public that could be adapted and used in conjunction with a firearm if it is designed or intended to increase the concealability of that firearm. So those are the elements of getting up to this point. You know, it has to be something marketed or sold to the public, designed or adapted, used in conjunction with, if it is designed or intended to increase the concealability. Well, what are some things that do that? What are some things that increase a firearm's concealability, as it says here on page 4, line 21? Well, again, in my concealed carry class, right, it's literally in the title of the class that I'm teaching, we talk a lot about lawful, legal, concealed carry options for folks. We talk a lot about holsters. There's a wide variety of holsters out there. Outside the belt holsters, inside the belt holsters, ankle holsters, shoulder carry holsters, holsters that can go in a bag or a backpack or a purse or something like that. All of those are items that are intended to increase a firearm's concealability. So when I read this here and I see that we're talking about a firearm industry member here, to me, what I see here, printed on the page in black and white, is that a firearm industry member means, so again, I'm going back up to page 4, line 8 here. Firearm industry member means a firm that engages in the manufacture of a product that is sold to the public and can be designed or adapted to be used in conjunction with a firearm that can increase that firearm's concealability. So as I read this here, this extends the definition of firearm industry member to a whole litany of folks that may or may not be intended to be included in this bill. We're talking about holster manufacturers here. We could be talking about clothing manufacturers. There are clothing manufacturers that make clothing specifically for concealed carry. Again, lawful, legal manufacturers that make these items. There are items that are made specifically for women to be able to conceal carry a firearm for their own protection. A specific item that we often talk about in our class, again, that goes here to line 21, concealability. A specific way that we often teach in our classes for someone who is carrying a purse to conceal a firearm is to make sure that they're selecting a purse that has a steel cable that goes in the purse strap. And the reason for that is a steel cable inside the purse strap is going to prevent that purse strap from being cut by somebody who's trying to snatch that purse. Well, if that purse has a concealed, line 21 here, if that purse has a concealed firearm inside of it, and the purse manufacturer specifically wanted to increase the security and safety of that firearm and of the person carrying that purse by including a steel cable inside of the purse strap, to me, this means we now have an item that fits the definition of a firearm industry member. And there's a lot of other things that I think fall under this definition. We've talked about holsters. We've talked about purses and bags. I've talked a little bit about jackets, other sorts of clothing. But because of this broad definition, my concern is that there are a long laundry list of other items that might also fall under this definition. Things like belts. There are concealed carry belts that are specifically made. They're a little bit thicker in order to be able to hold the weight of a concealed firearm. So if somebody markets a belt, if somebody markets a belt, again, we'll go through the definition here. Presumably this is a firm or a corporation, but it could be a person that makes this stuff in their own time as a hobby. If you have a person engaged in the manufacture of a firearm industry product, which is designed as a device that is designed, again, they're designing this belt to be used in conjunction with concealed carry, is designed to be used in conjunction with, right? It's not attached to the firearm, it's used in conjunction with, as it says on lines 18 and 19, and is reasonably designed, yeah, absolutely, it's reasonably designed to increase the firearm's concealability. Yeah, this is specifically marketed as a belt for concealed carry. Do we now have a situation where somebody who manufactures a belt now falls under the definition of a firearm industry member if they market that belt as, hey, this is a concealed carry belt that's a little bit thicker, it perhaps has a plastic core in it to make it a little bit stiffer. This is now, as I read this bill, a member of the firearm industry. Something as simple as spray paint or vet wrap, I am concerned, falls under this definition. I know a lot of folks that like to go hunting. I have a friend at church that goes hunting. And when he goes hunting, well, one of the things he wants to do is make sure that his hunting rifle doesn't give him away. And so if he purchases spray paint or some sort of camouflaged vet wrap to increase the concealability, as it says on line 21 here, the concealability or the camouflage, because that's what you do when you're hunting, you wear camouflage, to increase the concealability or the camouflage of this firearm by purchasing earth-toned spray paints, some browns, some greens, maybe a little bit of red. Somebody who purchases those items, somebody who markets those items as something that can be used to increase the concealability or the camouflage of a firearm could now potentially be subject to this definition. And I think that argument is actually strengthened, again, by these words I've mentioned previously, that is designed or adapted. It doesn't matter if this product was originally marketed to be vet wrap for a sick horse or cow, if it is adapted, as it says on line 18, this is a device marketed or sold to the public that is adapted to be used in conjunction with a firearm. My concern is that we've now defined spray paint, vet wrap as something that can be adapted and, again, using the two qualifiers here, adapted to increase the concealability of that firearm. So is a manufacturer like Rust-Oleum now considered a firearm industry member if somebody adapts their product and uses it to increase the concealability or camouflage of a hunting rifle? Is a veterinary product manufacturer who produces multicolored vet wrap now considered a firearm industry member by marketing to the public something that can be adapted to be used in conjunction with a firearm if it increases the concealability of that firearm? And again, if I have that question, other folks have that question. And if other folks have that question, we know it's only a matter of time before somebody gets an attorney and seeks a definitive answer to this question in a court of law. Moving on here, we've talked about the concealability. Talks about magazine capacity or destructive capacity, page 4, line 22. What is destructive capacity? Well, again, it's not terribly well defined in this bill. But going off of the common meaning, what somebody might reasonably assume to mean destructive capacity, we heard some dialogue earlier about flashlights. Well, guess what? You all know I was a cop for a little over 10 years. I worked a lot of shifts at night. And so as a firearms instructor, training other officers, working at night, I would have my cops come to me and they'd say, hey, what do I need to get if I'm going to night shift? And the first thing that I would tell them is, well, if you can't see it, you probably can't hit it. And so I would say the first thing that you need to do in order to hit your target is be able to see it in the dark. And so the first thing that I would recommend in order to be able to identify and hit their desired target in the dark was a flashlight. Now, if I'm in the dark and I have a big bright flashlight that can illuminate the area, that can help me identify a target and accurately be able to hit that target, does that fall under the definition of destructive capacity? Because you see, in the dark, if you don't have that flashlight, you have no way to have precisely aimed fire, which means that it's a lot easier for somebody to hide and avoid being a target in the dark. But if I illuminate the area, if I illuminate that target with a flashlight, and I can now identify and have precisely aimed fire on that target, I think that there's an argument to be made that that would increase the destructive capacity of the firearm. And again, based on the definition here, page 4, lines 17 through 19, this device only has to be designed or adapted. It doesn't even have to be a firearm-specific flashlight. It can be any flashlight that is adapted to be used, lines 18 and 19, in conjunction with the firearm if the device, line 23 here, line 22 here, reasonably increases that firearm's destructive capacity. Now, we've talked an awful lot about attorneys when we've had these conversations about litigation, but there's another key player that often comes into the equation when we're talking about litigation, and that's the expert witness. Because you see, when these cases go to court, oftentimes you have to have an expert witness that comes in and breaks down what do all these terms mean here. What is a firearm component? What is something that conceals a firearm? What is something that increases the magazine capacity or destructive capacity? Now, I said earlier, I'm not an attorney, but because of my knowledge, background, training, and experience, I have multiple times testified in court as an expert witness to those things that I have expertise in. As a firearms instructor in law enforcement and now as a certified concealed carry firearms instructor, it's often mentioned that I would have standing in court to testify to these sorts of things here. And if I have that standing, then other folks who have expertise in items that are reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase a firearm's rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or destructive capacity, would also be a part of any litigation that might be brought to lend some clarity to this section here. And so if I'm having these questions, if I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you know what, I could probably testify in court as an expert witness to the fact that a bright flashlight increases the destructive capacity of a firearm, and I could make a good argument for that. Like I've said before, I'm probably not the only one that's had that thought. And so as I read this again, I ask myself two key questions. Does this inadvertently open the door for more litigation than was originally intended? And does this ultimately accomplish the objective, the very worthy and critically important objective set out on page 2 in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents? Continuing on, destructive capacity. I think this unfortunately impacts the hunting industry as well. Because you see, when you go hunting, there's a different type of ammunition that is used in order to ensure an ethical, clean, humane harvesting of an animal. And that's called typically a soft point bullet. So I'll back up here for just a second so that we can get our terminology right. Here, page 4, line 14, subparagraph B, it talks about ammunition. In the context of a handgun or a rifle, ammunition typically consists of 4 components. You have, sorry, I'm counting in my head, 4 components. You have the case, so that's typically going to be brass in color. You have the case. The case is kind of like the skeleton to which all of the other components are attached. You have the primer, you have the powder, and you have the bullet. These are components of ammunition, which is mentioned here on line 14. Well, you can get lots of different types of bullets. Bullet is the projectile that actually goes downrange. And so when we're looking at destructive capacity here, the science and the engineering that goes into bullets to achieve the desired effect becomes important here. Hunting bullets are designed to humanely take an animal. And so the question that I have is, does a soft point bullet that is designed to humanely take an animal and that behaves differently than, say, a full metal jacket bullet, would something like a soft point bullet fall under this definition here of destructive capacity? I don't know. And if I don't know, that means someone else probably doesn't know as well. Moving on here, line 23. It talks about, it's an or, so this is not an and, this is an or, this device that's adapted to be used in conjunction with a firearm. It can meet either subparagraph 1 or subparagraph 2. Subparagraph 2 says is reasonably designed or intended to increase the firearm's stability and handling when the firearm is repeatedly fired. So what are things that are designed or intended to increase the firearm's stability and handling when the firearm is repeatedly fired? Well, we've heard dialogue about a bipod. It's just a simple device that attaches to the firearm. Usually has 2 legs, spring-loaded legs that pop out that increase by allowing that firearm to have 2 points of contact with the ground or the table or whatever you're using the bipod in conjunction with, to stabilize that firearm. So is something like a bipod included in the definition of firearm industry member if that device is intended, that's how they're marketed, hey, if you're gonna, go long-range hunting, you may want to increase the stability of your firearm. So use this bipod. Does this include things like a rubber butt pad? As a firearms instructor working in law enforcement, we had officers of all different sizes. And some of my smaller officers often had a hard time controlling the recoil of their issued, typically it was a shotgun. And so to allow that officer to increase that duly issued shotgun's stability and handling, oftentimes they would have to have some sort of rubber or recoil absorbing butt pad that would help to manage the recoil to enable that law enforcement officer to have better stability so that they could more safely handle their issued firearm. Does this definition include something like a rubber butt pad for a shotgun? Does this include something as simple and as basic as 2 sticks? We heard a little bit earlier about shooting sticks. If you're unfamiliar with shooting sticks, it's 2 sticks. They're typically crossed. They're attached at that cross point with string, tape, wire, doesn't matter what. And they form a fork. And you can rest a firearm on those shooting sticks in a manner that is intended to increase the firearm's stability and handling when the firearm is repeatedly, so to me I read that means 2 rounds or more, when the firearm is repeatedly fired. So as I read through this definition here of firearm industry member, I'm concerned that this is an incredibly, incredibly broad net that captures an enormous amount of products and industries that perhaps are not intended to be captured. But again, when it comes to law and legislation, we can't go off of the intent. We have to go off of what's written in the black and white on the page here. And so I continue reading on here, subparagraph F, starting on page 4, line 26. It talks about any machine or device. So again, this is continuing with the definition of firearm industry member. Any machine or device that is marketed or sold to the public that is reasonably designed or intended to be used to manufacture or produce a firearm or any other firearm industry product. So again, I have that huge concern with firearm industry product because as you've heard me discuss here, I think that firearm industry product is an incredibly broad definition. And so when page 4 and 5 here, bottom of page 4, top of page 5, talk about any machine or device that is marketed or sold to the public that is designed or intended to be used to manufacture or produce a firearm industry product, which as we've already talked about, includes things like holsters, includes things like purpose-built concealed carry belts, includes things like a purse with a steel cable through the shoulder strap. I'm concerned that now we're including things like a Harbor Freight heat gun. Because in the firearm industry, and a lot of other different industries, there's this product called Kydex. Kydex is basically a type of plastic that when you heat it up, it can be shaped to pretty much whatever you want. You heat it up, it becomes pliable. And so when I see manufacture a firearm industry product, the first thing that pops to my mind is somebody that goes out, purchases some Kydex, purchases a $10 Harbor Freight heat gun, and uses that Kydex and that heat gun to heat up the Kydex and create a custom-built concealed carry holster. And if that person has a lawful concealed carry license and they have been duly and lawfully licensed to carry their firearm, they can legally manufacture their own personal concealed carry, holster. But that, I'm concerned, falls under the definition in subparagraph 6 here, of a machine or device that can be used to manufacture a firearm industry product. I could see an argument being made that this includes basic things like a needle and thread and a sheet of leather, because those are also items that are used to manufacture concealed carry holsters, concealed carry belts, and a variety of other items. And so this definition of firearm industry product, I am concerned, is so broad that it includes basically anything, to quote the bill itself, that can be adapted to be used in conjunction with the firearm if it increases the concealability or might be used to manufacture or produce a firearm industry product. And so keep that in mind as we get to the next part of the bill, because that leads to my concerns about this opening the door for litigation in a wide variety of hopefully unintended ways. Moving on here to the bill, page 5. It talks about, starting on line 3, a firearm trafficker means a person who acquires, transfers, or attempt to acquire, transfer a firearm industry product. And that's my concern, is because we're not talking just firearms here. We are talking firearm industry products. And those firearm industry products, as we've discussed at length here, include a wide variety of legal, lawful products that are out there that can be used for a wide variety of things. So when we talk about this firearm industry product for the purposes of unlawful commerce, but including but not limited to a subsequent transfer to a person who is prohibited by state or federal law from possessing the firearm industry product, I ask myself, what is this unlawful transfer? What does it look like? And I think the bill answers that question for us when it goes on here to page 5, line 9, where it talks about reasonable controls. Now, I think we'll talk in a little bit more depth later on about some of the reasonable controls that currently exist, but just as a summary here, reasonable controls when it comes to the transfer of firearms in this state typically is something that's regulated by the ATF and the CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigations. And that reasonable control, that, as it says here on page 5, line 9, that procedure, safeguard, and business practice, that means complying with Colorado's background check law. Complying with Colorado's background check law. Now, to transfer a firearm in the state of Colorado, you first have to go to what's called an FFL, Federal Firearms License Person. That is somebody who is licensed by the ATF to be able to conduct firearm transfers. And in order to implement the reasonable controls that it talks about here on line 9, an FFL has to collect a form prescribed by the ATF called an ATF Form 4473. The last time I looked, an ATF Form 4473 was 7 pages long, and it included a whole host of information about the transferee, the person to whom the firearm was being transferred. And so upon the completion of that form, then the FFL, following these reasonable controls here, would then submit the transferee to CBI for a background check, and then, assuming that that background check comes back in the affirmative, that that person has no outstanding items that would prohibit them from owning a firearm, then having met with the reasonable controls that are outlined in the Form 4473, and having conducted that required background check, then that firearm could be transferred. And that's important because when it comes to these matters of legality, typically there's a lot of weight and credibility that's given to existing standard practice. So when I read the definition here, reasonable control, that means a reasonable procedure, safeguard, or business practice designed and implemented to do all of the following, And we'll talk here a little bit about what the following things are. To me, the first thing that jumps out is, hey, this is something that we already have in place here. This is a ATF Form 4473, 7 pages long, collects a whole bunch of information about the individual to include their background, to include their mental health, to include any other items that might disqualify them from owning a firearm. And then, in order to not take the transferee's word, then a background check is actually conducted. That, to me, is a reasonable control, like it talks about here on line 9. That reasonable control then is used to prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm industry product to a straw purchaser or firearm trafficker, a person who is prohibited by state or federal law from possessing a firearm industry product, or a person the firearm industry member has reasonable cause to believe is at substantial risk of using a firearm industry product to harm themselves or unlawfully harm another, or otherwise unlawfully possessing or using a firearm industry product. And so here again is where that key phrase, that key definition of firearm industry product comes into place. Because when I read this, we're talking about two broad categories of items here. We are talking about FFL, transfer regulated items. So that is a firearm, a serialized lower receiver for those firearms that have lower receivers. These are things that require, under current law, an FFL to transfer them. But the definition of firearm industry product is so broad that it includes a whole host of other products that are not currently required to be transferred by an FFL. And so this is really the heart of my concern. Because as I read this bill here, what I see is that given the broad definition of firearm industry product, and given the fact that, as it says here, on page 5, lines 12 and 13, these reasonable controls are to prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm industry product. Two classes of items are being regulated here. Firearms and key pieces, key components of a firearm like a serialized lower receiver, and also all of the other firearm industry products that I've previously talked about. Things like that concealed carry belt, things like those holsters, things like that concealed carry purse, things like a jacket. This section is now requiring that those firearm industry products, like jackets, like belts, like spray paint, like vet wrap, are now required to be subject to the same reasonable controls that are listed here in pages 9 through 11. Excuse me, lines 9 through 11. And as I've talked about, current reasonable controls typically means a Form 4473 and a background check. So does this page open up the firearm industry and firearm industry members to being subject to safeguards like a 4473 or a background check in order to sell something like a concealed carry belt, a holster, vet wrap, spray paint? And again, I appreciate the intent, but my concern is that as written, I'm concerned that the definition of firearm industry product, which includes all these things that we've talked about, falls under the reasonable controls that are designed and implemented to do, line 12 here, prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm industry product to the list of folks that are listed here on page 5, lines 12 through lines 21. So who are these folks that should not be purchasing not just a firearm, but also a firearm industry product? Well, we have here a straw purchaser or firearm trafficker, a person who's prohibited by state or federal law from possessing a firearm industry product, or a person the firearm industry member has reasonable cause to believe is at a substantial risk of using a firearm industry product to harm themselves or unlawfully harm another, or otherwise unlawfully possessing or using that firearm industry product. And so my question here is, if all of these products are now considered firearm industry products, and all of these firearm industry products are now subject to the reasonable controls, which includes things like a 4473, which includes things like a background check, and a firearm industry member is anyone who's selling, as it says here, page 4, lines 8 through 11, who's selling, marketing, importing, or distributing these items. Is there now liability incurred? Can an argument be made that somebody selling a belt, if they overhear the purchaser of that belt muttering something vaguely threatening under their breath, does that clerk, that person selling a belt, selling spray paint, selling any of these very broadly defined firearm industry products, do they fall under the liability imposed by this reasonable controls to ensure that, oh no, yes, somebody was agitated when they bought a concealed carry belt from me. And, it was just a belt. I didn't report it. But then that belt is later used in conjunction with the firearm to do something bad. Is there liability on that person? I don't know. And as we've talked about, if I don't know, there's other folks that don't know. And if they don't know, they will get that answer through litigation. Moving on, though. Subparagraph A here, page 5, line 12. This is not the only action that is governed under the reasonable controls. You also have subparagraph B here that says that reasonable controls have to be implemented to prevent the loss or theft of a firearm industry product from a firearm industry member. So, with this broad definition of a firearm industry product and this broad definition of a firearm industry member, if somebody that has a belt, somebody that sells a holster, somebody that has spray paint, if they don't take reasonable controls to prevent the loss or theft of that firearm industry product, and that product is subsequently stolen, is that firearm, broadly defined firearm industry member, liable because, page 5, line 22 here, they did not take reasonable controls to prevent the loss or theft of something like spray paint or vet wrap or a belt. And when we go back to the definition of reasonable controls, understanding that reasonable controls typically refers to a 4473, that refers to things like background checks, that refers to steps that reputable firearm manufacturers take to safeguard their firearms, like having bars on the window and big heavy doors to their shop, are we requiring and are we making a case for somebody to say that similar controls must be put into place to prevent the loss or theft of a firearm industry product from a firearm industry member, which can be broadly defined as someone who sells a belt, a holster, spray paint, vet wrap, a Kydex, a sheet of Kydex, or a heat gun? Is Joann's, the fabric retailer, are they responsible for securing their fabric, their needle, and their thread, which could be used to make a jacket that covers a concealed firearm, something that's used in conjunction with a firearm? Are they subject to liability if they don't secure their cloth, their needle, and their thread under the reasonable control standard that's imposed here on page 5, line 9? I don't know. And if I don't know, somebody's going to find out with an attorney. I continue on. We're on to page 6 now, where it talks about a straw purchaser. A straw purchaser means an individual who wrongfully purchases or obtains a firearm industry product on behalf of a third party who's the actual purchaser or transferee. So as I read this here, again, my mind goes back to that Form 4473, because this is terminology that's very similar to what is used in the Form 4473, that ATF-prescribed form that governs how a firearm is to be transferred by a duly licensed FFL in conjunction with a background check, which is required in the state of Colorado. But we're not talking just firearms here. We are talking firearm industry products. So are you now a straw purchaser if you wrongfully purchase or obtain a belt, spray paint, vet wrap on behalf of somebody who's you're not the actual purchaser, you're purchasing it for somebody else? I don't know. And if I don't know, the answer will be found through litigation. Moving on down, page 6 here. I promised earlier we would talk about it. We're up to this point now where it talks about an unfinished frame or receiver, which means any forging, casting, printing, extrusion, machined body, or similar article that has reached a stage in manufacture when it may be readily completed, assembled, or converted to be used as the frame or receiver of a functional firearm, or that is marketed or sold to the public to become or be used as the frame or receiver of a functional firearm once completed, assembled, or converted. So when I read this here, the first thing that pops to my mind is what's called an 80% receiver. An 80% receiver is something that has not quite been fully built, machined, or developed, in which somebody purchases that, perhaps because they're a hobbyist, they like working with their hands, they like building things. They purchase it, and they finish some of the machining themselves. If these products are something that we want to regulate, then let's regulate that product by actually talking about that product in particular, and not by imposing liability on this product without setting clear guidelines and guardrails around the manufacture of that product. If that product can currently be produced and manufactured and sold, let's actually put regulations around that if that's something that this body is concerned about. Let's not regulate an unfinished frame or receiver, which in many cases is currently legal. Let's not regulate that behind the scenes through liability and through tort. Let's be honest with that industry and actually put some regulations in place around it so that industry knows what their left and their right limits are. Moving on, we're now down to page 6, bottom of page 6, line 20, where it talks about the firearm industry standards of responsible conduct. So as it says here, this section applies to a firearm industry member. And again, I have that question because of the broad definitions. A firearm industry member, as I said at the beginning of this, am I included in this firearm industry member? Because every time the legislature talks about firearm policy, a lot of times that drives up a quantifiable and measurable increase in firearm purchasing. A firearm industry member engaged in the manufacture, distributing, importation, marketing, or wholesale retail of a firearm industry product. And again, we've talked about firearm industry product. That meets any of the following conditions. The firearm industry product was sold, made, distributed, or marketed in the state, intended to be sold, made, marketed in the state, was produced or used in possession in the state, and it was reasonably foreseeable that it would be used in the state. So we're talking about any of these items that are either sold or could be reasonably anticipated to come to this state. So if these are the items that we're talking about, and this is the criteria that has been put into this bill, does this extend this code of conduct to all of the products that I've talked about previously? If you manufacture a belt, if you like to work with leather and you have needle and thread and leather in order to make a holster, the way I read this, you are a member of the firearm industry that is engaging in the manufacture of a, line 23 here, a firearm industry product that is sold, made, marketed, or distributed in this state. So, with that definition, we now get to what this code of conduct is. A firearm industry member, again, I'm going off of the definition as I see in this bill. This is applying not just to people that manufacture and produce and sell firearms FFL-regulated items, this is going to any firearm industry member. Anyone that makes, manufactures, or produces a product that was originally designed or could be adapted, because we can't forget about that word adapted earlier in the bill. That could be adapted. They're covered under this, the way I read it. Shall establish and implement reasonable controls regarding the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, and wholesale or retail sale of the firearm industry products in this state. What are those reasonable controls? Well, like we talked about on page 5, those reasonable controls that are currently implemented, currently in practice, and will likely be used as the standard should any litigation arise from this are things like the 4473 form, that 7-page form used by the ATF to regulate firearm transfers, and things like background checks, which again are required in the state of Colorado. Does this set up a system where a firearm industry member, which we've discussed how broad that is required to establish and implement reasonable controls, things like a background check, things like a transfer form, things like long-term record keeping in order to manufacture, distribute, import, market firearm industry products, which again, as we have discussed, is something that is incredibly broadly defined. And so my concern is that somebody who manufactures a belt, somebody that manufactures a holster, somebody that has spray paint, if those items are then used in the commission of something heinous, is the manufacturer of spray paint now liable for not having some sort of reasonable control on the sale of that spray paint, which could be used to increase the concealability of a firearm? I don't know. And as we know, that question would be answered through litigation. Moving on, down to paragraph B. Take reasonable precautions to ensure the firearm industry member does not sell or distribute a firearm industry product to a distributor or retailer of firearm industry product that fails to establish and implement reasonable controls. And there again, we have it. These reasonable controls are controls that are designed and currently required under Colorado law to be applied to firearms, to FFL-regulated items, things like a complete assembled firearm, things like a serialized lower receiver. But the way I read paragraph 2 here on page 7, things like belts and holsters and spray paint are also included in this definition. I see nowhere where those items are broken out and subject to separate controls. And so my concern is that if extending the reasonable controls, that Form 4473, and those background checks, if we are extending that standard of care to any, as it says here, any firearm industry product, is there an incredible amount of liability and an incredible opening for litigation that is being extended to individuals or corporations that manufacture or produce any item, again, going back to the definition of a firearm industry product, that is designed or adapted to be used in conjunction with a firearm if it does one of those things that we discussed earlier. And my concern with that is that this broadly opens the door to bring a wide variety of litigation against a wide variety of industries and manufacturers in our state, or that even produce items that are then transferred into our state, even if the manufacturer or the person is not actually located in Colorado. And if we're extending that liability to those corporations, to those firms, to those companies, my concern is, does this, in fact, accomplish the very worthy goal that is laid out in the legislative declaration on page 2? The fact that the state of Colorado has a compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. Because the concern that I have is this: if the door to litigation is opened as broadly as the case that I believe I have laid out for you, there are a lot of jobs that can potentially be at stake here. And as we all know, things cost a lot more right now. And so if a job is subject to the litigation that's described here on page 7, does that impact our communities by removing somebody's ability to have lawful employment in a company that makes all of the items that I've laid out for you so far? I don't know. And we know where that ends. Moving on. Page 8 here. What are the remedies? It says cause of action for violations of standards of responsible conduct. So this is line 9 here, page 8. A person or entity that has suffered harm as a result of a firearm industry member's, again, very broad definition there, acts or omissions. So is there an argument to be made that if a background check was not conducted on a person that sold a belt, could that be considered an omission? May bring a civil action. Who suffers? Well, like I said, I think this is damaging to business. We heard earlier one of my colleagues speak of the damage that can occur to business. And by proxy then, the damage that occurs to families, to residents, to folks in our community who are lawfully trying to make a living, but who, as a result of the broad definition of firearm industry members' acts or omissions here on page 8, might be subject to litigation. So we heard the sponsors of the bill talk about a two-pronged test that would be required in order to bring litigation underneath this bill. And so that two-pronged test was actually in the committee report here, where it talks about a firearm industry member's, number 1, knowing violation of this article, and that knowing violation has to create, prong 2, a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur. So what is a knowing violation of this bill? Well, as we've talked through this bill and we've worked our way through this bill, with the broad definitions of firearm industry member and firearm industry product, and the fact that FFL and non-FFL regulated items are lumped together in the same category, someone who is manufacturing, selling any product that is designed, or again, can be adapted, that word adapted is there on page 4, can be adapted to be used in conjunction with a firearm, that does not have the reasonable controls that are laid out here on pages 5 through 7, that does not take steps to ensure that their spray paint is not stolen, that their belt is not stolen. I would argue that there's a case to be made that that is based on the broad definitions in this bill and the fact that FFL and non-FFL items are all lumped together, that a knowing violation could be argued for somebody that fails to implement appropriate controls around the manufacture, sale, or transfer of something like a concealed carry belt, something like a jacket used to conceal a firearm. And so then, if knowingly selling a jacket, a belt, a holster, without having the robust controls, the reasonable controls in place, and by the way, those reasonable controls, they take a lot of time and expense and logistical overhead and administration. You got to get specifically set up to do a background check. You have to be specifically set up to have forms that capture and document all of this information. And if we're using the existing reasonable controls for FFL transfer items as a standard, that's going to be an incredible amount of cost and work and effort for someone that is selling non-FFL covered items to implement. But if they fail to implement a reasonable control for a firearm industry product, can that be considered a knowing violation? I think there is a question there. And we know if there's a question, how that question will be answered. So I think that this two-pronged test is actually not that high of a bar to overcome. as I've laid out here. This knowing violation could be argued that someone that didn't do a background check on something like a large trench coat that was used to conceal a firearm might be considered, under the definitions that I've laid out in this, as laid out in this bill, could be considered a knowing violation. But then we also have to have a reasonably foreseeable risk that harm would occur. Now, reasonably foreseeable risk is obviously talking about future events here, because this is something that's foreseeable. This is something that has not happened yet and something that might reasonably happen in the future, and the firearm industry member might reasonably has to foresee that harm might occur. So what is reasonable risk? What is reasonable foresight? If somebody comes to buy a large jacket, somebody comes to buy a heat gun and a sheet of Kydex, and that person is mumbling vague threats under their breath, is this imposing a requirement that the retailer of things like trench coats, like jackets, like heat guns and Kydex, has to be aware of the fact that somebody that is purchasing a heat gun and Kydex while mumbling vague concerning things under their breath should be either denied that sale or reported to some authority to ensure that that person is not, in fact, purchasing a trench coat to conceal a firearm that is going to be held in the Kydex sheath or Kydex holster that was manufactured. And so my concern is that this definition here of reasonably foreseeable risk also opens the door to a huge variety of products and industries that are not governed by the current federal and state regulations for FFL transfers, and that the same standard of care that is currently imposed on firearms transfers and FFL transfers is also being extended to an incredibly broad variety of people and industries that are engaged in the manufacture of products that, again, going back to the bill, might be adapted to be used in conjunction with the firearm if that device increases the concealability, destructive capacity, or stability of the firearm. And if that's the case, what does that do to Colorado's economy? What does that do to Colorado's jobs? What does that do to the individuals who are engaged in the lawful firearm industry who are now subject to all of these additional regulations that are currently imposed on FFL transfers and firearms products, but who, as I read this bill, would also be covered if they are selling non-firearm, non-FFL items like belts, holsters, trench coats, heat guns, spray paint, camouflage vet wrap. And so in conclusion, I come back to page 2 of this bill, where it talks about the state of Colorado has a compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado's residents. And so, as I've said all along, the question I ask myself is, does this policy work? Does it do what it's intended to do? Does it, in fact, protect the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents? Well, as I read through this bill and as I analyze this bill, what I see here is a lot of stuff that broadly defines firearm community, firearm industry members to include a lot of hopefully unanticipated and unintended industries. But as written in the bill, those industries would be subject to increased litigation. And I think that increased litigation does not help protect the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents when we consider the fact that those are lawful industries that lawfully employ folks who are trying to make a living for themselves and for their families. Nowhere in this policy do I see anything that keeps firearms out of the hands of those folks who have malicious intent. And so when I ask myself, does this policy work? Because again, this is the highest ideal to which all of us in this chamber subscribe, and I completely and fully believe that. It's the ideal to which I pledged my life for a combined total of 22 years in the military and law enforcement to protect the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. But I have to know, for my own conscience sake, that this policy actually accomplishes those goals and doesn't lead us to a place where in a few years we're having to backpedal and apologize for this policy and adjust and modify this policy because with the best of intentions, intending to protect our neighbors and our communities, in fact, our neighbors and communities were harmed. And so for those reasons, for the reason that I don't see that this bill actually protects the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I'm going to change up the vocal tone in here, maybe get some excitement back. Buckle up, everyone. I've received hundreds of emails from constituents who are angry about this bill. And although a lot of us might not be listening in this room, the majority of Coloradans are. They feel that this bill is stripping the rights of law-abiding citizens and responsible gun dealers and manufacturers to protect the criminals in this state. This bill requires each industry member that is engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale or retail sale of an industry product in Colorado to establish and implement reasonable controls and precautions. In the bill, it states that reasonable precautions to prevent foreseeable risks to life, health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Colorado. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean that each establishment comes up with their own controls? How is it mandated? How is it regulated? Who decides that the store implements reasonable controls? Is the firearms store owner supposed to come up with some mental health assessment in order to sell someone a gun? Or are we asking them to profile? And what does that even mean? It doesn't seem very equitable to me. This is one of the most subjective things I have ever heard. And then it's the gun seller's word against the person who performed the crime. And then it's a court case costing the taxpayers of the state. Because if the AG has to be involved, if the constitutionality is in question, and I assure you it will be, it's going to cost us all money. A foreseeable risk is when a reasonable person is given, in a given situation, should know that specific harm might occur as a result of their actions. For example, for the non-attorneys in the room, if a person buys fireworks, then handles them incorrectly and burns their finger, this is a foreseeable risk. In negligence lawsuits, a defendant might respond to the plaintiff's allegations with this affirmative defense. This is because a defendant is not liable for a plaintiff's injury if the risk of the plaintiff's actions were foreseeable. If, however, a person buys fireworks, handles them correctly, and is injured due to the manufacturer's improper assembly of the firework, this is not considered a foreseeable risk, and thus that person might recover damages. Lawsuits for risks that are not foreseeable are not barred by signs that state use at your own risk. Consumers, I agree, should be able to sue if there's a defect in the product. But why should they be able to sue a gun manufacturer or seller if they are aware of the foreseeable risk of owning a gun? Shouldn't then the foreseeable risk be on the person buying a gun that wants to do harm versus the person selling or manufacturing the gun? Where is the accountability of the person committing the crime? And when you say this will not hold up in court without concrete evidence against the gun maker or seller, I guarantee you in Boulder or Denver, when a gun dealer or seller comes to court, I don't know that they'll get due process. Let's keep reading the bill, because I'm going to stay on the bill, Mr. Chair. It is further the policy of the state that victims harmed by firearm industry members wrongful and unlawful conduct. How do we verify that? Are we supposed to take the word of a criminal that has used a gun to violently attack or kill someone? Or the family of a person who committed suicide by a gun's word over the word of a seller? How do you plan to regulate? How do you regulate in the different counties? Because in Douglas County, the people that sell guns are going to be different than the people that sell guns in Denver or Aurora. Let's continue reading. And public officials acting on behalf of the people of Colorado shall not be barred from pursuing civil actions seeking appropriate justice and fair remedies for those harms in court, including civil actions for harms caused by negligent entrustment of firearm industry products, consistent with any limitations otherwise provided in state or federal law. So again, instead of the criminal taking accountability for their actions, they now get to blame someone else. I don't know how everyone else parents, but I teach my children that they are accountable for every one of their actions. If they say something that hurts someone's feelings, I don't blame the child whose feelings they hurt. My child has to be accountable for hurting another's feelings. If my child gets in trouble at school, I don't call the school and blame the teacher that my son got in trouble, although I do know many parents in Douglas County that do that. They blame their kids' teachers and principals for their children's actions. We have lost the ability to take ownership for our actions, and this will continue to snowball. I told someone about this bill, and the person laughed. He jokingly said that if he shot his friend, they could sue the gun store and make money. And unfortunately, it's true. In my opinion, this bill will create a ton of lawsuits and fraudulent behavior. And we continue to hear the bill sponsor, who is also an attorney, use the word frivolous. But it's only frivolous if it's determined to be. What if it's not determined to be frivolous? Then it takes money, time, and an ability to fight it. And how about illegal gun ownership? This bill assumes that responsible gun owners, manufacturers, and sellers are the problem. We have over 45% of responsible gun owners in this state, and we are stripping their rights because the reality is that some people are going to commit crimes. This bill does nothing to get rid of illegal gun ownership, and those owned or bought by criminals on the black market. I'm going to read some statistics for my science people, because sometimes we don't like to hear about science. Gun thefts from cars are on the rise. On July 22nd, 2021, a gun was stolen from an unlocked car in Florida. 12 days later, the gun was used in the murder of a 27-year-old U.S. Coast Guard member as she attempted to intervene in a neighborhood car burglary. The majority of gun homicides and assaults involve illegal guns. But where did these guns come from? And how are they getting into dangerous hands when they are then too often used in acts of violence? New research from Everytown for Gun Safety Support finds that in cities that report data to the FBI, gun thefts from cars are now the largest source of stolen guns, one that continues rising in parallel with rising rates of gun sales and violence. To answer these questions, Everytown researched analyzed FBI crime data spanning 271 small to large-sized cities across 38 states. Collectively, these cities cover 49 million people. This analyst revealed that in 2020, an estimated 77,000 guns were reported stolen across these cities alone. And this count is likely a conservative estimate since only 15 states require gun owners to report lost and stolen guns. So many missing guns go unreported. While guns can be stolen in a variety of ways, in 2020, over half, which was 52%, were stolen from cars. In effect, an average of at least one gun is stolen from a car every 15 minutes, amounting to an estimated 40,000 guns stolen from cars in 2020 across these 271 cities. This is a stark increase from 10 years earlier, when the majority of gun thefts were from burglaries, and under a quarter, 24% were from cars. In fact, the past decade's overall increase in gun thefts is driven by the rise in gun thefts from cars. A decade ago, less than a quarter of gun thefts in 149 cities were from cars. In 2020, over half were. Why are gun thefts from cars on the rise? Data clearly shows that gun thefts from cars are on the rise, but more research is needed to understand exactly what's driving this increase. In the meantime, descriptive trends point to a few likely and unlikely answers. First, it doesn't seem to be associated with an increase in thefts from cars in general. In fact, the overall rate of thefts from cars, not gun-specific, has decreased somewhat over the past decade. While the rate of gun thefts from cars has soared over 225% in cities that report data to the FBI. Second, the rise in gun thefts from cars is not likely associated with cars now being parked in different or more dangerous locations. Rather consistently over the past 10 years, 41% of gun thefts from cars in these 149 cities have happened at residences, whether the driveway or near the home of the gun owner or others. According to a new study published by the National Insurance Crime Bureau's Hotspots report released in September 2022, California has dropped from the top spot state for car theft, and guess what? Good old Colorado has replaced it with being the #1 state for car theft, with 661 thefts per 100,000, which is a 32% increase from 2020. So if in the state of Colorado, if you're allowed to carry a concealed firearm, regardless of a permit, while in a private automobile, and Colorado has one of the highest auto theft rates in the country, what is this bill doing to address that? In my opinion, this bill is attacking and targeting gun manufacturers and dealers and doing nothing to attack where criminals are getting their guns. Criminals get their hands on tens of thousands of guns every year through illegal trafficking. Law enforcement is constrained by insufficient laws to crack down on gun trafficking. The U.S. lacks a strong federal gun trafficking law to crack down on illegal networks that supply guns to criminals. Prosecutors who want to fight traffickers must rely on a law that prohibits selling guns without a federal license. This weak law carries the same punishment as trafficking chicken or livestock. Nearly a third of trace guns were brought across state lines before being used in crime. 8 of these 10 states did not have background check laws during the study period. A strong federal trafficking law would enable law enforcement to crack down on gun traffickers and keep trafficked guns off of our streets. With open borders and Denver being a sanctuary city, how are we policing the illegal trafficking of guns? This bill does not address that. Again, in my opinion, this bill is targeting only gun manufacturers and those selling guns. The number of illegal firearms recovered from the streets of Denver has significantly increased. It is one of the reasons Denver police believe the number of murders this year could break all-time records. Denver's police chief said there is a direct correlation between the number of illegal firearms and violent crime. Murders in particular are happening at an alarming pace. One area in East Denver has experienced a surge in homicides. Denver is on pace for record-breaking year of murders. 5 murders have taken place in the area around Colfax Avenue between Quebec and Yosemite Streets. This area has one of the highest concentration of murders in the city. The number of illegal firearms taken off the streets of Denver this year is 1,225, according to the Denver Police Department. That's an 11% increase compared to the same time frame last year. Illegal firearms is our biggest problem in our city, Denver Police Chief Paul Pazin said. I'm going to read that again. Illegal firearms is our biggest problem in our city. Criminals will find ways to commit crimes with guns, and they will find ways to buy guns. Those firearms, Pazin said, could contribute to a record-breaking number of murders this year. There have already been 53 so far, but with another murder Thursday, that's already an old statistic. What are the safest neighborhoods in Denver? In neighboring Aurora, there have been 90 illegal firearm cases and 28 homicides this year. Across the state, Colorado Ceasefire said one big problem is that firearms are stolen too easily. I do believe there needs to be more public education about the importance of storage if you're a gun owner, Colorado Ceasefire president said, and we already have a storage law based in Colorado. Kim Vetter lives near a violent hotspot in Denver and said, there's no easy solution. People say, oh, it's like one answer, like get rid of illegal guns. Great, let's do that. But that's not going to fix the underlying problem, Vetter said. People in the stretch of Colfax hope crime rates drop sooner than later. Going after gun dealers and manufacturers does not help the problem on the streets involving illegal guns. And let's talk about ghost guns. And I know that this is a very contentious issue, but the kid that just
Representative Bradley, I'll redirect you back to the bill.
This is totally on the bill.
On ghost guns?
Yes, because it's not addressing ghost guns, and ghost guns are killing people. So I'm just going to read about ghost guns and direct it back to the fact that this bill does not target ghost guns, which are killing more people on our streets in Denver.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
According to Colorado law, it is illegal for a minor to possess a gun. The child at East High School unfortunately made a ghost gun. He was on probation for making a ghost gun before the shooting occurred. We knew about his violent past, and he was still allowed to go to school. The ghost gun was untraceable. This bill will not be able to talk about the untraceable nature of the gun. And although the trial is ongoing, it is suspected that the club shooter carried out the deadly attack using a ghost gun. In 2021, investigators seized 2 weapons from Aldred at the time of the bomb threat, a so-called ghost gun with a Glock frame and no serial number, as well as an assault rifle. This bill will not prevent kids from using ghost guns, from making guns, without an ability to trace these guns. Colorado district attorneys are seeing a spike in teen violence, and in many cases, the perpetrators are using homemade firearms called ghost guns. Almost every single week to
Representative
every...
Bradley,
Yes, sir.
I will redirect you back to the bill and on manufacturers.
And I'm heading that way. Ghost guns aren't being bought by manufacturers, so regulating manufacturers doesn't take the problem of ghost guns off our street.
Yeah. So I believe that the bill has it for, this is the ability to sue for the manufacturers of firearms. And since ghost guns are not manufactured by a manufacturer and they're printed, I will redirect you back to the bill.
And Mr. Chair, I agree, but the problem is suing manufacturers and firearms dealers doesn't take some of these guns that are killing our kids off the streets. We've got a whole party up there right now. Do we need to take a recess?
You can proceed. You can proceed.
Yeah, I'm just taking a minute to breathe. Okay. What is considered a ghost gun? Ghost guns are unregulated firearms that anyone, including minors and prohibited purchasers, can buy and build without a background check. Ghost guns are unserialized and untraceable firearms that can be bought online and assembled at home. The guns come in kits you can buy online, or if you have a 3D printer, make at home. They look like and work like a firearm you would buy at a store. The only difference is that homemade firearms have no serial number, so there's no way to trace them if they are used in a crime. When a gun is used in a crime, we're going to trace the serial number back to the seller, says our Kellner. It could lead us to the person who used the gun in a crime, a straw purchaser who bought the gun on behalf of a criminal. It could use to gun trafficker organization. While it's a crime to file out the serial number on a gun, it's not a crime to own a gun that never had a serial number to begin with. Kellner says the loophole needs to be closed. Most of the people who are in possession of the guns, he says, are people who aren't allowed to have guns in the first place. We're talking about convicted felons, people subject to a domestic violence restraining order. We're talking about 15 and 16-year-old kids. He says kids are taking the guns to school with alarming frequency because they can get them online with no background check, and they can have these parts shipped to their homes, and they can easily assemble these firearms. 17th Judicial District Attorney Brian Mason says he too is seeing a growing number of ghost guns in the hands of kids and criminals. Kids shooting kids has become an absolute indescribable problem, and it keeps me up at night, literally. It's very vexing because people can get them so easily. Too easily, says our own state senator, Chris Hansen. We want to see if we can put an end to the huge number of weapons coming into our state. Too easily, says state senator Chris Hansen, oh, sorry, I already said that. Hansen, who is running for Denver mayor and has championed previous gun control measures, plans to introduce a bill requiring ghost guns to have serial numbers. It's not going to solve the problem overnight, but I think if it's not illegal, if we have no way to have a penalty, we're never going to see a change. So this is a really important bill, he said. Kellner agrees. We need to get a handle on this market online where people are able to buy these guns and circumvent all our checks and balances, all of our systems, and are putting guns in the hands of dangerous people. He says people can also buy 3D printed switches that convert a semi-automatic gun to an automatic gun. Another huge problem this bill does not address, fix, or find a solution to. In my opinion, one of the worst parts of this bill is the 5-year clause. A cause of action may be brought within 5 years after the date that the violation occurred or the harm was incurred. Product liability for injury, damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm for up to 5 years. So why are we holding the seller and manufacturer hostage for 5 years while waiting to see what the consumer will do with it? And where do we stop as legislators? Do we run bills next year targeting car salesmen and car manufacturers or liquor stores and dispensaries? I know the bill sponsor made an analogy that you can't go buy a car while you're drunk and then drive it, but that's not what we're talking about, is it? Let's take it a step further and sue cell phone companies, manufacturers, and employees for selling phones to people who might text and drive. We don't go back and sue Budweiser and Ford for someone drunk driving and slamming into a family of 6 and killing somebody. You know why? Because that's not Ford or Budweiser's responsibility. That is the responsibility of the person who criminally misused their product. But the Colorado Department of Transportation, the Colorado Department of Public Safety, and AAA are pointing to concerning trends in impaired driving that may help explain the increase in traffic deaths in Colorado since 2019.
Representative Bradley.
Yes, sir.
Driving and AAA is not on the bill on manufacturers of guns or gun parts and being potentially sued. I will redirect you back to the bill.
Thank you for your leadership. I'm just trying to make the point that if we are going to sue gun manufacturers and gun sellers for things that people can attempt to do, then what keeps us from then selling or suing cell phone manufacturers if people are going to then drive and text and kill someone? What keeps us from suing car manufacturers if someone gets in a wreck and kills someone under the influence? What keeps us from suing liquor stores that sell the alcohol that someone drinks that then gets behind the wheel and kills someone? But I will end with this, since you have been so patient with me. I'm going to end with Daryl Scott, the father of Rachel Scott, a victim in the Columbine shootings in Littleton, Colorado, who testified right here in front of the Judiciary Committee. Since the dawn of creation, there has been both good and evil in the hearts of men and women. We all contain the seeds of kindness or the seeds of violence. The death of my wonderful daughter, Rachel Joy Scott, and the deaths of that heroic teacher and the other 11 children who died must not be in vain. Their blood cries out for answers. The first recorded act of violence was when Cain slew his brother Abel out in the field. The villain was not the club he used, neither was it the NCA, the National Club Association. The true killer was Cain, and the reason for the murder could only be found in Cain's heart. In the days that followed the Columbine tragedy, I was amazed at how quickly fingers began to be pointed at groups such as the NRA. I am not a member of the NRA. I am not a hunter. I do not even own a gun. I am not here to represent or defend the NRA because I don't believe that they are responsible for my daughter's death. Therefore, I do not believe they need to be defended. If I believed they had anything to do with Rachel's murder, I would be their strongest opponent. I am here today to declare that Columbine was not just a tragedy. It was a spiritual event that should be forcing us to look at where the real blame lies. Much of the blame lies here in this room. Much of the blame lies behind pointing fingers at the accusers themselves. I wrote a poem just 4 nights ago that expresses my feelings best. This was written way before I knew I'd be speaking here today. Your laws ignore our deepest needs. Your words are empty air. You stripped away our heritage. You've outlawed simple prayer. Now gunshots fill our classroom and precious children die. You seek for answers everywhere and ask the question why. You regulate restrictive laws through legislative creed, and yet you fail to understand that God is what we need. Men and women are 3-part beings. We all consist of body, soul, and spirit. When we refuse to acknowledge a 3rd part of our makeup, we create a void that allows evil, prejudice, and hatred to rush in and wreak havoc. Spiritual influences were present within our educational systems for most of our nation's history. Many of our major colleges began as theological seminaries. This is a historical fact. What has happened to us as a nation? We have refused to honor God, and in doing so, we open the doors to hatred and violence. And when something as terrible as Columbine's tragedy occurs, politicians immediately look for a scapegoat, such as the NRA. They immediately seek to pass more restrictive laws that contribute to erode away our personal and private liberties. We do not need more restrictive laws. Eric and Dylan would have been stopped by metal detectors. No amount of gun laws can stop someone who spends months planning this type of massacre. The real villain lies within our own hearts. Political posturing and restrictive legislation are not the answers. The young people of our nation hold the key. There is a spiritual awakening taking place that will not be squelched. We do not need more religion. We do not need more gaudy television evangelists spewing out verbal religious garbage. We do not need more million-dollar church buildings built while people with basic needs are being ignored. We do need a change of heart and a humble acknowledgement that this nation was founded on the principle of simple trust in God. As my son Craig lay under the table in the school library and saw his two friends murdered before his very eyes, he did not hesitate to pray in school. I defy any law or politician to deny him that right. I challenge every young person in America and around the world to realize that on April 20th, 1999, at Columbine High School, prayer was brought back to our schools. Do not let the
Representative
many
Bradley.
prayers offered by those students be in vain.
Representative Bradley, I
Yes,
will
sir.
redirect you back to the bill.
Mr. Chair, all due respect, many people have spoken about testimonies from other people as far as this. One just got up here and spoke, and one read from testimony from someone she's talked to today. I'm just reading the testimony of someone that had a child killed at Columbine.
I will still redirect to the bill because that is not with gun manufacturers with this. Thank you.
He ends, and I'll end. My daughter's death will not be in vain. For me, we need to find solutions to mental health problems, and we need to bring God back into our schools and lives and take about accountability for our actions. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I was having a conversation with the bill sponsors explaining a situation. And what is really good about today, I believe, is we are actually sitting here debating, discussing, and doing what is the people's work with these very difficult conversations that have very different perspectives. So I appreciate the patience that everyone has here, and I really appreciate the listening, where I can talk to my urban cousin legislators and have real conversations, and they're like, yep, I see that. Now, seeing it and figuring out what to do with it are two different things. And I know, Mr. Chair, you're like, get to the point, Representative Holtorf, so I'm going to. Thank you for your leadership. In agriculture, I have many farmers, and they have to do multiple jobs to have a good standard of living. Many times, the spousal team in the country, one spouse is working in town, the other one's working the farm or ranch. But there's also additional jobs that they do to maintain a good standard of living and survive in the country. One of those jobs is to be an FFL. Many of my friends, many of my constituents, and I'm going to call it this, don't get upset, it's a side hustle. It's a way to make a little extra money on the side so you can support your livelihood. Firearm sales in the country to many rural constituents is a good business for these folks that are in the firearms sales and distribution business. I own a lot of firearms. I love to hunt. I love to shoot. I have my own shooting range on our ranch, out in the middle of nowhere. In fact, I want to invite legislators when we do our next rural legislative retreat, I'm going to call it, to come out to the ranch again, and we will actually go to the firing range and participate. We will do safe firearms management, handling, and training and shooting, so we can get a greater understanding of what that is. But getting to my point, I'm very concerned, and so are my constituents. I got a call from a constituent in Phillips County. Actually, I met him over the weekend. He was so concerned about this bill right here. He said, if this bill passes, I am afraid I can no longer run my business, my side business. And I fear that the liability may put the farm in jeopardy. Now, I know I've told you many times, and it's complicated. Everything's complicated. There are many times third and fourth and fifth order effects of the complex work that we do here, sometimes with the best of intentions. But we have to analyze this thing and go many levels down, peel the onion back, and find out a way where it works for everyone. The bill as it's written right now does not work for my constituents in rural northeastern Colorado, the constituents in central eastern Colorado represented by Representative Bockenfeld, nor does it work for the constituents in southeast Colorado for Representative Winter. How do I know that? Because I've represented those people before now, and I understand how they think and what they do and how they make a living, and so do they. They know their districts, and I know rural people. I am very concerned about the liability concerns and the messaging and signaling. Now, Representative Evans talked at length about the review and the scrutiny factor. But I am talking to and have talked to the bill sponsors about somehow protecting those individuals that are out there making a living in the country, that are involved in that space. And it's a very noble thing if it's handled by mature, responsible, and mentally sound-minded people. This problem only comes up 10 times out of 10, there's 2 cases and instances where this comes up. Number 1, there's a problem with firearms when a criminal with malicious intent is going to do harm. Or when somebody that has mental health issues chooses to go down a very dangerous path that involves negligent and misuse and harmful use of firearms against fellow humanity and our humanity. The real issue, in my humble opinion, are those 2 things. The first is criminality. The second is mental health. But I will tell you, this is a real problem for me. I hope we can find a way to overcome this through good conversations and through meaningful discussion of solutions that will protect my rural constituents who are FFL, federal licensed firearms dealers, who are involved in the distribution. They do the background checks. They take the orders. They do the background checks. Then they're involved in the distribution and they're involved in the retail sales. I was recently at a Friends of the NRA banquet in my hometown. And yes, it is well attended in my community. Because most of my constituents love to hunt, they're outdoorsmen or women, and they embrace a lifestyle, and they're members of many shooting sports organizations, and they feel that that is their right, which they want to preserve and protect. But I will tell you, with this type of legislation, that banquet and the auctioning off of firearms or the door prize of a firearm or something to that effect as we commune together, we discuss together, we dine together, we talk about the things that connect our community. And I know, Mr. Chair, that you didn't want me to talk about this. And I'm glad that you're not hearing me right now, because I'm going to talk about one of the things we talked about, coyote hunting and the threat of coyotes to our livestock. And this is actually something that is important. And we use the firearms to protect our livestock. But would the availability, would my constituents under this legislation, would they be able to continue to offer those things? Would they be at risk, or would they have to shut down their side business? Or even worse, if something like this happened and there was the enforcement of this type of legislation on them, would their farms or ranches or their livelihoods be in jeopardy? I don't know how we deal with that, but I hope to look to some type of solution that would protect my rural and frontier counties and those constituents in my counties that would allow them to continue to do what they do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak about rural Colorado and the opportunity to discuss how these things affect the rest of Colorado in the farthest reaching places, Sedgwick County, the farthest county in my district, the least populated county in my district. But there's real people out there in real places, and they're trying to make real livings, honorable livings. And this particular side business, I feel, should not be infringed. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your attention.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I sat in my chair, I remember some of the discussions that I had with students yesterday, and they asked us to really try to fix some of these problems, and it comes back to the standards of responsible conduct. And one thing I'd like to bring up is as we talk about the gun industry, we also talk about other things in here that cause some of these problems, and it's wrapped around mental health. And it also makes me think about violent video games. Some of the things that these kids are seeing, I mean, some of the video games out there are pretty violent. We've known about them for a while. We look at the gaming industry, and they definitely use certain types of weapons named by manufacturer and caliber in their video games.
Representative Winter, hold on. Members, can we have a little bit of quiet in the chamber? Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, I appreciate that, sir. So if we're really trying to solve the problem, and like I said, I've played video games, and you hop on there, and a lot of these weapons that they're discussing, and they're talking about this responsible conduct, they're named by manufacturer and caliber on these video games. And we see oodles and oodles of kids playing these violent video games. So if we're really trying to solve some of these problems and we're respecting responsible conduct, I think that this is something that we should look at as well. If we're looking at the whole picture, and we're going to hold gun manufacturers responsible, ammunition manufacturers responsible, scope manufacturers responsible, accessory manufacturers responsible, I think this is something when we look at the mental health part of this, because at the end of the day, those are all tools. They're tools that are being used. But they're being influenced by these things. And to say that that's not part of the issue when we wrap it into the mental health of this, I think is unjust. And they were looking for answers, but I think this is part of the answer. And on top of that, let's get into music. Some of the music today talks about drive-by shootings, and I've listened to some pretty violent music over time. I think even listening to the radio, Sirius Radio,
Representative Winter, I will guide you into the bill in regards to manufacturers and the potential.
So those that manufacture this music and those that manufacture these video games, well, I'm trying to have a real conversation, because everybody told us to listen to these kids yesterday and have an open mind. So I'm up here trying to solve a problem with you all. So the music that influences these people and the video games that may influence these people to use a firearm, which is to the bill, I think it's worth the discussion. So if we're really trying to stop the problem of violence through the use of guns that is to this bill, I think we also have to look at the subsections that may create some of this. So I would definitely like to ask you to think about that as we talk today. If we're looking at some of these things, and like I said, I actually did listen yesterday. I had 10 students in my office, and they kept looking at me, and as I talked to them and debated with them, come up with problems. So as I sat in my chair, this is something I thought of, and this is something that's been talked about before. It's nothing new. It's not like it's never been brought up before. But as we sue these manufacturers, we have to place the blame everywhere. And if we're going to place the blame everywhere, we have to put it in all the parts where it should be. The things that culminate to this person picking up a tool at the end of the day, which is a tool, and using this tool. So if we're really going to solve the problem, we can't necessarily go after the person that's manufacturing the tool if we're really going to solve the problem, or are we really trying to solve the problem? There's steps to solving this problem. So what I'm up here to talk about is to ask you to think about those steps also, because if you're going to go after these people, I think there either needs to be something put into the bill to maybe go after maybe things that influence some of these children into using that tool. So thank you for your time, and thank you for hearing my comments.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I really appreciate my colleague from Trinidad coming down here and talking about that. He listened to the kids that came. I appreciate that. I also appreciate you looking for broader solutions and trying to expand the scope of the conversation, because we do need to do everything in our power to stop these violent acts from happening. I just wanted to briefly flag one thing. They have violent video games in Japan. They do not have school shootings in Japan. They have violent video games all over the world. This problem that we're having with violence in our schools is unique to the United States. It is the guns, and this bill is trying to create access to justice for gun violence victims to solve what is a uniquely American problem. I also just wanted to add, earlier there were some comments about how ghost guns weren't covered under this. Ghost guns actually are covered in this bill. On page 4, line 15, a component, unfinished frame or receiver. We're not calling it ghost guns, but that would cover ghost guns.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to talk about Japan, we're going to talk about their culture, and I think that they hold their kids to a higher standard there. Thank you.
Is there any? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did set my water. I know we joked about it, but I actually have a condition that if I don't drink water regularly, my throat and mouth mess up. I'm not joking about that. So, my wife texted me just a minute ago and said, "Way to go, Gabe." And that offended me, so I'm going to be here for the rest of the evening. And I hope she's listening. This reality of accountability, this whole bill is about accountability. Who's accountable? Who's accountable for what? Who's accountable for guns? Who's accountable for gun violence? Who's accountable for selling guns? Who's accountable for the violence of the guns that are manufactured or the guns that are sold? And so I want to go over a few different things when it comes to accountability. First, who decides who is accountable and who decides who's accountable for what? Now, we're making a lot of debate back and forth, and we're discussing of who thinks who is accountable. And one side of the argument says that the manufacturers and the gun dealers are accountable for this. And I don't agree with this at all. And so I'm going to try to explain who I think is accountable, because the entire bill is trying to put accountability into the hands of these manufacturers. And there's a bunch of things that are brought up by different people from both sides that I appreciate that they brought up, and I will be addressing some of these things. So how do we decide who's accountable? The sponsors have said that they believe that the gun manufacturers are accountable. How do they arrive at that conclusion? Who decides which things people are accountable for and which things are not? In other words, well, what about this shooting? Is somebody accountable for this, or is a gun manufacturer accountable? Is a gun dealer accountable? Well, what about this shooting? Because I've seen a lot of duplicity over the years of who's accountable to what under what circumstances. And so to try to figure this out, how much liability goes to the gun manufacturer? Because there's a lot of steps between a gun manufacturer and somebody actually getting shot for actually harm done or danger that has happened. There's a lot of steps. There's a lot of steps between that gun being made and then that gun being shipped and then that gun being sold and then somebody buying it and then maybe somebody else buying it. And that happens quite a bit. And so somewhere along the line of some harm being done by that gun. What about somebody that got the gun by stealing it out of somebody's vehicle? Did you realize that we are now #1 in the nation for guns stolen out of vehicles? That's so who's accountable for that? Is it the person that bought the gun, or is it the person that took the gun out of the vehicle and did harm with that gun? And then also the mentality of what kind of harm and who's deciding the magnitude of that harm and how it appropriates different people. Why are we not having more discussion on the fact that there's somebody that actually pulls the trigger on that gun? That's a person. That's not a manufacturer, and that's not a dealer. That's a person. And we don't know how many layers it got to before that person pulled the trigger. So then you have to ask, well, why did that person pull the trigger? Did the manufacturer tell them to pull that trigger at that moment? Did the dealer tell them to pull that trigger at that particular moment? Why do we have such an evasiveness when it comes to holding the actual shooters accountable? See, we have a major problem in our country right now, and this is something historically, if you want to go back on this, there's always been guns in America. There's always been guns floating around. That's even the Revolutionary War, there was guns. That's what started this whole thing. And there's always been guns floating around. Why is it only in the last major generation that shootings have gone crazy like this? Why is that only a 30 to 40 year phenomenon? Why wasn't it happening all the time? There's always been gun manufacturers. There's been gun manufacturers in this country before this was a country. Why wasn't there the mass shooting mentalities that we see now? Why is this just a modern generation thing? Now, we heard my representative friend from down south was explaining, it's music or video games or whatever, and I think there's some legitimacy to that, but I think there's a lot of kids, people, adults. I actually am an online gamer. I know that may be surprising to some people. I game online all the time. I don't go out and shoot people. So why is this happening now? There's always been the dealers. There's always been the gun manufacturers. The reason is because we have a brokenness in our country, and this bill is a direct result, not a periphery, but this is a direct result. This bill comes from the mentality that we're going to skip the person that actually should be accountable for a shooting. And we're going to go to somebody else, and that's the manufacturer. We're going to go to somebody else, and that's the dealer. This is the problem. This is the reason that we have shootings in our schools. Because we do not hold anyone accountable. We hold gun dealers accountable. Not the shooter, not the person that's actually wanting to hurt someone else and destroy their life. We hold a manufacturer accountable. This is a disease in our country. Nobody's accountable for anything. We keep bringing up bills. We're doing this ad nauseum in this assembly that takes the accountability away from an individual, gives it to someone else. When do we say, no, you did this, you are accountable? No, the manufacturer's not accountable. You didn't do something bad. You can get out of jail free here. You cannot be indicted here. Because why? Gun dealers. They're the problem. The gun dealers are not going into schools and shooting up schools. The manufacturers are not going into schools and shooting up schools. The person with the finger on the trigger needs to be held accountable. And until we get to that point, we're going to continue this trend that we've been seeing for the last 3 to 4 decades, which is no individual's accountable, somebody else is accountable. We can't actually hold somebody accountable, put them in jail and do something like that because manufacturers, dealers, they're the evil culprits here. Interestingly, though, I'll give you a direct example. The Club Q shooting. That happened in my city, my county. And the media went crazy talking about this shooter, that he was accountable, that he's a bad actor, that he was responsible for this. Bad guy. Until the media found out who he was and how he was directly connected to Club Q. All of a sudden, immediately, manufacturers, dealers, and guns are the problem. Not the person that went into Club Q and shot it up, but everybody else. In fact, I was included by the media as being to blame for this. My church and me, I was to blame. Not the shooter, but the gun. Not the shooter, but a manufacturer, a dealer. And the media immediately switched gears and began to blame everybody else for this. When do we take the person that did this and say they're responsible for this? You did something very bad. You did something very bad to people. You killed people. That's wrong. That's bad. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. But everybody else is to blame for this. Why are guns so different in this subject when it comes to accountability? Why do we not hold everything else? Now, one of the representatives earlier brought up the fact that that curling irons should be under the same issue of this. I don't, but I appreciate the representative bringing this up because she was not gavelled. So therefore, it must be to the bill. So I'm going to deal with this directly to the bill, as was brought up earlier. If somebody makes something, and I mean, you can use a curling iron, but I guess if a curling iron hurts somebody or harms somebody, shouldn't we ask what was being done with that curling iron and who did it, rather than the manufacturer of a curling iron? What about Apple? Apple's got some deep pockets, right? It's not a curling iron, but it must be to the bill. Apple's got some deep pockets. What happens when somebody uses an Apple product to hurt somebody? Is Apple liable? We talked about it with car dealers, with everything else. If you have a hammer, Home Depot has got some pretty deep pockets. Lowe's has got some deep pockets. Why don't we go after them? Because there have been many people killed with hammers. We know this to be a truth. So why isn't the hammer manufacturer responsible for this? The reason is because we all know, we all have a working knowledge that the wielder of the hammer is the problem, not the manufacturer of hammers, and not the seller of hammers, the dealer of hammers, but the wielder of the hammer, the operator of the hammer. Right? So I have seen many guns manufactured by a lot of different companies. But here's something interesting about all of these guns that were manufactured. I haven't seen any of them ever harm somebody without an operator. Maybe there's a possibility. Maybe there's a possibility that a gun just goes off. But somewhere, an operator has to load it, has to pull the trigger. Guns can't load themselves. Manufacturers don't load people's guns. Dealers don't load people's guns. People load people's guns. And manufacturers don't pull triggers. Dealers don't pull triggers. People pull triggers. So until an operator picks up that gun, it's an inanimate object that is causing nobody harm at any level. So until the operator picks it up, it's just a tool. It can have a brand stamped on it by a manufacturer like Colt, Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Barrett, SIG, Winchester, Springfield, Savage, Glock, Kimber. I do like Kimbers. But that doesn't make the gun fire. Stamping Colt on that gun by a manufacturer does not make that gun fire. An operator makes that gun fire. Somebody has to pull the trigger. And there are approximately 300 million plus guns in the United States today. How many of those guns are causing somebody harm without an operator? Answer 0. The manufacturer's not making a SIG do something. A manufacturer's not making Colt do something. If going back to Apple knows that there is a possibility that somebody can use their iPhone to cause harm. They can call somebody to do harm to someone else. That's a known risk that Apple understands. Insurance companies understand it, police understand it, everybody understands it. But when we talk about guns, we immediately go to the manufacturer, not Apple. We go to the manufacturer. So why do we pick this out? Why do we make these bills specifically about this? So, someone else also brought up earlier that this is normal with all different companies across the country. That is so far from true. Why do we pick out guns? The reason is because we don't want people to have guns. Okay?
Representative Bottoms, please stay back to the bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
We want to make sure that there are no manufacturers of guns or dealers of guns. And that's the only way you can get guns. So therefore, by natural conclusion, it appears we don't want people to have guns because manufacturers are going to be how we get them, and they're going to leave the state. We know this. They're going to leave the state. And here's something that manufacturers know, and everybody in this room also knows. If somebody buys a gun in Colorado, moves to Wisconsin, and shoots somebody in Wisconsin, this bill will give them the ability to sue somebody, the manufacturer of that gun, even though it happened in Wisconsin, although it's a Colorado state law. That means nowhere in the United States are we safe once something like this bill goes into effect. I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit too. Let me go a little bit closer into looking at accountability. We've been looking at it from curling irons, and we're looking at all this other kind of stuff. Let's look at accountability a little bit closer. What happens if somebody produces something, and not like an iPhone or a curling iron, but something that we know is being produced that will cause harm? Okay? It doesn't have to. It can be a tool for good or it can be a tool for bad. Let's pick a needle. Let's say somebody, a company, manufactures a needle. This needle can be used for good medicinal value, or this needle can be used for harm, shooting up drugs to the point where somebody ODs and dies.
Representative Bottoms, back to the bill, please.
Yeah, this was not gavelled earlier because she brought up curling irons. I don't see
Representative
any-
Bottoms, I'm asking you to get back to the bill, please.
I do not see any difference between a curling iron and a needle.
We're going to call for a quick recess.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if someone A needle manufacturer makes a needle. And that needle can be used for good, or it can be used for bad. And the needle manufacturer knows this. They have full knowledge that this is a possibility. And I personally don't think that the needle manufacturer should be held accountable for this. But under this bill, if the gun manufacturer is going to be held accountable for this, and the gun dealers, then therefore needle manufacturers and needle dealers, sellers should be held accountable for this. So when somebody ODs in a center or something where there is needles being used, do we sue all of the people involved? Do we sue the manufacturer? Do we sue the people selling the needles? Do we also sue maybe the people that are handing those needles out? Even the people that are handing the needles out, they know that this is potentially a dangerous thing. It can be good, but it can also be dangerous. So do we sue the people handing the needles out? When do we just put the accountability upon the individual? The person pulling the trigger, not manufacturers, not dealers, but the actual person that is accountable. So we're looking at, do we sue, which company do we sue? Which organization? Now this bill specifically pulls out gun manufacturers. But let's look a little bit deeper into accountability. Let's say you have a bank and there are armed guards at the bank. Somebody comes in to rob the bank and they have a weapon and the armed guard shoots that individual. Is the manufacturer responsible? Because this seems to be a positive setting, not a negative setting. So is the manufacturer responsible for that bank robber being killed? Is the gun dealer responsible for that bank robber being killed? Because we've seen in the way our country takes these kind of things, we've seen it in home defense, we've seen it in places like banks and a lot of other things. We've seen where the actual person defending that moment actually can be sued. Well, what about the manufacturer? Is it the manufacturer's responsibility or is it the person that pulled the trigger? Well, let's say that the bank president says, we don't want armed bank guards anymore. We think armed bank guards is a bad idea. So they pull the armed bank guards away, and somebody comes in with a weapon, maybe manufactured by SIG, and they shoot somebody in the bank. Is SIG responsible? Now, the previous example I gave is somebody is standing in that bank as an armed guard. They shot the bad guy. Are they responsible or is SIG responsible? What if the person that comes in after an armed guard has been removed, they shoot somebody? Is the manufacturer responsible? Is the shooter responsible? Is the dealer responsible? Or is there another layer of liability that says the bank president pulled that armed guard out of that bank? Is the bank president liable? Or is it just the manufacturer? I mean, the bank president made a conscious decision to say, we don't want somebody here protecting the people of the bank. Now, I guess that's the bank president's prerogative, but does that make it the bank president's responsibility or the manufacturer? Now, again, the manufacturer did not go into that bank. The dealer did not go into that bank. Somebody else went in that bank. Now, before there used to be a guard there. So do we hold the bank president or the bank board or whoever should be accountable for this? Do we hold them accountable? What about if it's a business or even a school? Let's go to school. What about if a school has SROs on the campus? And they're the ones stopping the kids from shooting each other.
I admire your creativity. I think we're getting pretty broad. Can you bring it back to product liability, please?
Right. So if a student goes into a school and shoots a school up, is that the manufacturer's responsibility? What if they used to have, like the bank, what if they used to have armed people on campus to protect the students? Is it the dealer's responsibility? Or is it the student's responsibility to pull the trigger? Is it the people that made the decision to pull the SROs away? Yesterday we had many, many students all over this place, thousands of people, adults, students, and everybody. And some of these students came up and asked me, in fact, they came to my office, and they asked me, why are we taking armed guards away from our schools? That's not a manufacturer's decision. Manufacturer didn't decide to take armed guards away. In fact, what the manufacturer did is the manufacturer gave tools for people to use in those schools to protect those students. They're called guns. Dealers sold these guns to people that could protect those students in those schools. And these students asked me this question: why did we remove the SROs?
Okay, let's get off of that, I think. That's not super germane. Thank
Okay,
you.
so are the SROs responsible? No. Is
So
the
that-
is the manufacturer
Representative
responsible?
Bottoms, when we
Yes.
say we'd like you to redirect, then we're moving off of SROs.
So who is, so Madam Chair, who's accountable? That's what we're trying, this whole bill is about accountability.
That's cool. Talk about that.
Okay, I'll talk about accountability. The people that pull the SROs off the campus, are they responsible? Or is the manufacturer responsible? Or is the dealer responsible? Who's actually accountable? We're not pointing to the shooters. We don't make them accountable. So who is accountable? I have an article here that was written about accountability. And it was, it quotes the mayor about accountability to schools in a recent shooting. It says, how to protect students and teachers in the classroom after Wednesday's shooting was brought into question, and whether school resource officers would have made a difference. Denver Mayor Michael Hancock said the resource officers should be back in schools. Why? They can stop this. The manufacturers can't stop it. The gun dealers can't stop it. During a press conference after the shooting, he said, it's clear now that we need to do more with our police officers inside the building. Chief of Police also said the same thing.
Representative Bottoms, does the article talk about gun manufacturer responsibility?
No.
Well, that's kind of what the bill's about.
All right, we'll go back to, although they are talking about the direct concept, I'll go back to this. I read the rest of the article. It was pretty interesting. It talked about accountability. Who's accountable? It didn't name gun manufacturers. It didn't name gun dealers. It just said who's accountable. The sponsors of this bill say gun manufacturers are responsible. Gun dealers are responsible. When a school gets shot up, gun manufacturers are responsible. Gun dealers, that is the concept of this bill. Why do we keep allowing people to be put in danger and blame gun manufacturers? Why do we keep putting people in danger and blame gun dealers? Let me give you something else that I think is pretty important here. We talk a lot about this idea of tyranny. That's a Second Amendment thing. And we keep saying, well, tyranny is not going to come to the shores of our country. Tyranny is not going to come to America. But what we are doing is we are actually taking the people that supply the guns off the table. We're taking dealers, the people that sell the guns to people, off the table. For you guys listening online at home, or we'll look at this later, let me state this. This is Friday, March 24th, 2023. so that you know exactly the timestamp on when I said this. We are seeing, not tyranny to come, we are seeing tyranny. If you're taking our guns, that's tyranny. If you're stopping guns from being made and being able to be bought, that's tyranny. So students that are watching from home, you are seeing it unfold in front of your eyes right now. This is a direct attack on our rights that are constitutionally given to us. This is the definition. This is going to allow lawyers to now, see the government has been overruled in Heller, the government that is trying to take guns have been overruled in Heller and over in Bruin and all kinds of court cases right now across the country for doing this very same thing. But here's what we're doing now. We're creating a bill that says, okay, maybe the Supreme Court has stopped us, but what we'll do is we'll let lawyers pick up the banner. Now, lawyers are going to be the ones stopping us from being able to purchase weapons.
Representative Bottoms, the bill actually isn't about purchasing.
The bill is not about purchasing weapons?
Correct.
Firearms, my bad.
No, it is not about purchasing. It's about liabilities.
So you're saying that the bill is not about purchasing firearms?
It's not for the chair to debate with you, but just to course correct you.
All right, I'll go to the bill. Because if there's no purchasing firearms, this bill doesn't exist. It's not possible.
Discussion on the bill?
Well, I personally believe you're incorrect, and so I'm going to show you from the bill why. You believe you're correct, I believe you're incorrect. Line 16, page 3 says, unlawful and irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry. What does the firearm industry do? Sell firearms. So the only way the firearm industry can be held accountable is if they sell firearms.
Having a say anything moment?
So purchasing a firearm is the only thing about this bill. So I will continue. We now understand that this bill will allow lawyers to go after these manufacturers and to go after these dealers, which will allow what? When these lawyers go after these manufacturers, they will shut down these manufacturers from manufacturing guns. It's theoretically in the state of Colorado, but like I already said, it will be all the way across the country. So now, the lawyers are now doing the job of what is previously been tried by lobbyists, by governmental groups, and states all across the United States, and that is to take the rights to bear arms away. So at that point, now the lawyer is the one who is saying you can't own a firearm. Why? Because we're not going to let the manufacturers manufacture it. We're going to sue them. So now the lawyers are doing the job of infringing upon the rights. And this is a nice end run around to get that accomplished. Because you can't do it. Supreme Court says you can't do it. We've seen those rulings quite a bit. You can't do it. Like, well, let's get the lawyers to do it. The lawyers will make money, and they will also undermine this industry. And this is a big industry, by the way. And so now you're undermining an entire industry to provide a product for somebody, and the lawyers are the one that's going to shut that down. So now litigation is going to hinder the ability of people to take care of themselves, to protect themselves, to protect their property, their family. Lawyers, this bill will make it directly accessible to lawyers. And just everybody knows this, but I'll say it. The lawyers are drooling for this bill. The lawyers are eagerly rubbing their hands together for this bill. Because why? You get to go after the big guys. You get to go after Winchester. You get to go after SIG. You get to go after Kimber. Those guys have deep pockets, right? And these lawyers are saying, yeah, please vote this bill in. We got you. We're going to ruin an industry. We're going to cripple it and take it to its knees. That's what this bill will accomplish. The lawyers, I guarantee you there are already lawyers that have written up their releases on this. So now, the lawyers are the ones that are actually accomplishing the tyranny. We see this as, going to the Second Amendment, the tyranny we understand is going to come from the state, right? From the government. But this now just said, lawyers, we don't have to do this at the government level. You guys bring the tyranny. And they're saying, let's do it. We'll do this on behalf of the laws. So why would we want to encourage this litigation? Let me read another article to you, which I found very interesting, and it's about this bill. It's actually written March 8th, and it's directly about this bill, and it's written by a gentleman by the name of Mark Hillman. He said, last year, the Colorado General Assembly demonstrated the good sense to pass Senate Bill 115. And what does 115 do? Listen to this. Recognizing that property owners are not liable for actions committed on their property by criminals. It didn't matter. Legislators agreed if the property owner operated a controversial business or whatever, ultimate responsibility for harm. This was last year. They said, even if they own a controversial business. Now, I do not see a gun dealer as a controversial business. In fact, I like them. I hang out at them. I'm going to tell you a story here in a minute, well, probably an hour, of me going to a gun shop last night. Well, but some people in this room potentially see gun dealers as controversial. That's what the bill's about, so they have to see gun dealers as controversial and gun manufacturers as controversial. But last year, Senate Bill 115 says, even if it's a controversial business, it cannot be held accountable for this. It says ultimate responsibility for harm rests with the person who pulled the trigger. Mark Hillman is writing this. He said this bipartisan legislation, now listen to this, I don't feel like you are, but I'll just keep reading, which passed the Senate 34-0. This bill passed last year 34-0 in the Senate. Everybody agreed that even if it's a controversial business, that the harm rests with the person who pulled the trigger. That's 1 year ago. In the House, here, where we're a lot more divisive when these kind of things come on, the vote was 64-1. I'll let that sink in. This came in response to a lawsuit arising from the 2015 shooting at the Planned Parenthood facility in Colorado Springs. A good friend of mine that's a cop got shot through the arm at that moment. That shooting last year caused the Senate and the House to say, even if it's a controversial business like a gun dealer, the responsibility for the harm rests with the person that pulled the trigger. A 2021 shooting at a Boulder King Soopers provided further context, reassuring legislators that it is unreasonable to hold any business responsible for. This is this House last year. It is unreasonable to hold any business responsible for, in the words of Justice Melissa Hart, the irrational actions of a mass murderer. When do we just point at the shooter and say the shooter's the problem? Not the gun that was doing nothing until they picked it up. Not the dealer who didn't want people to be shot at that Planned Parenthood. Not the manufacturer. Why don't we just hold the shooter responsible? I promise that is not fake. I really do have to drink. He continues that Justice Melissa Hart said the irrational actions of a mass murder are the problem. Lawmakers wisely concluded responsibility for criminal violence rests with the perpetrator. Why is that so difficult for our society right now? The perpetrator's the bad guy, not everybody else. And shouldn't fall on property owners just because they may have deep pockets. This is still continuing. Mark Hillman writes, less than a year later, some legislators now propose that Colorado turn this logic on its head in order to make another controversial industry, which was mentioned last year in the legislation, and this is firearm manufacturers and retailers, liable for others' irrational actions. This is akin to holding car manufacturers. I'll just skip that line because I said I wasn't going to talk about Ford anymore. Guns are by definition a deadly weapon that citizens have the right to use for self-defense, hunting, target practice, and other legitimate lawful activities. In self-defense, firearms are considered the great equalizer. That's why manufacturers make them. Well, that and to make money. Enabling a person of small stature and limited strength to fend off a powerful attacker. And we've heard so many testimonies in committees and even on this floor about that. Sometimes that defense requires actual use of deadly force. A legitimate lawful purpose for which firearms are designed. It would be irrational for Colorado law to authorize lawsuits against a legal product that functions as designed. Guys, this is an important line. In fact, I think this is the most important line in the article. I believe it's his thesis. But it says again, it would be irrational for Colorado law to authorize lawsuits against a legal product that functions as designed. Senate Bill 168 would repeal an existing law that acknowledges that firearms are inherently dangerous and so protect sellers and manufacturers from lawsuits. This is a law that we brought in last year. That the bill would allow sellers and manufacturers of firearms to be sued for the unlawful actions of a third party. Somebody else did something. Not the manufacturers, not the dealers. Somebody else did something. And we don't even know for sure if the dealer sold the gun to that person. Somebody else did something, and now we're going to hold the manufacturers responsible. Senate Bill 168 would repeal an existing law that acknowledges that firearms are inherently dangerous and so protects sellers and manufacturers from lawsuits, except when the product is defective. And we all get that. If the product is defective, if I buy a firearm and it's defective, the manufacturer should be held accountable for that. Whether it's to replace it or if I get hurt in the process, I should be able to have a lawsuit against the manufacturer. Why? Because it was defective. Not because I chose to use it improperly. I would never win that lawsuit. Never win that lawsuit. But now we're putting a bill in that says you're going to win that lawsuit every time. Because somebody chooses to do something wrong with a product, then the manufacturer is held accountable. I still don't understand. But if the product is defective, I think we would all agree, yeah, you've got a case here. The bill would allow sellers and manufacturers of firearms to be sued for the unlawful actions of a third party. And could be a fourth, fifth, sixth. We don't know the track of that firearm. It sets up a list of ill-defined requirements that firearm dealers and manufacturers are expected to follow. If an anti-gun activist lawyer can convince a jury that in perfect 20/20 hindsight, someone in the chain of commerce violated any one of these requirements, then SB 168 creates a legal presumption that the violation, rather than the shooter, that the violation, rather than the person that pulled the trigger, is the proximate cause of harm. That's the opposite of last year's common sense legislation that recognized that the shooter is precisely the person responsible. This House and this upper chamber over here last year realized you can't go after the manufacturers and the dealers. It is, first, it's not constitutional. Second, it's irresponsible. SB 168 would create a storm of liability that would make it nearly impossible for anyone involved in legal gun sales to obtain insurance. We haven't even addressed, you realize there are so many periphery issues and auxiliary issues that come along with this bill? That this is going to devastate a lot of industries because we don't like guns. And this is going to devastate so many industries. The manufacturers, the dealers, but what about all the insurance people? What about all of the shipping people that are involved with this? This is going to devastate a major part of our economy. Now think about this. Do we really want to be doing this right now? Do we want to be running manufacturers out of the state right now? Do we want to shut down dealers? Do you even have an idea how many gun dealers are in this state? And we're just going to shut them all down? Reputable manufacturers of guns and ammunition would stop selling the products in Colorado to avoid liability immediately. That would also make it impossible for law enforcement to buy reliable guns and ammunition. Where are the police officers going to buy their guns? The dealers are gone. The manufacturers are gone. They're moving somewhere else. Are the police officers going to have to go to other states, or are they going to have to be shipping these things in? Be careful when you start talking about shipping guns, because that's a whole nother issue. That's a federal issue that you'd have to get around. So where are these police officers going to get their guns? And then what happens when a police officer shoots somebody, not necessarily in the line of duty, but somebody tries to get in their house because they arrested them a few weeks ago? Do you realize how broad this one law goes into all areas of our society? That would also make it impossible for law enforcement to buy reliable guns and ammunition, which could be icing on the cake for some hashtag defund the police progressives. This is Mr. Hamill writing this. I don't even know what that is. This bill amounts to an abuse of our court system by lawmakers who don't like guns and want to unleash a swarm of lawsuits upon already heavily regulated businesses that manufacture a legal, popular product. It's a very popular product. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Honest citizens will be punished despite having done nothing wrong. Understandably, lawmakers are desperately searching for elusive solutions to the tragedy of mass shootings. The writer of the article is saying this. Even red flag laws have not been especially effective in proactively stopping potential mass shooters. So proponents now seek to harass gun manufacturers out of business through endless litigation. That may feel good in the heat of the moment, but this bill will do nothing to stop criminals or the mentally ill from inflicting harm on innocent Americans. So, last night, I was out shopping, and I went to a gun shop. I don't see them as contentious. I don't see them as the problem here. I would never run this bill. I like gun dealers. I went to one last night, and I was looking at, actually I went to it because my wife said, hey, we should run over there but that doesn't matter. So I got to talking with the employees, got to talking with the owner, and it came up, kind of randomly came up, that I was a state representative and I was fighting a bill the next day on guns. And I don't remember how that came up, but in the conversation, I asked the owner of the gun shop, I said, what do you think about Senate Bill 168? Have you read about it? He said, yes, we know very much about it. And there was a crowd of guys standing around. I said, what do you think about this? How do you think this is going to affect you? And he said, this will put us out of business. This hands down. And this is a very large gun dealer shop place. He said, this will put us out of business. And I asked him, I said, well, we had some discussion, and he said, will you please fight this? I said, yeah, I'm going to fight this. This is a horrible bill that's going to destroy lives, industry, the state. It goes against the Constitution, and I gave him a bunch of other reasons. And I said, I will definitely fight this, and we've got our entire Republican caucus fighting this. And then I asked him, I said, why do you think this is being run? And he said, they want to put us out of business. I know that this is the result of the bill. We all know this. This will put manufacturers out of business. This will put gun dealers out of business. Now, interestingly, I walked around that dealer place that sells guns, and I'm thinking to myself, we're going to be arguing tomorrow a bill that's going to put this guy out of business. So I'm walking around this dealer. Now, again, I don't see it as contentious, but other people see this business as contentious. And I'm walking around this building thinking, we're going to put this guy out of business if this bill goes through. So I began to look around and see, what is this dealer doing right now? And I also had a conversation about the manufacturers, but I want to focus on the dealer for a little bit. What is this dealer doing right now that fits into this bill? In other words, he should be held accountable, the dealer, the whole business, right? Not just a guy, not just an owner, although he's the one that's going to go out of business. But I'm walking around thinking, what is this place doing that fits into this bill? And so I saw a bunch of things. First, I saw a lot of things I wanted to buy. But I'm walking around and I see different brands of guns. I already mentioned a bunch. I won't go over all those again. But I'm looking at different brands of gun and different models of guns. Long guns, short guns. There's even what you would call middle-sized guns, like pistol ARs. And I'm looking at all this stuff around this shop. And this guy is wanting to sell me every one of these, and I want to buy every one of them. But I'm thinking to myself, okay, what about this gun right here, whichever one? What is the manufacturer right now doing to that gun? Nothing. Manufacturer has already sold it to this dealer. The gun's just sitting there. It has caused no one harm. But we're going to sue this guy. We're going to make it so easy to sue him for that gun just being there. Now, he wants me to buy this gun. I want to buy this gun. If I take this gun home and I do harm, we're going to sue that gun dealer. I'm standing there in good faith with him, and I did a background check, everything. I'm in good faith with him that I'm going to buy a product, a tool that he is providing, and I am never going to use this to cause somebody harm. He's in good faith with that. I'm in good faith with this. But this bill now says that anything ever happens with that gun, my hands, somebody else's hands, what if I sell it and then somebody else sells it and then somebody else sells it? We're gonna sue that gun dealer. We're gonna put that gun dealer out of business. Now he's selling me that tool to accomplish something. He's selling me that tool so that I can use it as a tool. There was no signs anywhere in that gun shop, and I looked. I walked every inch of that gun shop, looking. There was no sign in there from any manufacturer or the dealer that said harm somebody else. Not one sign. Nobody came to me and said, the dealer himself, the owner, I talked to him for a while. He didn't say harm somebody. But we're going to sue that guy. We're going to sue those dealers. We're going to sue that shop. Why? Because we don't want to hold a shooter accountable. We want to hold a manufacturer accountable. Winchester was not sitting there saying, please, buy this gun and do somebody harm. They weren't saying that. Winchester has no desire for malicious behavior with their tools. None. But we're going to sue them because they provide a product that over 300 million Americans have. So it's very popular. It's also very effective, and it is a solid tool. This accomplishes something. One of the things that I was looking at was a tool to be able to teach my grandchildren how to shoot. A manufacturer would love for me to do that. And I want to teach my grandkids how to shoot. Now, they're a little young now. They're 4 and 2. But within a year or two, they'll be fine, and we will teach them how to shoot. That's what Ruger wants me to do. Not harm somebody, but teach responsible gun ownership to my grandkids. The dealer does not want me to harm somebody. They want me to teach my grandkids how to be responsible with firearms because it's a tool. It's a tool that my granddaughter may need someday to protect herself against somebody. But we're going to put the manufacturers out of business. We're going to put the dealers out of business. We're not going to be able to buy a firearm in Colorado. Now, my grandkids live in Texas, so I'm good. I'll get plenty. But we're trying to shut this down in Colorado. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to destroy an entire industry like this? I walked around and looked at revolvers. There was cases of revolvers. Nowhere in signs and paraphernalia, nothing. Did any of the manufacturers or the dealer himself put up signs or anything that said harm somebody else? But we're going to sue them. We're going to sue them because we don't like the tool. The tool gets used improperly. We don't like the tool. So we're going to sue the tool manufacturer. Why? This literally is boggling my mind, and this is the conversation I had with the dealer that we're going to we are going to successfully put out of business with this bill. And I asked him, what is wrong here? Why is this? And he said, maybe you can help me. You're the representative. Again, I don't know how he figured that out. He said, you're the representative. Why is this happening? I said, I really don't understand. And I'm not being tongue-in-cheek here. I am not. I do not understand this kind of legislation. It boggles my mind. Why would we go after these industries like this? It's confusing to me. So I saw scopes. Saw scopes sitting in there. I don't really have a good scope, so I was looking at them for quite a while. That scope can be attached to a firearm and can be used for good, can be used for bad. Just like so many other tools, so much other stuff in our society. But we're going to go after that dealer and then after the scope manufacturer because it has the potential to be attached to a gun and cause harm. We're going to shut this guy down. All of these tools, all of these beautiful works of art, in my opinion, were sitting all over this place. And I kept thinking, which one of these tools is doing harm right now? And I tried to figure out, maybe the bad guys were the Winchesters. Are they doing harm? Because we're gonna shut Winchester down from selling anything in Colorado. and Winchester, specifically lever action, are beautiful works of art. We're going to shut them down. They're not doing anything. Winchester's not doing anything. There's bad guys out there that may do something with a Winchester. They might do something with a hammer, too. Why are we shutting them down? I looked at a long time at some Barretts, because they can reach out and touch you. But I got to thinking, this Barrett is just sitting here. It is not doing anything. Barrett had no plans whatsoever for this to do anyone harm. But we're going to try to shut Barrett down for providing a tool that is not dissimilar to over 300 plus million people in our country right now that have chosen to purchase this tool. And we're just going to say, nope, you can't do that in Colorado. You can't buy tools to protect yourself in Colorado. We're going to make sure that no dealers will take that chance. And again, we all know these lawyers they're waiting. They're waiting right now to do this. So let me address some things directly in the bill. It says the state of Colorado has a compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. I struggle with that statement because we take the ability of people to be able to protect themselves away. So if we really believe that we are protecting life, then why are we taking tools made to directly protect life away from people that can protect life? Health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. Now again, this is what I read earlier. Line 16, page 2. Unlawful and irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry pose significant risk to life, health, and safety, except that was directly disagreed with completely by the Senate and minus one vote in the House last year. Completely disagreed with that particular part of this bill. That we cannot, it is irresponsible to go after the gun manufacturers in this situation. Our state and our nation have a long-standing historical tradition of prescribing standards of responsible conduct and accountability for industries whose business practices may cause harm to the public. This is directly gutting the bill that was voted in last year, unanimous in the Senate, minus one vote in the House. This is directly in attacking that. And it also just, if you think about this, our state and our nation have a long-standing historical tradition of prescribing standards of responsible conduct. Yes. For a few hundred years now, Colorado has done this with guns. But now all of a sudden, prescribing standards of responsible conduct can no longer be done the way it was done for 200 plus years? That now we have to change all the rules? Again, remember, gun crime has only become an issue in the last generation. I mean, not gun crime, like mass shootings. That has only become an issue in the last generation. That's not a 250-year problem we have, but this says that we have a long-standing historical tradition. Yes, we do. We have a long-standing historical tradition of protecting people with firearms. We have a long-standing Colorado tradition of protecting people privately and through the state and through local police departments of protecting people with firearms. Why are we going to try to go after the manufacturers that are building and manufacturing these tools for people to continue doing what this, again, says, a long-standing historical tradition of prescribing standards of responsible conduct? Why are we going after the manufacturers that have given us these tools for years, for centuries? They've given us these tools. And to get them to the people, you have to have the dealers. Why are we going after the people that are doing the best they can to provide a common sense solution to people harming other people? Protect yourself. You know, one of the interesting statistics about protecting yourself with a firearm is that most of the time, when somebody is trying to do harm to somebody else, all you have to do is show that you have a firearm, and they leave. These manufacturers have made a tool that just by looking at the tool, people will flee and stop trying to harm you. Another thing that goes into this is one of the cool things about shotguns. Manufacturers have specifically designed shotguns. Now, I don't know if this was the intent, but this is definitely the result. When somebody is trying to come into your house, rack that shotgun. They're going to leave. Thank you, manufacturers. Thank you, gun dealers, for providing me and my family with a very important, valuable tool that was worth way more than I paid, although I do appreciate the price I got. It was worth way more than I paid to do what? To be able to protect my family. Thank you, manufacturers. Thank you, dealers. And I'm not saying that for us in here. I'm saying this to the camera so that the manufacturers and the dealers know. I'm telling them directly, thank you. Thank you for providing me a tool that is extremely useful, also beautiful, and feels good in your hands. Thank you, manufacturers. This is why I'm standing against this bill, because the manufacturers have created something that is extremely valuable. Thank you. It is the policy of this state that firearm industry members have a lawful duty and responsibility to take reasonable precautions. They have. They are one of the most regulated businesses in the entire United States, and definitely here in Colorado. They take so many precautions. Every time something else comes along, they have to jump through all these hoops, and it causes them millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to do all of this stuff, to gun locks or anything else. We need to make sure that we are thanking these manufacturers. You know how to do the opposite of this bill besides speaking to it like right here? Do what I did. Go to the dealer and thank him. I thanked him last night. Go to the dealer and purchase something. It's none of your business what I did there. But go to the dealer, thank him. Call up Winchester and say thank you for producing a tool. Now I know our state is coming after you, but thank you for producing a tool that I can use
Representative
effectively.
Bottoms, please speak to the bill.
Right. So thank the manufacturers that they are producing a tool, not that is dangerous, not that is harmful, but that is a tool, a productive tool. And we don't need to be suing them for producing a productive tool. Thank the dealers for selling you a productive tool. Thank the dealers because they have, and don't, and tell them, say, I will fight against you being sued for providing me a tool. So the idea that we're going to develop this ability to have manufacturers and gun dealers, I mean, the sight's already set on these guys. The sight's already set, and by the way, they're already planning on scooting, which is sad because that's what this legislation is intended for. To sue the gun dealers, to sue the manufacturers. And they're ready to go, they're ready to scoot. And we're going to take out a major industry that employs thousands and thousands of people in the state of Colorado. From all the gun dealers, all the manufacturers, we're going to undercut our economy majorly. You can actually look this up. I can read it to you if you'd like. But you can look this up and see how many people are employed just by gun dealers, not manufacturers, just by gun dealers. Now, as one of our representatives said earlier, some of the manufacturers are already leaving. We already know who some of them are. Why? They're tired of this. They're tired of being attacked and their industry destroyed, shut down, all these different kind of things. So we want to say, why are we doing this? What's the point? Why are we going after the manufacturers? Again, they don't pull the trigger. They don't encourage people to harm other people. Why are we doing this? Why are we going after these gun dealers? These are honest, responsible members of our society. Just last night in that particular gun dealer place that I went to, there was probably 10 people there it was more than that were hired and had a good, steady job that we're going to shut down. We're just going to undercut that and say, you're not important to this. All the people that work at the gun manufacturers, you're not important to this. We want to blame the manufacturers and the gun dealers. Now, again, somewhere we have to get back to who is actually accountable. The shooter is accountable, not the dealers. The shooter is accountable, not the manufacturers. The shooter is accountable. Why can't we just go there? Why can't that be our answer? So, or one of you guys want to come up? All right, so I would really like to continue, and I know all of you would too. But I'm going to pause here for a little bit and let somebody else speak for just a moment. I guess. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, and I ask you to vote a good, strong no on this bill and a good, strong yes for our manufacturers and gun dealers.
Representative Bradfield, excuse me, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm up here to read two things, and one is a professional's opinion on Senate Bill 168, and the other one is another perspective on the law that's called Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act. And this PLCAA was talked about by another representative, so I will make the assumption that it is an okay topic for me. But first I will begin with Bill 168, and this is the Senior Vice President and General Counsel for the National Sport Shooting Federation. The sponsors of this bill are introducing legislation they say will level the playing field when victims bring lawsuits against firearm manufacturers for the horrific crimes committed by remote third parties. In simpler terms, these lawmakers want to shift the legal fees to the firearm industry when those cases ultimately fail in court. The lawmakers are letting activist groups off the hook for preying on victims' families, for co-opting their suffering caused by criminals, all to advance a political agenda. Instead of protecting victims, their legislation would encourage ambulance-chasing lawyers to victimize them all over again. And then this author goes ahead to explain a circumstance. That's exactly what happened when Sandy and Lonnie Phillips lost their case. Were saddled with legal fees and were left hung out to dry by Brady United, the gun control group that used them to advance their anti-gun agenda. National Review reported Sandy Phillips said, the Brady leadership also encouraged Lonnie and me to sue Lucky Gunner, the dealer that sold the stockpile of ammo to Jesse's killer. When the judge dismissed the suit, he said, it is apparent that this case was filed to pursue the political purposes of the Brady Center. At the end of the day, the Brady Center abandoned the Phillips, knowing that their case was a lost cause. The Phillips family said they didn't know the risk of the financial burdens when Brady encouraged them to sue firearm businesses following the tragic murder of their daughter by a mentally ill criminal in Aurora in 2012. Lawyers for Brady never informed them Colorado law would require them to pay defendants' legal fees in dismissed cases. Brady apparently failed to inform the Phillips family that Colorado law at the time contained a general provision that shifted attorney's fees to the plaintiff whose frivolous tort law claim was dismissed before trial. Brady United also failed to inform them the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, that's PLCAA, prohibits lawsuits against firearm manufacturers for the criminal misuse of firearms. Unsurprisingly, you will find no mention of this case in Brady's website today. The Phillips case is the only time the fee-shifting provision in the state immunity law has ever been applied. And the law is doing its job, stopping unfounded lawsuits like the one filed by Brady. To blame members of the industry responsible for the criminal misuse of firearms legally sold. The deranged criminal that murdered their child had no association with any of these firearm businesses. The murderer had no criminal history, but did have an extensive, disturbing mental health history. Mental health authorities at the University of Colorado were familiar with the murderer's homicidal thoughts, yet declined to have him involuntarily committed to a mental health facility. Had they done so, the murderer would have been listed as a prohibited individual by the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS. The National Shooting Sports Foundation, NSSF, has been at the forefront of ensuring the background check system works as intended. Those individuals who cannot be trusted to possess firearms must be listed in the system. That includes criminals convicted of a felony, fugitives from the law, and individuals who have been adjudicated mentally defective by a judge or involuntarily committed to a psychiatric facility. NSSF Fix NICS campaign changed the law in 16 states, and the president signed the bipartisan Fix NICS law to provide states with the resources to enter all disqualifying records to the FBI. Disqualifying record submissions skyrocketed.
Representative Bradfield, are we talking about
We are
manufacturer
doing-
liability?
We are doing the professional evaluation of Senate Bill 168.
Please proceed.
Yes. Disqualifying record submissions skyrocketed 270% between 2013 and 2020, from just 1.3 million disqualifying records to more than 6.14 million when the firearms industry launched this effort. The firearm industry strongly backs aggressive prosecution of criminals that misuse firearms. Those responsible for the crimes must be held accountable and responsible for the damage they cause. This proposed Colorado legislation wouldn't solve these problems. It would only encourage special interest groups to abuse victims and their families, once again, with only the goal of advancing an unconstitutional anti-Second Amendment agenda. Lawmakers should be asking one question. Did the Brady Gun Control Group disclose to the Phillips family the legal consequences of bringing a junk lawsuit, knowing it wouldn't succeed? They must also demand answers from Brady, which reported a $3.4 million in revenue in 2020, about why they walked away from the Phillips family, leaving the Phillips family $200,000 in debt and bankrupt. The answer isn't to shift fees for legal fees to those who have proven in court they bear no responsibility for the crimes committed by deranged individuals with no connection to a business. Colorado's answer to this problem stops exploitative layers from victimizing families all over again. Basic message is this bill is misdirected, misguided, and we should vote no. The second article I have here to share with you is about the Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, protection of the lawful commerce in Arms Act. And despite political rhetoric to the contrary, PLCAA does not grant the firearm and ammunition industry immunity from suit different from that enjoyed by other industries. The PLCAA was enacted by a broad, bipartisan margin in response to the dozens of frivolous lawsuits orchestrated and largely funded by gun control groups solely to put gun companies out of business based on circumstances entirely beyond their control. Rather sounds like 168. Members of Congress need to hear how this critical law is what stands between law-abiding industry members and gun control advocates that want to punish the industry for the illegal actions of criminals. I think I'll stop right there for now. I'll come back and finish this article in just a little bit.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is 1,000% not to the bill, so I hope you'll just give me a moment to say thank you to the good representative from Larimer County for cooking for us tonight, and I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention that here.
To the bill.
To the bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Where to begin? At the end? Begin at the end.
Members, if we can take our conversations to the windows and to the walls, please.
Here's what I've learned in the last couple weeks. The criminals are property owners. The criminals are gun dealers and manufacturers, legal business of gun dealers and manufacturers. Criminals are businesses. Everybody but criminals are criminals, and they're not held accountable. It was brought up that this bill is about holding liable anybody who puts a weapon, a self-defense weapon, critical to our Second Amendment, into the hands of a criminal. But where do the criminals get the guns? Most of them get them from car theft. So who has made car theft really profitable? The General Assembly. This body, this House, has made car theft and acquiring illegal weapons profitable. Where do criminals shop for their guns?
Representative DeGraff, we're talking about manufacturer responsibility. Please stick to the bill.
We're talking about liability for weapons being used by the wrong people. And what we're not doing is we're not addressing that, because most of the crime that this bill
Members, please take your conversations off the floor. Representative DeGraff, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we want to have a, now I don't believe that the intent of this bill is to get rid of crime. It's clearly not intended to get rid of crime. This bill is intended to go after law-abiding citizens. If you wanted to go after crime, you would make car theft not so profitable. So again, where do criminals actually go to shop? They shop outside of gun-free zones where they can break into a vehicle, get a car with no repercussions. And so what have we done for car theft? We've tried to make it easier on everybody by picking up the tab for towing. So this bill has nothing to do with crime. It's a sop that's being thrown to the lawfare special interests. It's a sop that's being thrown to ideologues that just want. And I had a lovely conversation with about 20, a random group of about 20 students yesterday. And one thing that's pretty clear is that while they're highly indoctrinated,
Representatives, please take your conversations off the floor. It's getting too loud in here. Representative DeGraff, please stick to the bill. Do not impugn the motives of students.
I don't think they have specific motives. I just think they are very poorly educated in the Constitution, and then they come here and they rail against the Constitution.
Representative DeGraff, that is not to the bill. Stick to the bill.
All right. So let's talk about the bill. We know that this bill is not meant to deal with crime. That's obvious. That's clear. So I want to talk about a couple things in the bill. Let's look at, because one of the things that we're talking about here is firearm trafficker, firearm industry member, and as soon as we're done with this bill, we're going to move into a different bill. And that's going to change the definition of firearm. And so I'd say it's relevant because we're talking about firearm today, and now we're already talking about changing the definition of firearm. So I'm going to use the new definition of firearm because that's already on the table. Firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, that is designed to, or may be readily converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of a firearm is considered a firearm. A firearm silencer is considered a firearm, and a destructive device is considered a firearm in Section 18-901. So one of the things that I think we should do, we should look at 18-901. A firearm now that is going to be restricted, and that would fall under the manufacturer. So this gets directly to the curling iron aspect of before. Is a destructive device means any, and that's in a destructive device is in the bill. So in the definition that we will be probably incorporating, means any material, any, is a very operative word, substance or mechanism capable of being used by itself or in combination with any other substance. Any material or mechanism to cause sudden death and violent injury, damage, destruction, or death. Now, the weird thing is that Colorado uses something that's different than the ATF, where a destructive device means any material, substance, or mechanism capable of being used either by itself or combination with any other substance, material, or mechanism to cause sudden violent injury, damage, destruction, or death. In that, it adds be capable of being used either by itself or in combination with any other substance, material, or mechanism. So that's the law. That's the definition that we're going to want to change, I shouldn't say we, because I certainly don't, you are going to want to change that to. So any other thing. And if anybody is familiar with the wars going on now, any is very broad. Improvised explosive devices, they use milk jugs. The Boston bomber, they were pressure cookers. They used pressure cookers. Now, pressure cookers would be considered a dangerous device. This would go to the liability issue of this. Manufacturers of pressure cookers would now be required to do a background check on anybody. The plastic jugs are used for improvised explosive devices. Bleach, ammonia, those can be used. Aluminum foil can be used. I wouldn't recommend it. You might, but you could look up stuff on improvised explosive devices. Everything in the hardware store, most everything in your home, in conjunction, can be used as a destructive device because it can be combined with any other substance material. Your cell phone can be used in combination with any other can be used with any other substance or material. So now, all of those will be considered to be a firearm. Do you want me to request a recess, or? Okay, how do I pause for a recess? Got it.
Representative DeGraff, do you have further?
I am yielding this territory to the lovely lady to my left for a recess. Absolutely.
Madam Majority Leader.
But now you're going to mess this up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call for a 10-minute recess.
Without objections, the committee will stand in recess.
All right, the committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. I was going to say, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Oh.
Thank you. I move the committee rise, report progress, beg leave to sit again at 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 25th.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report progress, beg leave to sit again at 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 25th.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again at 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 25th.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1026 until Monday, March 27th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1026 will be laid over until Monday, March 27th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 25th.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 25th.
Yeah, did I say 26th?
No, 25th.
I have something to say.
I just adjourned.
I just want to make an announcement. Members, can I have your attention, please? If we could clear off any drink or food that are on our desks, that would really help our nonpartisan staff because they're the ones who have to clean this up tonight. And then also the dress code for tomorrow. Jeans, casual wear, yes.
you.